Hey everyone, welcome to the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg Supercut. This 8-hour video covers layers 2 to 4 of the series, which was a lot of my earliest work as a content creator. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe and get ready to chill out for the next 8 hours. As always, remember to leave your suggestions for mysteries in the comments. The disappearance of Tammy Lynn Leppert. Tammy Lynn Leppert was an American model and actress who disappeared in 1983. Born on February 5, 1965, in Rockledge, Florida, she began her career in beauty pageants, winning over hundreds of titles by her late teens. Transitioning to acting, she appeared in several films, including Scarface in 1983, where she played the woman who ended up distracting the lookouts during the infamous chainsaw scene. Leppert's life took a mysterious turn in 1983. Leading up to her disappearance, she exhibited erratic behavior, expressing fears for her safety and alluding to having witnessed something traumatic. This period of distress followed her participation in a weekend party, after which her behavior changed drastically. She became paranoid, refusing to eat or drink from open containers, fearing being poisoned. On the set of Scarface, she witnessed a scene where someone was shot and artificial blood squirted out, which caused her to have a breakdown and flee the set. She did not participate further in filming, though it's unclear to me if she was scheduled for any further scenes. On July 6, 1983, after a heated argument during a drive with a male friend, Leppert exited his car in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and was never seen again. She was 18 years old at the time. The argument, reportedly about her fears and behavior, was the last known interaction she had. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, no credible leads were found. Over the years, theories have surfaced, including connections to organized crime, the drug scene in Florida, and her alleged knowledge of illegal activities in Hollywood. Another theory is that she suffered a psychotic break and met her untimely end as a result of this break. Another theory, perhaps in conjunction with another one of the theories, is that genuinely fearing for her life and the safety of her family, she voluntarily disappeared and began a new life. This theory, of course, becomes less likely with each passing year. However, none of these theories have been substantiated with concrete evidence, and no trace of Tammy has ever been found. Sally McNelly and Shane Stewart. The Sally McNelly and Shane Stewart case is a cold case stemming from events on July 4, 1988, in San Angelo, Texas. Sally McNelly, 18, and Shane Stewart, 17, disappeared after attending a 4th of July fireworks show. Their bodies were discovered months later, in November 1988, near Twin Buttes Reservoir, showing signs of gunshot wounds. The case remains unsolved till this day. However, unlike other cold cases, there are allegations of their involvement in a satanic cult. Throughout their relationship, it was reported by Sally's acquaintances that she and Shane participated in gatherings where occult practices and black magic were observed, suggesting their involvement with a satanic cult. In March of 1988, the same year they disappeared, the couple handed a firearm to the local authorities, claiming it was given to them by a cult member who claimed it was used in a slaying. The police ran the serial number and found it was a stolen weapon. A person of interest was named in 2017, but as of 2024, he has not been arrested, and no one has been charged in relation to the crime. Hypothesizing about the fate of Sally McNelly and Shane Stewart, and considering the context and clues surrounding their disappearance and ending, suggests a number of plausible scenarios. Their involvement with or knowledge of a satanic cult, as indicated by their actions and the statements they made to friends and police, could have placed them in a dangerous position. The couple's decision to return a gun they claimed was used in a crime by cult members to the police could have marked them as threats to the secrecy of the cult's activities. Further, even if the weapon wasn't associated with quote-unquote cult activities, turning it over may still have angered the wrong person. Also, it's plausible that their known association with such a group and their subsequent actions led to them being targeted to prevent any further exposure of the cult's activities, or to serve as a warning to others within the group against betrayal. That said, their slayings don't seem to have a particularly ritualistic element, and I would suspect members of a satanic cult committing such a heinous act would do so in a ritualistic way. Given the lack of concrete evidence and the myriad of unanswered questions, it's also possible that their involvement with the cult has been overstated or misinterpreted. They may have just upset the wrong person at the 4th of July celebrations, leading to their fates. Indrid Cold. Indrid Cold, also known as the Smiling Man, is a figure associated with UFO and paranormal phenomena, first reported in the 1960s in West Virginia. The most notable encounter with Indrid Cold occurred on November 2, 1966, when a salesman named Woodrow Derenberger claimed to have met him on Interstate 77 near Parkersburg, West Virginia. According to Derenberger, Cold emerged from a UFO-like craft that landed on the highway in front of his vehicle. Cold was described as a humanoid male with dark hair, over 6 feet tall, and wearing a reflective metallic outfit. He communicated telepathically. His mouth did not move, yet Derenberger heard him as if through spoken word. Cold introduced himself and asked questions about the area, expressing curiosity about Earth's environment and humanity. After the encounter, Derenberger reported ongoing communications with Cold, detailing these experiences in a book titled Visitors from Lanulos, co-written with Harold W. Hubbard. Derenberger claimed Cold was from a planet called Lanulos, near the galaxy of Ganymedes. Following Derenberger's initial report, other sightings and communications with beings claiming to be Indrid Cold or associated entities were reported across the United States. These encounters often shared similar characteristics: communication through telepathy, descriptions of Cold as friendly or benign, and discussions that suggested an extraterrestrial interest in Earth and its people. Critics and skeptics question the validity of Derenberger's experiences, pointing to the lack of physical evidence and the fantastical nature of his claims. Some suggest that the Cold encounters were hoaxes, delusions, or misinterpretations of mundane experiences. However, believers in the paranormal or extraterrestrial life cite the consistency in descriptions of Cold and the sincerity of Derenberger and other witnesses as reasons to consider the encounters as genuine unexplained phenomena. Indrid Cold's story intersects with the broader context of the 1960s, a period marked by a surge in UFO sightings and an increasing public interest in extraterrestrial life. The Mothman Prophecies, a book by John Keel published in 1975, later adapted into a film in 2002, further popularized the story of Indrid Cold. Keel connected Cold with the Mothman sightings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, suggesting a link between different paranormal phenomena. Although critics say that Keel's work is speculative and blends various unverified accounts, it has played a significant role in cementing the legend of Indrid Cold in the cultural imagination. I note that accounts of Indrid Cold seem to have become very popular in the last decade or so, likely due to the character being an easy, creepy stock character to fit in a creepy pasta-type story. Bela Kiss. Bela Kiss was a Hungarian serial slayer, born in 1877, who gained notoriety for the gruesome discovery of over 20 bodies hidden in metal drums on his property in a suburb of Budapest after his disappearance in 1916. Before his crimes came to light, Kiss lived as a tinsmith, presenting himself as a respectable, though solitary figure in the community. Kiss began placing advertisements in newspapers seeking lonely women seeking a fortune teller. Corresponding with numerous women, He lured them to his home under the guise of marriage advice or financial assistance. It is during this period that he committed his slayings by deceiving and then ending his victims, whose bodies he preserved in alcohol within sealed metal drums stored on his property. Kiss was called up for service in World War I in 1914. In 1916, during a planned renovation of Bella Kiss's rented property, the landlord discovered 7 sealed tin drums containing the bodies of female victims, initiating a horrifying investigation. Kiss, having joined the war effort in 1914, was absent, leading to speculation about his whereabouts. The landlord informed the authorities, who discovered a total of 24 bodies at Kiss's residence, revealing a gruesome pattern of behavior. Investigators discovered books on poisons and strangulation, along with the victims' bodies preserved in alcohol and drained of blood, suggesting that Kiss might have practiced vampirism. Efforts to capture Kiss were complicated by his apparently common name and the uncertainty of his status as possibly deceased or a prisoner of war. Over the years, there were numerous sightings of him across the world, including in the Turkish army, in France, in Serbia, and in New York City, but none were confirmed. The Hungarian police and later law enforcement officials in various jurisdictions pursued leads without success. The mystery of his final whereabouts and fate remains unsolved, adding to the infamy of his crimes. My hypothesis on this one is that Bela Kiss likely saw or heard of a newspaper report describing his crimes while he was on the front, and deserted at that point, leaving behind his old identity. Supporting this hypothesis, an individual in the French Foreign Legion was identified as potentially being Bela Kiss. However, this individual deserted the Legion prior to investigation and was never found. Alternatively, 2 years passed between Bela Kiss's enlistment in the Austro-Hungarian army and the finding of the corpses. These were, to put it mildly, not easy years to be on the front, and it's very possible that he perished on the field of battle, contracted a fatal disease, or died in a prisoner of war camp. The Beast of Givaudan. The Beast of Givaudan refers to a series of violent attacks on humans between 1764 and 1767 in southern France. Over 100 deaths were attributed to the beast. In the mid-18th century, Givaudan was a remote, rugged area. The attacks began in June 1764, when a young woman reported being attacked by a beast she described as looking like a wolf, yet not a wolf. The first recorded fatality occurred shortly after. Reports described the beast as having formidable teeth and immense tail, with red and black fur. The series of attacks created widespread panic. Victims were often killed by throat bites, and some reports suggested the beast displayed unusual behavior, not typical of wolves. King Louis XV took a personal interest in the attacks, sending professional wolf hunters, soldiers, and volunteers to hunt down the beast. Despite extensive hunts, rewards, and the deployment of hundreds of men, the attacks continued. In 1765, Jean-Charles Marc Antoine Vaumesle Denneval, a famous wolf hunter, was appointed to kill the beast. He brought with him 8 bloodhounds, specially trained in wolf hunting. Also, what a ridiculously cool name. I hope I pronounced that one somewhat correct. Despite killing several large and threatening wolves, the attacks did not stop. Later, the king sent Lieutenant of the Hunt, François Antoine, who also had little initial success. However, in September 1765, Antoine killed a large gray wolf, suspected to be responsible for the attacks. It was sent to Versailles and officially declared as the beast. Yet, the attacks continued after its death, disproving this claim. The attacks decreased and eventually stopped by June 1767. The last known attack was linked to a large wolf, shot by a local hunter. Speculations about the beast's identity include a wolf, a hyena, a lion, a prehistoric animal, or a human killer using a pack of trained wolf-dog hybrids. The latter theory also suggests that the creature or creatures may have been armored war dogs or armored wolf-dog hybrids. However, the lack of concrete evidence and the sensational nature of eyewitness accounts make it difficult to ascertain the beast's true identity. The death of Sonny Liston. Sonny Liston, the heavyweight boxing champion renowned for his fights with Muhammad Ali, was found dead under mysterious circumstances in his Las Vegas home in January 1971. Officially, the cause of death was listed as heart failure, but suspicions and theories abound, pointing to foul play. Liston's career was shadowed by allegations of connections to the mob, a troubled personal life, and controversies inside and outside the ring. His rise to fame was as dramatic as his fall, with these alleged ties to organized crime that reportedly influenced his boxing career. The discovery of Liston's body, decomposed, suggested he had been dead for several days before being found. The initial cause of death pointed to natural causes. However, several inconsistencies and questions emerged. One theory suggests Liston's death was due to an overdose of an intravenous drug, either accidentally or deliberately. Friends and family contested the idea that Liston was a drug user, raising doubts about an accidental overdose. Further, his trainer and his wife confirmed that he was deathly afraid of needles. His trainer in particular confirmed that Liston had to cancel a lucrative African tour due to a refusal to get shots. Another theory implicates the mob. Given Liston's alleged associations and debts to organized crime figures, some speculate his death was a professional job ordered by the mob, possibly due to these debts, or for trying to distance himself from their influence. This theory is supported by Liston's fear for his life in the months leading up to his death, as reported by those close to him. The final theory is that he was supposed to take a fall in a fight 6 months prior to his demise. He didn't do so, and under this theory, cost underworld figures significant sums of money, leading to a contract being taken out on him. Fresno Nightcrawlers. The Fresno Nightcrawlers are cryptids that have gained attention primarily through video footage showing small white bipedal figures in Fresno, California. These entities appear to be relatively short, with most of their height attributed to their legs, possessing a small or non-existent torso and no discernible arms. The first known footage of these creatures dates back to the 2010, captured by a Fresno resident who was alerted by his dogs barking at night. Upon reviewing the security tapes, the homeowner observed two strange figures moving across his lawn. The figures were described as having a smooth, white surface, with the larger one being approximately 4 feet in height, and the smaller one around 3 feet. The video was later aired on a local TV station, sparking public interest. A second significant piece of evidence came from Yosemite National Park, located several hours north of Fresno. This footage showed creatures resembling the original Fresno Nightcrawlers, further fueling speculation and debate about their existence and nature. As you can see, the Yosemite footage is particularly haunting. Note the uncanny movements of these potential creatures. Various theories have been proposed regarding the nature of the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Some suggest they are extraterrestrial beings, given their non-human appearance and movement. Others propose they could be a new species, paranormal entities, or even elaborate hoaxes. Some have also proposed that they could be figures from Native American lore. I have no strong opinion on what these creatures are, but I would love to find out. If anyone has a good theory on the Fresno Nightcrawlers, let me know in the comments below. Alien Big Cats. Alien big cats, also known as ABCs or phantom cats, refer to sightings of large, non-native felids in environments outside their indigenous range. These reports come from various parts of the world, including the United Kingdom, Australia, and the United States. Alien big cats often resemble panthers, cougars, or leopards, animals not typically found in these locations. The origin of alien big cat sightings can be traced back to various factors. One explanation suggests that some of these animals were once pets, or part of private collections, and were intentionally released into the wild by their owners. Another factor contributing to the alien big cats phenomenon is the escape of animals from zoos, circuses, or private collections. A famous example was a mountain lion, native to North America, discovered in Scotland in 1980. I note that sightings of big cats such as lions or tigers appear to be rare, with smaller big cats seeming to make up the vast majority of the sightings. Ball lightning. Ball lightning is a rare and unexplained atmospheric phenomenon that appears as luminous, spherical lighting balls, which can vary in size from smaller than a pea to several meters in diameter. Unlike the common linear lightning bolt, ball lightning is reported to last longer, sometimes up to several seconds, and can move, including hovering in the air or bouncing along the ground. It often appears during thunderstorms, but has also been reported in clear weather. Descriptions of its color vary, with reports of orange, yellow, blue, and even white orbs. The cause of ball lightning remains a topic of debate among scientists, with several theories proposed but no definitive explanation. One theory suggests it's a form of plasma, where gases in the air ionize to create a glowing ball. Another theory proposes that ball lightning is the result of silicon vaporizing from the soil when regular lightning strikes the earth. The vapor could then condense into a fine dust, which becomes electrified and glows, forming ball lightning. Another theory suggests that ball lightning is a collective epileptic seizure caused by a rapidly changing magnetic field. Of course, this does not account for ball lightning events caught on camera. There are myriad theories on the cause of ball lightning. The only thing scientists appear to be able to agree upon is that it is most definitely a real phenomenon. Personally, I've always wanted to see ball lightning, but as yet I haven't had the opportunity. If you've had experiences with ball lightning, I would really appreciate if you would write out your account of the event in the comments below. Seriously, I love a good ball lightning encounter. The smiley face killer. The smiley face killer theory suggests that a series of unsolved deaths of young men across the United States, primarily from the late 1990s to the 2010s, are not accidental drownings or consensual endings, but the actions of one or more serial slayers. This theory is named for the smiley face graffiti, found near some locations where victims' bodies were found, hinting at a potential signature. Victims fitting a specific profile, young, white, athletic, and outwardly successful men last seen leaving parties or bars, were found dead in water, sometimes weeks after disappearing. These incidents span multiple states, including Minnesota, Wisconsin, New York, and Ohio, suggesting a pattern that some believe points to a serial killer. However, the theory is not widely accepted and faces significant skepticism. Critics point out the lack of direct evidence linking the deaths to a criminal, suggesting the graffiti's commonality makes it coincidental. They argue that the statistical likelihood of such accidents among the demographic of young men drinking is not unusual and does not necessarily indicate a serial killer's involvement. Accusations of confirmation bias have been leveled at the theory's proponents, who are seen as focusing only on evidence that supports their hypothesis. Law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, have found insufficient evidence to support the theory, maintaining that these are unrelated incidents. The disappearance of Brian Shatter. Brian Shatter, a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University, vanished on April 1, 2006. The mysterious circumstances have captivated the public since. On the night of his disappearance, Shatter went out to celebrate the beginning of spring break with friends, visiting the Ugly Tuna Saloona, a bar in Columbus, Ohio. Despite extensive review of surveillance footage from the area, Brian was seen entering the bar, but never seen leaving. The night began with Shatter and a friend embarking on a bar crawl, ultimately ending up at the Ugly Tuna Saloona. Surveillance cameras captured Brian outside the bar around 2 a.m., talking briefly with two women before re-entering the venue. This is the last confirmed sighting of Shatter. Notably, all other patrons were accounted for on the surveillance footage, leaving or entering the bar, except for Brian. This discrepancy has fueled theories ranging from a possible hidden exit to foul play inside the bar. Despite exhaustive searches and public appeals for information, no significant leads have emerged. Brian's cell phone, credit cards, and bank accounts have shown no activity since the night he disappeared. The lack of evidence or clues as to his whereabouts has made this case particularly baffling. Adding to the mystery, Shatter's girlfriend continued to call him every night for months after his disappearance, and the phone always went to voicemail. However, on one occasion, the call rang 3 times, rather than going to voicemail. No satisfactory explanation was ever provided for this, other than the fact that it may have been a glitch. Also, some speculate that he may have been slain by the smiley face perpetrator discussed in the previous entry. That said, there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest this. Importantly, police are still actively investigating the case and have a series of theories which they believe to be credible. However, the police have not discussed these theories with the public so as to maintain the integrity of the investigation. Personally, I really hope Brian Shatter is still alive and that he disguised himself in the Ugly Tuna Saloona before exiting and making his escape. Perhaps he realized that medical school wasn't for him, and he felt that he was too deep in debt to back out and left to start a new life. That said, I have no evidence to support this, and it's pure conjecture on my part. But hey, you knew you were going to get some conjecture when you clicked on an Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg video, didn't you? Okay, let me take a quick moment here to plug my channel. So you've made it this far. Take a quick moment to hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. I really appreciate it, and it helps my channel grow and helps me devote more time to content creation. Also, the Lazy Chill Zone Discord community is always growing, so hit the link in the description to join up. Also calling all Chads and Chadettes, join up on the Patreon or the YouTube membership. Both links are in the description. Now back to our iceberg. The Bosnian pyramid claims revolve around a series of structures near Visoko, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, which some believe to be ancient man-made pyramids. The primary structure, dubbed the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, along with others labeled as the Pyramid of the Moon, Dragon, Earth, and Love, have been the center of controversy since their introduction by Samir Osmanagic in 2005. Osmanagic asserts that these are the oldest and largest pyramids on Earth, suggesting a date of construction around 12,000 years ago. This would significantly precede known ancient civilizations capable of such feats. Critics, including archaeologists and geologists, argue that the hills are natural formations known as flatirons, and that there's no evidence to support the claim of them being constructed pyramids. Despite this, Osmanagic and his supporters have undertaken excavations at the site, claiming to find man-made tunnels, stone blocks, and ancient writing, although these findings have not been validated by independent experts or recognized archaeological institutions. The geological composition of the hills matches that of natural sedimentary rocks, with layers formed horizontally. Second, the lack of any documented tools, artifacts, or remnants of a civilization capable of building such structures raises significant doubts about the man-made hypothesis. Despite skepticism from the scientific community, the pyramid claims have boosted tourism in Visoko, with visitors coming to see the sites and participate in related activities. Osmanagic has also established a foundation to support ongoing research and excavation efforts, further promoting the idea of the Bosnian pyramids as a significant archaeological and historical discovery. Personally, I just don't see anything here. There's no evidence that these hills are pyramids whatsoever, and a ton of evidence that they're just normal hills. Sometimes a slightly weird-looking hill is still just a hill. The Tagan Incident. Sadamichi Hirasawa, a Japanese painter turned notorious criminal, became infamous for his role in the Tagan Incident, one of Japan's most well-known criminal cases. On January 26, 1948, in Tokyo's Shinamachi district, a man posing as a public health official entered a branch of Teikoku Bank, also known as Tagan for short. Claiming to be dispatched by U.S. occupation authorities to inoculate bank employees against a dysentery outbreak, he duped 16 bank employees and family members into drinking a solution purported to be a vaccine. The solution, however, was laced with cyanide, leading to the deaths of 12 individuals, with 4 survivors suffering severe poisoning effects. The perpetrator left with a very small amount of cash, suggesting robbery was not the motivation for this heinous act. Sadamichi Hirasawa, a relatively unknown painter, became a prime suspect months later, largely due to his supposed connection to the poison used in the crime. Hirasawa's arrest was precipitated by his own actions. He had written a series of suspicious checks, which drew police attention. Further investigation revealed Hirasawa's interest in chemicals, specifically poisons, which he claimed was for his art. His detailed knowledge about cyanide and inconsistent alibis led to his arrest for the slayings. Further yet, he possessed a similar amount in cash to the money stolen. I suppose the serial numbers of the money weren't known, but if they were, presumably these could have been used to determine if the cash he possessed was the stolen cash. Hirasawa went on trial. He maintained his innocence throughout, claiming he was framed and that his confessions were coerced through torture and intimidation, a claim supported by some human rights groups and legal experts. Despite the lack of physical evidence directly linking Hirasawa to the crime scene and the deaths, he was convicted solely based on circumstantial evidence and his confessions. The trial highlighted the reliance on confessions in the Japanese legal system, raising questions about the fairness of such practices. I note that this emphasis on confessions is strongly present in all legal systems influenced by the Confucian tradition, such as Japan's. The verdict was a death sentence, but Hirasawa would never face this penalty. To complete the process, the Minister of Justice would need to sign the warrant to complete the act. However, this was never done. Doubts about his guilt and the trial's fairness led to numerous appeals and retrials. However, all appeals were ultimately rejected, and Hirasawa remained on death row until his death from natural causes in 1987 at the age of 95. The case remains one of Japan's most enduring mysteries, with Hirasawa's guilt still questioned by many. The Axeman of New Orleans. The Axeman of New Orleans was a serial slayer who terrorized the city between 1918 and 1919. The individual's identity remains unknown to this day. The spree began on May 23, 1918, when Joseph and Catherine Maggio were brutally slain in their home. The killer used their own axe, which he left at the scene, marking the beginning of a series of similar attacks. Over the next year, several more attacks occurred. Some victims survived, while others did not. One of the most peculiar aspects of the case was a letter purportedly from the Axeman, published in a local newspaper on March 13, 1919. The letter, purportedly sent from hell, stated that the Axeman would kill again at 15 minutes past midnight on March 19th, but would spare the occupants of any place where a jazz band was playing. That night, jazz music filled the air of New Orleans as residents sought to avoid becoming the next victims. The axemen's attacks were characterized by the use of an axe or razor, often belonging to the victims themselves, and the removal of panels or doors to gain entry into the homes, indicating premeditation. Despite the intense fear and significant police efforts, the axeman was never caught or identified, and the slayings ceased as mysteriously as they had begun. Several theories have been proposed regarding the axeman's identity and motives. One theory suggests the activities were the work of a mafia professional, given the targeting of Italian Americans, which some speculated could have been warnings or punishments. Another theory posits that the axeman was mentally ill, possibly believing himself to be a supernatural entity, which could explain the bizarre letter to the press and the seemingly random selection of victims. Some have speculated that the axeman might have been a sadistic individual who enjoyed the fear and notoriety his crimes generated, seeing the city's reaction to his letter as a form of manipulation and control. There's also a theory that the slayings were not the work of one person, but several individuals with similar methods, possibly inspired by the initial crimes or using the axeman's MO to cover their unrelated slayings. Investigative efforts at the time were hampered by the lack of forensic technology and the chaotic nature of crime scene investigations, which often led to contaminated evidence and conflicting eyewitness accounts. The intense media coverage and public hysteria also contributed to a circus-like atmosphere around the case, making it difficult for law enforcement to sift through rumors and sensationalized reports to find actionable leads. Muhammad XII of Granada. Muhammad XII, also known as Boabdil, was the last Nasrid ruler of the Emirate of Granada in Spain. His reign ended when Granada capitulated to the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, in 1492, marking the conclusion of the Reconquista. Following his surrender, Muhammad was exiled and eventually settled in North Africa. The exact location of Muhammad's final resting place remains uncertain, with historical sources providing conflicting information. However, it is widely believed that he spent his last years in the region near the Algerian city of Tlemcen. Some accounts suggest that he died there and was buried in the city or its surroundings. Other sources suggest that he was buried in a tomb located in Fez, in Morocco. Despite this, the precise location of his grave has not been identified, and no monument or memorial exists to mark his burial site conclusively. The Kaz 2 incident. The Kaz 2 disappearance, also known as the Ghost Yacht, is a maritime mystery that occurred in April 2007. The Kaz 2, a 30-foot catamaran, was found adrift off the coast of Australia with its 3 crew members, Derek Batten, 56, Peter Tunstead, 69, and James Tunstead, 63, missing. Despite extensive searches, they were never found, leading to widespread speculation about their fate. The yacht embarked from Airlie Beach, Queensland, on April 15, 2007, heading for Townsville, Queensland, as part of a longer voyage to Western Australia. The last known contact with the crew was on April 15th. On April 18th, the Kaz 2 was spotted adrift by a helicopter, but initial observation efforts were hampered by bad weather. It was not until April 20th that authorities boarded the seemingly deserted yacht, approximately 160 kilometers east of Townsville. The scene aboard the Kaz 2 was puzzling. The yacht was in good condition with its engine running, a laptop turned on, a full table of food and utensils set out, and personal belongings in place. The only signs of anything amiss were a small tear in the mainsail and a missing dinghy, later found deflated and partially submerged near the yacht. Investigations did not indicate foul play or a struggle on board. The weather report showed conditions were relatively calm during the crew's disappearance. The official coroner's report, released in 2008, concluded that the men likely fell overboard in an accident and drowned. The report suggested that one crew member might have fallen into the water while attempting to free a fishing line, or during a mishap with the yacht's small dinghy, with the others subsequently falling in while trying to rescue him. The yacht, left on autopilot, continued on its course, leaving no chance for the men to get back on board. No evidence of deliberate disappearance or any form of misconduct has ever been found. Another popular theory is that the men were swept away by a rogue wave. However, there's no evidence for this. The Roswell Incident. The Roswell crash refers to an event that took place in July 1947 near Roswell, New Mexico, where an unidentified flying object reportedly crashed on a ranch. The U.S. military initially announced they had recovered a flying disc, but this statement was quickly retracted, claiming it was merely a weather balloon. Over the years, this incident has fueled widespread speculation and theories about UFOs and extraterrestrial life, becoming a cornerstone of UFO lore. On July 8, 1947, Roswell Army Airfield issued a press release stating they had recovered a flying disc from a ranch near Roswell. The story made headlines, sparking immediate public interest. However, the excitement was short-lived. The next day, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force, held a press conference in Fort Worth, Texas, where debris from the crash was presented as a weather balloon with a radar reflector, debunking the initial flying disc claim. In the 1990s, the U.S. government disclosed that the debris found was part of Project Mogul, a top-secret military project aimed at detecting Soviet atomic bomb tests. The project involved high-altitude balloons equipped with microphones to capture sound waves generated by explosions, apparently explaining the unusual materials found at the crash site. This unusual revelation was intended to close the case on the Roswell incident, but it only fueled further speculation. There are numerous competing theories as to what happened at Roswell. However, I'll stick to the two most credible here, since the Roswell incident is a massive rabbit hole in and of itself. One of the most popular theories is that the object that crashed was an alien spacecraft, and the bodies of extraterrestrials were recovered from the wreckage. This theory was bolstered by various witnesses and insiders who came forward over the years, with stories of recovered alien bodies and advanced technology. Proponents argue that the military's quick retraction of the initial flying disc statement and subsequent secrecy surrounding the incident are evidence of a cover-up. Another theory suggests that the crashed object was a secret military test craft, possibly part of Project Mogul or another classified project. Advocates of this theory point to the era's intense research into advanced aviation technology, including experimental aircraft and balloons for espionage or nuclear monitoring. They argue that the military's secrecy and the later explanation of Project Mogul are consistent with practices of protecting classified projects. The only thing that can be said with certain about the Roswell crash is that something did indeed crash, and there was a subsequent government cover-up. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. The Baltic Sea Anomaly refers to a mysterious object discovered at the bottom of the Baltic Sea in 2011 by a Swedish treasure hunting team, Ocean X. The object, resembling a massive, flattened dome sitting atop a pillar, including features that look like ramps, stairways, and other structures not typically found in natural geological formations, sparked global interest and speculation about its origins. The discovery occurred on June 19, 2011, when sonar scans revealed an unusual 60-meter diameter circular formation resting at a depth of about 90 meters. The images showed a structure with apparent hard angles and symmetries, uncommon in natural objects, leading to a flurry of theories about its origin. Suggestions ranged from a sunken UFO, an ancient monument, to remnants of a prehistoric civilization. Ocean X's initial descriptions and released sonar images fueled speculation, with comparisons made to the fictional Millennium Falcon spacecraft from Star Wars. The team reported equipment malfunctions when near the anomaly, adding to the mystery and speculation about electromagnetic interference, further suggesting non-natural origins. Subsequent expeditions to the site attempted to clarify the nature of the object. Divers and remote-controlled submarines took samples and photographs. These investigations revealed that the anomaly sits on a rock formation covered in silt. The structure itself is composed of a type of basalt rock. Samples indicated no materials that would suggest an extraterrestrial or artificial origin. The supposed runways and stairs appear to be natural geological formations, possibly shaped by glacial and post-glacial processes. Scientific analysis leans towards the anomaly being a natural feature. Geologists suggest it might be a glacial deposit left behind by retreating glaciers from the last ice age. In 2019, an individual associated with Ocean X indicated there was the possibility of a further expedition to the site of the anomaly. However, as of 2024, this has yet to happen, and there have been no further updates. Personally, I'm skeptical about the Baltic Sea anomaly's more fantastical origins, and had it been truly extraordinary, there would have been extensive, global scientific investigation. The lack of ongoing serious research from the scientific community suggests it's likely a natural formation, not the sensational discovery some have speculated. Also, the team behind the Baltic Sea anomaly appears to have been very interested in a television show around the undersea feature, suggesting a financial motive to make the anomaly appear more mysterious than it actually is. That said, of course, a financial motive does not automatically discredit anything. Cleveland Torso Slayer. The Cleveland Torso Slayer was a notorious serial killer who terrorized Cleveland, Ohio during the 1930s. Also known as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, the killer targeted marginalized individuals, leaving behind a trail too gruesome to discuss in this forum. Between 1935 and 1938, the killer claimed at least 13 victims, although the actual number may be higher. The victims, mostly drifters and transient individuals, were slain in such a way so as to meticulously remove any identifying features, leaving behind only torso remains. The activities occurred in the impoverished area of Kingsbury Run, known for its shanty towns and transient population. The killer operated with impunity, taking advantage of the transient nature of the area's inhabitants. The investigation into the crime spree faced significant issues. Limited forensic technology and the killer's meticulous methods hindered progress. Additionally, the transient nature of the victims made it difficult to establish connections or motives. Elliot Ness, famous for his role in bringing down Al Capone during Prohibition, also played a significant role in the case. In 1935, Ness was appointed as Cleveland's public safety director, tasked with cleaning up the city's corrupt police force and tackling organized crime. With the serial killer terrorizing Cleveland, Ness took personal interest in the case, viewing it as an opportunity to showcase his law enforcement prowess. However, even Ness, the famed lawman, was unable to make any meaningful progress into the case, and his inability to solve the case has made this case all the more mysterious. The torso slayings sparked widespread fear and speculation. Rumors of a deranged butcher preying on the vulnerable fueled public hysteria. Residents of Kingsbury Run lived in constant fear, wary of becoming the next victim of the elusive killer. The investigation received national attention, with newspapers sensationalizing the case and speculating on the killer's motives. However, the sensationalism did little to aid the investigation, and the killer continued to evade capture. In 1938, the torso slayings abruptly ceased, leaving behind a legacy of fear and unanswered questions. The killer's identity remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American criminal history. The investigation produced several suspects over the years, but none were definitively linked to the crimes. One of the most notorious suspects was Dr. Francis E. Sweeney, a physician with a troubled past who had been discharged from the military for mental instability. Sweeney had a connection to one of the victims and reportedly confessed to the slayings while institutionalized, but his confession was deemed unreliable due to his mental state. Adding to the confusion, Dr. Sweeney was a close relative of one of Eliot Ness's political opponents, and there is a speculation that Ness's focus on Dr. Sweeney may have had political undertones. Another suspect was Frank Dolezal, a bricklayer with a history of violence who was arrested for assaulting a woman in Kingsbury Run. Dolezal had a violent temper and was known to frequent the area where many of the bodies were found, leading some to suspect him of involvement. However, no concrete evidence was ever found to link him to the crimes. There's also the theory that the slayings were not the work of a single person. The copycat theory posits that the killings may not have been the work of a single serial killer, but rather multiple individuals inspired by the initial crimes. This perspective suggests that after the first few crimes garnered significant attention, others may have committed similar crimes, potentially using the initial cases as cover for their own crimes. The Tokyo Metropolitan Slayings. This unsolved mystery, known as the Tokyo Metropolitan Slayings, involves the deaths of 10 individuals across Chiba, Saitama, and Tokyo between 1968 and 1974. The perpetrator's method was brutal, attacking women who lived alone, committing unspeakable assaults, then slaying them at midnight before disposing of their bodies in a graphic manner. The case took a significant turn on September 12, 1974, when Etsuo Ono, a 37-year-old construction worker with a history of criminal activities, was arrested under suspicion of theft. His past, filled with stints in prison for theft, burglary, grievous bodily harm, and arson, which in the eyes of the Tokyo police made him a prime suspect in the slayings. Ono had previously attempted to violate a woman in Tokyo, had a blood type matching the perpetrator, and was familiar with the areas where the crimes occurred. He had weak alibis, and his history of using ladders for crimes paralleled the perpetrator's methods, leading the media to prematurely brand him the killer. Ono was allegedly tortured into signing a confession and was convicted of all 10 slayings. Initially convicted and sentenced to life in 1986, Ono's case was revisited on appeal in 1991. Doubts about his confession and the lack of solid evidence led to his acquittal. Once released, Ono was celebrated nationwide as a wrongfully accused man who fought for his freedom, and presumably after this 20-year ordeal, he was on the straight and narrow, right? But wait, there's more. In 1996, Ono ended a woman's life and disposed of her body in the same manner as the Tokyo Metropolitan Killer did, strongly calling into question whether he had been the perpetrator all along. To me, Ono's involvement in the Tokyo Metropolitan slayings seems plausible due to several compelling reasons. His criminal background, characterized by a pattern of violent and invasive behavior, aligns with the modus operandi of the slayings. Ono's history of burglary, SA, and arson demonstrates a predisposition to the types of crimes associated with the slayings. His blood type, O-negative, matches the presumed blood type of the killer, a rare characteristic that further narrows the suspect pool. Further, he committed a virtually identical slaying after his release from prison, for which he was convicted. Victorio Peak Treasure. The Victorio Peak Treasure is a legendary trove rumored to be hidden inside Victorio Peak, in what is now White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico. Stories of gold and other valuables buried or concealed within the peak have circulated since the 1930s, sparking interest, controversy, and numerous expeditions, yet the treasure, if it exists, remains elusive. The tale begins in 1937, when a man named Milton Doc Noss went hunting on Victoria Peak and stumbled upon a hidden entrance leading to a complex of tunnels and rooms. Inside, Noss claimed to find a vast quantity of gold bars, coins, jewels, and historical artifacts. According to Noss, the treasure was part of a larger cache accumulated by a Mexican general in the 19th century, hidden away in the peak's caverns. Others have suggested that the treasure is associated with Emperor Maximilian of Mexico, the Austrian duke who was placed on the Mexican throne through from 1864 to 1867. Intent on capitalizing on his find, Noss began extracting gold bars, planning to sell them. However, his efforts were marked by secrecy and suspicion. In 1939, in an attempt to enlarge the entrance to the cave for easier access to the treasure, an explosion collapsed the entrance, reportedly sealing the treasure inside. In 1949, Noss was killed by an associate in a dispute over the treasure. Interest in the Victoria Peak treasure surged again in the 1950s when the U.S. government expanded the White Sands Missile Range, encompassing Victoria Peak and restricting access. The Noss family and other claimants argued for the right to search for the treasure, leading to a series of government-sanctioned expeditions from the 1960s to the 1990s. These expeditions, despite extensive efforts and the use of modern technology, failed to uncover substantial evidence of the treasure's existence. Skeptics argue that the Victoria Peak treasure is a myth, suggesting Noss exaggerated or fabricated his discovery for fame or financial gain. Others believe the treasure was real but was removed or hidden elsewhere, possibly by government intervention. The lack of concrete evidence and the now restricted access to Victoria Peak have fueled speculation and conspiracy theories. Given that the U.S. Army has granted special access to the family and others to search for the treasure after the site was incorporated into the White Sands Missile Range test site, I have to believe there must be significant evidence to suggest this treasure is more fact than fiction. The Idle Warriors, Lee Harvey Oswald. The Idle Warriors is a novel written by Kerry Thornley that holds the unique distinction of being about Lee Harvey Oswald before the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. Thornley, who served alongside Oswald in the Marine Corps in the late 1950s, based the protagonist of his book on Oswald, drawing from his personal observations and interactions with him. Written and completed before the assassination, the novel offers an unintended pre-assassination psychological portrait of Oswald. Thornley began working on The Idle Warriors during a period when Oswald had defected to the Soviet Union, a move that intrigued and puzzled many, including Thornley. The book explores themes of disillusionment with the U.S. government and military, as well as the protagonist's defection to a foreign nation, mirroring Oswald's real-life actions. Although the novel is a work of fiction, its characters' experiences and sentiments were directly inspired by Oswald's behavior and ideologies, as perceived by Thornley. The manuscript gained notoriety after Kennedy's assassination, due to its author's direct connection to Oswald and the coincidental pre-assassination creation. Despite this intrigue, The Idle Warriors was never published during Thornley's lifetime, as the Warren Commission subpoenaed and held the manuscript. The book itself was not published until 1991. Due to his writing about Oswald prior to the assassination, the Warren Commission, which examined the JFK incident, called upon him to testify. Oh, and Thornley also founded Discordianism, which is either considered a parody of religion or a legitimate religious belief system based upon chaos. Yeah, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. time dilation and alien visitation. Alien beings traveling across the universe within their lifetime is theoretically possible due to time dilation, a consequence of Einstein's theory of relativity. As a spaceship accelerates to near light speeds, time on board slows relative to their home planet. This means while only a few years or less pass for the travelers, billions of years can pass on their home planet, or at their destination. With advanced propulsion systems and life support technology, alien life forms could embark on interstellar journeys, experiencing distant worlds firsthand, including traveling across the universe. Given the phenomenon of time dilation, extraterrestrial visitors could actually be billions of years old, without adjusting for the time dilation factor. Talk about ancient aliens. Nozomi Momoi. Nozomi Momoi was a Japanese blue movie actress whose death in 2002 shocked the industry and her fans. And yes, in case you're wondering, blue movie is a YouTube-friendly term for a certain type of film, and it does mean what you think it does. Born in Tokyo in 1978, Momoi entered the film scene in the late 1990s, gaining popularity for her abilities. Nozomi was a certified rising star when she met a tragic end in Nagano Prefecture on October 12, 2002. Her body was found in a burnt-out vehicle with a male friend. The situation was initially suspected to be a pact between Nozomi and her friend, with the theory suggesting that her companion ended Nozomi before consensually ending himself by setting himself on fire inside the car. In a significant development in October 2006, a civil court in Nagano ruled that the deaths of Nozomi and her companion were the result of a slaying by an unidentified third party. Despite this ruling, there has been no further advancement in solving the criminal aspect of the case. A number of theories have emerged over the years. Some speculate about potential involvement from the Yakuza, given the film industry's rumored connections to such entities in Japan. Another theory suggests the potential involvement of a deranged fan. However, at this point, all theories remain speculative. The Loch Ness Monster. The Loch Ness Monster, often referred to as Nessie, is a cryptid said to inhabit Loch Ness, a large freshwater lake in the Scottish Highlands. Reports of sightings allegedly date back millennia, with accounts describing a large serpentine creature resembling a plesiosaur or other prehistoric marine reptile. The earliest known account of a creature resembling the Loch Ness Monster dates back to the 6th century. According to legend, in 565 AD, the Irish monk Saint Columba encountered the creature while on a mission in Scotland. The creature reportedly attacked a man swimming in the river, but Columba intervened, invoking the name of God to banish the creature, which then retreated into the depths. This account, found in the biography of Saint Columba, written around the time of Saint Columba's life, is often cited as one of the earliest references to a mysterious creature inhabiting Loch Ness. That said, accounts of saints engaging in combat with beasts, nature, or representatives of evil are extremely common and are generally not taken to be historically valid accounts. In the 19th century, reports of unusual creatures in Loch Ness began to start appearing in the historical record. The first modern sighting of Nessie occurred in 1933, when a couple claimed to have seen a large creature resembling a dragon or prehistoric animal crossing the road near the lake. This sighting sparked a massive increase in Nessie claims throughout the 1930s. The surgeon's photograph, taken in 1934 by Robert Kenneth Wilson, purportedly shows the head and neck of the Loch Ness Monster emerging from the water. This iconic image became one of the most famous pieces of evidence supporting the existence of Nessie, and has led to the enduring image of the cryptid. However, in 1994, the original, uncropped version of the photograph was discovered, and it was revealed that the photograph was a hoax, with Nessie, being a device constructed with a toy submarine. Efforts to search for Nessie have included sonar surveys of the loch, underwater cameras, and even satellite imagery, but conclusive evidence of the creature's existence remains elusive. Skeptics argue that the Loch Ness Monster is simply a myth or legend perpetuated by folklore and hoaxes, while believers maintain that there is still much to learn about the mysteries of Loch Ness. At present, there are basically three schools of thought on the Loch Ness Monster. One theory suggests that Nessie is a surviving population of plesiosaurs, a group of marine dinosaurs. Proponents of this theory argue that Loch Ness provides a suitable habitat for these creatures, with its deep cold waters resembling the environments where plesiosaurs thrived millions of years ago. Misidentifications. Another theory proposes that sightings of Nessie are simply misidentifications of known animals, such as large fish, seals, or floating debris. Loch Ness is also home to a variety of wildlife, including eels and sturgeons, which could be mistaken for a mysterious creature in the water. A combination of folklore and hoaxes. Some skeptics argue that Nessie is purely a product of folklore and hoaxes. They contend that stories of a monster in Loch Ness have been embellished over time, fueled by imagination, sensationalism, and occasional hoaxes such as the surgeon's photograph. At any rate, I love the Loch Ness Monster and Loch Ness Monster lore. And while my rational side accepts that these sorts of creatures don't live in Scottish lakes, I have more than a touch of romanticism in my heart, so I will always hold out faint hope for Nessie. American Ghost Camels. Ghost camels are part of American folklore, particularly in Arizona. The legend stems from the 19th century when the U.S. Army imported camels for transportation. After the experiment was deemed a failure, these camels were released into the wild, leading to numerous sightings of feral camels roaming the deserts. The most intriguing aspect of these sightings is the tale of the Red Ghost. Accounts describe a large, red-haired camel wandering the desert, often with stories of a skeletal figure strapped to its back. The first reported sighting occurred in the 1880s, with a rancher encountering the Red Ghost, causing panic among his livestock. Another report details a woman found trampled by a large animal, with mysterious red hairs left at the scene. That red hair is clearly evidence of a camel-based crime in my view. Over the years, sightings of the ghost camels continued, fueling speculation and the myth. Based on my research, it doesn't appear there's any evidence to suggest any sustained population of camels in Arizona. Interestingly, I don't see why camels couldn't have been more useful in the Southwest in the early days of American settlement, but their niche was taken very famously by horses. The Poe Toaster. The Poe Toaster is a mysterious figure associated with an annual tribute to Edgar Allan Poe, the famous writer known for his mystery tales. This individual, whose identity remains unknown, visited Poe's grave in Baltimore, Maryland, every year on the writer's birthday, January 19th, from at least the 1930s until 2009. The tradition involved the toaster leaving 3 roses and a half-empty bottle of cognac at the grave. The specifics of the ritual, such as the arrangement of roses and the choice of cognac, were consistent, adding to the intrigue surrounding the toaster's visits. The motivations behind the Poe Toaster's tribute are speculative, as the individual never publicly disclosed their reasons. Several theories suggest the act could be a gesture of admiration for Poe's work, a personal tribute from someone who felt a deep connection to the author, or part of a tradition passed down through a family or organization. The consistent nature of the tribute indicates a profound respect for Poe, highlighting his impact on literature and the lasting fascination with his dark, romantic, and enigmatic themes. Attempts to uncover the identity of the Poe toaster have been numerous but unsuccessful. Witnesses reported seeing a figure dressed in black with a silver-tipped cane, but efforts to follow or engage the individual never yielded concrete information. The toaster's ability to maintain anonymity, despite the public's interest and media attention, adds to the mystery and allure of the tradition. The cessation of the visits in 2010 led to speculation about the reasons behind the toaster's disappearance. Some believe the original toaster may have passed away, with successors attempting to continue the tradition without the original's commitment or secrecy. The Poe toaster phenomenon is bolstered by the fact that Edgar Allan Poe met his demise under mysterious circumstances, which were discussed in Part 2 of this Iceberg series. The Mothman. The Mothman is a cryptid first reported in 1966 in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Descriptions depicted as a large winged humanoid with glowing red eyes. The phenomenon gained widespread attention following a series of sightings over a year, culminating in the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge, which led to speculation about the Mothman being an omen of impending disaster. Initial sightings occurred near a former World War II munitions site, with two couples reporting an encounter with a large flying man with 10-foot wings chasing their car. Following these reports, more individuals came forward with similar accounts, describing a creature capable of incredible speed and eerie red eyes. The Mothman quickly became a fixture of local lore. The collapse of the Silver Bridge was a catastrophic event that occurred on December 15, 1967, in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, tragically resulting in the deaths of 46 people. The bridge, which spanned the Ohio River and connected Point Pleasant, West Virginia, to Gallipolis, Ohio, failed during rush hour, plunging vehicles and pedestrians into the icy waters below. An investigation into the disaster identified the cause of the collapse as the failure of a single bar in a suspension chain. This defect led to a crack that propagated under the stress of continuous use. Locals quickly theorized that there may have been some connection between this tragic event and the numerous sightings of the Mothman over the previous years. Theories regarding the Mothman's nature and origins vary widely. Some propose it is a previously undiscovered species, perhaps a giant owl, misidentified under stress or low-light conditions. Another theory suggests the Mothman is a paranormal entity, linking it to a wide range of supernatural phenomena, including UFO sightings and encounters with men in black, who are said to warn individuals against speaking about UFOs. This theory is bolstered by the concentration of strange occurrences in the Point Pleasant area during the time of the Mothman sightings, including reports of poltergeist activity, unexplained lights, and electronic interference. Cryptozoologists and enthusiasts have also suggested that the Mothman might be an interdimensional being, capable of moving between realities or dimensions. These days, the Mothman has become a symbol of Point Pleasant, with an annual festival celebrating this creature. My thoughts on the Mothman are that it's a likely owl misidentification. Owls are surprisingly large and terrifying, and the air of fear surrounding the Mothman likely led to heightened susceptibility to misidentifying a large, angry owl at night. Furor Teutonicus. Furor Teutonicus, translated as Teutonic fury, refers to the ancient Roman perspective of the Germanic people's manner of warfare. This concept encapsulates the Romans' view of the Germanic fighters as embodying a wild, frenzied style of combat, characterized by sheer ferocity and bravery. Historical accounts, notably by Roman historians such as Tacitus, described the Germanic tribes as rushing into battle with a berserk-like rage, an image that contrasted with the disciplined formations of Roman legions. Theories surrounding the phenomenon suggest it was partly a psychological tactic, instilling fear in enemies through the displays of apparently uncontrollable aggression. Modern interpretations question the extent to which Furor Teutonicus was exaggerated by Roman writers, proposing it as a form of propaganda to underscore the barbaric nature of their adversaries compared to Roman civilization. Conversely, archaeological findings and historical records indicate that Germanic warfare did involve elements of surprise, speed, and individual prowess. Alternative theories suggest that writers such as Tacitus inflated the bravery of the Germanic tribesmen as a way to shame Romans into better behavior. Notably, this concept has also been associated with other Germanic groups, such as the Vikings, a Germanic Norse group who needs no introduction, and the Normans, a Viking offshoot people. The Berserkers. Viking berserkers were fearsome warriors said to fight in a trance-like fury. These fighters, often linked to Odin, arguably the foremost of the Norse gods, supposedly possessed the ability to enter a battle-induced frenzy, making them formidable opponents who felt no pain and displayed extraordinary strength. The term berserker itself likely derives from an Old Norse term meaning bear shirt, indicative of their practice of wearing animal skins, particularly those of bears. These bear skins were believed to imbue them with bear spirit and bear strength during combat. Historical accounts and sagas describe berserkers as both awe-inspiring and terrifying, capable of feats beyond normal human abilities. They were reputed to bite their shields, howl like wild beasts, and cut through enemy ranks with unstoppable force. They were also reputed to be nearly impervious to pain. Their reputation alone was said to strike fear into the heart of their enemies. The unsolved mystery comes from how they were able to enter these states. Theories about the berserker's trance state range from psychological to physiological explanations, including ritualistic use of hallucinogenic substances to induce frenzy. Others suggest that the berserker rage was a form of hyperarousal state, with the intense stress of combat triggering a flood of adrenaline and endorphins, resulting in heightened aggression and reduced sensitivity to pain. Another popular theory is that berserkers were bear cultists, and they didn't just believe the skins imbued them with the powers associated with bears, but rather that they believed they had physically become bears on the battlefield. The slaying of Otzi, the Iceman. Otzi, also known as the Iceman, was a Copper Age individual discovered in 1991, preserved within a glacier in the Alps on the border between Austria and Italy. Otzi also happens to be the oldest cold case file around. Sorry, I couldn't resist the wordplay. Radiocarbon dating suggests he lived around 3300 BC. The state of his preservation has provided unprecedented insights into the life and death of people from the Copper Age. Otzi's demise has been the subject of extensive scientific investigation and speculation, leading to several theories about how and why he was killed. The primary evidence of Otzi's cause of death is an arrowhead lodged in his left shoulder, indicating he was shot from behind at a distance. This wound severed a major blood vessel, likely causing him to perish. Additionally, a deep cut on his right hand suggests he was involved in hand-to-hand combat shortly before his death. These injuries, combined with other bruises and cuts found on his body, suggest that Otzi was involved in a violent conflict. One theory proposes that Otzi was a victim of a ritual sacrifice, a practice known in various ancient cultures. However, the nature of his injuries and the location where he was found make this theory less plausible. It is more widely believed that Otzi died as a result of a conflict, possibly a skirmish or a personal dispute. Another theory suggests that Otzi was fleeing from his attackers when he was shot. The location and angle of the arrow injury support this theory, as does the fact that his belongings were scattered around him as if he had been in a hurry. The evidence of a meal found in his stomach, consisting of grains and meats, indicates that Otzi had eaten very shortly before his death, suggesting he was taken by surprise. At this point, I think it's safe to say that the perpetrator has gotten away with it. Genghis Khan's tomb. The final resting place of Genghis Khan, the founder of the Mongol Empire and one of history's most formidable conquerors, remains unknown. Despite extensive historical records of his conquests and the empire he built, details about the location of his tomb are conspicuously absent. One prevalent theory suggests that Genghis Khan's burial site is in the Mongolian Khenti Mountains, near the Onan River, an area considered sacred by the Mongols and closely associated with his early life. Another theory posits that the funeral procession took extraordinary measures to conceal the tomb's location, including killing those who attended the burial and diverting a river to cover the grave. Modern searches for Genghis Khan's tomb have employed satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and other advanced technologies, but these efforts have been hampered by the Mongolian government's restrictions on excavations in certain areas. Additionally, some scholars argue that the tomb may never be found due to the nomadic lifestyle of the Mongols, which favored simpler, unmarked burial practices. Plus, the possibility that subsequent natural and human activities have obliterated any trace of the tomb over the centuries. If you've reached this point, don't forget to give my channel a like, and remember to subscribe and ring the notification bell. I'm always in the kitchen cooking up fresh content for your enjoyment. Check out the Discord link in the description to chill with myself and other cool cats. Also, if you really want to take it up a level, consider becoming a part of my Patreon or joining the Lazy Chill Zone YouTube membership club. Click the links in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to part 6 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. On this iceberg, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, urban legends, internet mysteries, and more. Let's go down this rabbit hole together. The disappearance of Jennifer Kesse. In January 2006, the disappearance of Jennifer Kesse shocked Orlando, Florida. Jennifer, a 24-year-old financial analyst, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a perplexing mystery spanning 2 decades. Jennifer Kesse was last seen on the evening of January 23, 2006. She had recently purchased a condo in Orlando and was known for her reliability and strong work ethic. And when Jennifer failed to show up for work on January 24th and didn't respond to calls, her family and friends immediately knew something was wrong. A missing persons report was filed, and the search for Jennifer began. Her car, a black Chevy Malibu, was found 2 days later at a nearby apartment complex, providing the only significant clue to her disappearance. Surveillance footage from the complex showed a person parking Jennifer's car and walking away. Unfortunately, the individual's identity was obscured. Despite extensive efforts, this individual has never been identified. Several theories have emerged with respect to Jennifer Kesse's disappearance. The first theory suggests that Jennifer was abducted by someone she knew, possibly someone from her personal or professional life. This theory is supported by the lack of forced entry into her condo and her car being found in a condition that suggested a hurried attempt to hide it. Her ex-boyfriend and then current boyfriend were both examined as suspects, but were quickly ruled out. A manager at her workplace was also extensively investigated after it turned out he had made numerous advances on her and desired a relationship with her. Kesse was in a relationship and not interested whatsoever in this manager, leading the police to believe he may have had a motive to commit an act against her. However, he too was quickly ruled out as a suspect. A second theory points to a construction worker or workers. At the time of her disappearance, Jennifer's condo complex was undergoing extensive renovations, and she had expressed discomfort about the workers to her family and friends. The theory suggests that someone who had access to her daily routines could have seized an opportunity to abduct her, perhaps in connection to a human trafficking ring. The third and broader theory involves a random act of violence by a stranger. However, while this is possible, there is no evidence to support the theory. Bible John, the serial killer of Glasgow. Bible John, a name that still strikes fear into the heart of Glasgow, Scotland, refers to an unidentified serial slayer linked to the deaths of 3 women in the late 1960s. The moniker originates from the killer's alleged quoting of the Bible during his encounters with victims, leading to a media frenzy and a manhunt. The only link between the slayings was a nightclub called the Barrowland Ballroom, and the description of a well-spoken, smartly dressed man given by witnesses who saw the victims on the nights of their disappearances. Patricia Docker, a 25-year-old nursing auxiliary, was the first victim, last seen alive on February 23, 1968. Her body was discovered the following morning, not far from her home, hidden from view. She had met her end by way of strangling. The second victim, Jemima MacDonald, a 32-year-old mother of 3, met a similar fate after a night at the Barrowland on August 16, 1969. Her disappearance sparked rumors among the local community, leading to the grim discovery of her body in an abandoned building. Like Patricia, Jemima had been strangled. The final known victim, Helen Puttock, also 29, attended the Barrowland Ballroom on October 31, 1969. Helen's body was found the next day in the backyard of her apartment. The brutal nature of her slaying, combined with a witness account from her sister, who had shared a taxi with Helen, and the mysterious man, provided the most detailed description of the slayer. Over the years, several suspects have been considered, with one of the most notable being Peter Tobin. Tobin, a convicted serial killer, came into focus due to similarities between his known crimes and the Bible John slayings, including his suspected presence in Glasgow at the time of the killings and his resemblance to the composite sketches of the suspect. However, conclusive evidence linking Tobin to the Bible John slayings has never been found, and may never be, due to improper storage of DNA evidence from the slayings. Further, the police no longer consider him a suspect, and have since come to have doubts that he actually lived in Glasgow at the time of the slayings, partly due to evidence of Tobin's wife, who has cooperated with police in relation to Tobin's crimes. Numerous other suspects have been considered. However, at present, all major candidates for Bible John have been cleared by the authorities. Elizabeth Bathory, the Vampire Countess. Elizabeth Bathory, often dubbed as the most prolific female serial killer in history, remains a figure shrouded in mystery and controversy. Born into a high noble family in 1560 in Hungary, her life story has transcended the realm of mere historical biography to become a legend intertwined with tales of horror and bloodlust. Yet, amidst this sensationalism, a critical question arises. Was Elizabeth Bathory a monstrous killer, or the victim of one of the greatest historical frame jobs of all time? Bathory's infamy is primarily linked to the alleged gruesome slaying of hundreds of young women. According to historical records, she was accused of committing heinous acts of violence, with testimonies from survivors and witnesses painting a grim picture of her cruelty. The stories suggest that Bathory's crimes were not only motivated by sadism, but also by a belief that the blood of virgins could preserve her youth and beauty. The quote-unquote trial of Elizabeth Bathory was notably unconventional, even by the standards of the 17th century. She was never formally tried in court herself, nor was she allowed to defend herself against the accusations. 2 trials were held of her supposed accomplices, in which it was claimed that the Countess killed up to 650 young ladies. These trials were not thorough by any means, taking a total of 2 days between them. Yes, 2 days, for a trial allegedly involving up to 650 slayings. The evidence against her was largely gathered through testimony extracted from the torture of her servants, who were accused of being her accomplices. This method of evidence collection casts a massive and overriding shadow of doubt over the veracity of the claims. Furthermore, there were no bodies found at her castle to corroborate the staggering number of victims she was accused of slaying. As a result of these legal proceedings, she was confined to her castle for the rest of her life. There is significant evidence to suggest that Bathory was the victim of a conspiracy. Upon the death of her husband, she expanded her already sprawling estates in Hungary. This was problematic as Bathory was Protestant, while the Habsburg king of Hungary, Matthias, was Catholic. Further, Matthias was also deeply indebted to Bathory, a problem which was solved by the accusations against her. All that said, Bathory is still frequently thought of as one of the most prolific serial slayers of all time, despite all the evidence against this view. The biting nuns. The phenomenon known as the biting nun mass hysteria emerged in the 15th century in Germany, later spreading throughout Europe. It all started with one nun's inexplicable urge to bite her peers, a contagion that swiftly infected her convent, leading to a widespread outbreak of similar incidents among the nuns. Analysts suggest that the convent's restrictive and severe setting, along with the psychological and societal strains borne by the nuns, might have triggered this hysteria. Thus, the biting incidents can be seen as a manifestation of the underlying stress and suppressed emotions within the cloistered communities. Occurring in a period when the comprehension of mental health was rudimentary at best, such actions were often or always attributed to religious or superstitious causes. The prevalent belief systems of the time might have construed the nuns' behavior as demonic possession or a divine challenge, rather than recognizing it as a psychological distress signal. However, there is a school of thought that challenges the event altogether. The first documented attestation of the biting nuns event comes from the Enlightenment era in the 18th century. This was famously a time when European intellectuals sought to distance themselves from superstitious worldviews and adopt rational outlooks on the world. Under this theory, the event may have been fabricated to portray religious institutions as oppressive and non-scientific. However, just because our first attestation of the event is in the 18th century, doesn't mean this individual wasn't working from earlier sources, which have now been lost. The Blind River Killer. The Blind River Killer is an individual who committed heinous acts for no discernible reason in June 1991. In June 1991, Gord and Jackie McAllister, a couple from Lindsay, Ontario, embarked on a cross-Canada vacation to visit relatives. Their trip took a tragic turn at the Blind River Rest Stop in Ontario when, in the early hours of June 28th, they encountered a man claiming to be a police officer who forced his way into their camper with the intent to rob and kill them. Despite complying and handing over their valuables, Jackie was fatally shot by the assailant, and Gord, although injured, survived the ordeal. Brian Donald Major was also present at the rest stop at the same time. For reasons which are entirely unknown, he was also slain by the Blind River Killer. However, given the circumstances, no account has survived as to what took place between the Blind River Killer and Major. A former police officer who is presently serving life for unrelated slayings is speculated to be the Blind River Killer. However, at present, the case remains unsolved. The West Mesa Slayings. The West Mesa Slayings are one of New Mexico's most chilling unsolved crimes. Discovered in 2009 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the remains of 11 women were found buried on the West Mesa, an undeveloped stretch of land within the city limits. The victims were largely involved in illicit activities and disappeared between 2001 and 2005. These slayings are suspected to have been the work of a serial killer nicknamed the West Mesa Bone Collector. The grim discovery was made accidentally by a woman walking her dog, leading to a massive police investigation. Over the course of a year, the remains of the 11 women were excavated. Despite extensive forensic efforts, the cause of death for the victims could not be determined, largely because of the advanced state of decomposition. The Albuquerque Police Department launched what would become one of the largest investigations in the state's history, involving local, state, and federal agencies. Several theories have emerged over the years, ranging from the involvement of a lone serial killer to multiple perpetrators working together. Some theories suggest that the murders were the work of a truck driver serial killer, given the proximity of the burial site to Interstate 40, a major east-west route across the United States. Others speculate about the involvement of gangs or cartels, given the victims' connections to drugs and the high level of violence associated with these groups. Several suspects have been investigated over the years. However, two are considered most likely. One of the early suspects was Lorenzo Montoya, who lived less than 3 miles from the burial site. Montoya had a history of violence towards women and was killed in 2006 after strangling a woman he had hired for her services. However, her quote-unquote boyfriend intervened and fatally shot him over the strangling incident. No direct evidence has linked Montoya to the West Mesa murders, and his death before the bodies were discovered means that many questions remain unanswered. Interestingly, proponents of this theory point out that Montoya died in 2006, and the last body in the West Mesa was put there in 2005. Another person of interest is Joseph Blee, a local Albuquerque resident with a long criminal history, including a significant history of convictions in relation to SA offenses. Blee came to the attention of investigators because of his known activity in the area where the victims disappeared and his criminal background. In 2015, he was sentenced to 38 years on unrelated charges in relation to heinous acts. Police have found circumstantial evidence linking Blee to the slayings, but nothing concrete. The kidnapping of Shergar. Shergar, a celebrated Irish racehorse, became an international sensation, not just for his accomplishments on the racecourse, but also due to his mysterious disappearance in 1983. Born in 1978, Shergar was known for his remarkable speed and agility, winning the 1981 Epsom Derby by a record margin of 10 lengths, an achievement that remains unmatched. Owned by the Aga Khan, a prominent figure in thoroughbred racing, Shergar's career was illustrious, earning him numerous accolades and making him one of the most valuable stallions at stud at the time of his kidnapping. After the record win at the Epsom Derby, this Irish stallion was valued at a massive £10 million in 1981. Adjusted for inflation, Shergar was valued at nearly £40 million in 2024 values. On the evening of February 8, 1983, a group of armed men broke into the Ballymoney stud in County Kildare, Ireland, where Shergar was housed. The assailants, masked and wielding firearms, kidnapped the horse, holding the stud's head groom at gunpoint. The event sparked a massive search operation and led to widespread media coverage, turning the case into one of the most notorious animal kidnappings of the 20th century. Theories and suspects surrounding Shergar's disappearance are varied, but the most prominent theory involves the Irish Republican Army, better known as the IRA. It is widely speculated that the IRA orchestrated the kidnapping as part of an effort to secure funding for their operations. The theory is supported by several pieces of circumstantial evidence and later claims by individuals allegedly involved with the IRA. However, despite extensive investigations, no one was ever officially charged in relation to the crime. and the IRA has never admitted involvement. Other theories suggest that the kidnapping was the work of a criminal gang unaffiliated with any political organization, possibly international, who saw the value in Shergar as a ransom target. However, these theories have not been as thoroughly substantiated as the IRA involvement hypothesis. Despite efforts by authorities and private investigators, the case gradually grew cold, with no significant breakthroughs. Shergar's fate remains a mystery. The consensus among investigators and those close to the case is that the horse was likely unfortunately slain by his kidnappers shortly after the abduction, possibly due to the inability to control such a high-profile animal or to negotiate a successful ransom. However, others have speculated that upon the failure of negotiations, the horse may have been sold to an unscrupulous breeder. In my view, I don't see this as a meaningful possibility, as in this case, Shergar would likely have had a large number of offspring who would now be connected by DNA to his known progeny. This theory in essence requires a closed system where the post-kidnapping progeny would never be let out into the general racehorse population. Theus, the werewolf of God. Theus of Kaltenbrunn, often known by the monikers the Livonian werewolf or the werewolf of God, was a man whose life and subsequent disappearance are, to put it mildly, cinematic. He hailed from Livonia, present-day Latvia, and Estonia, a region steeped in folklore and superstition. The 17th century was a tumultuous period in European history, characterized by religious upheaval, witch hunts, and a deep fascination with the supernatural. It was against this backdrop that Theus's story unfolded, with extraordinary claims and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Theus's story is particularly notable for his trial in 1692, where instead of denying accusations of witchcraft, as was common, he boldly proclaimed himself to be a werewolf as his defense. However, his version of lycanthropy diverged sharply from the malevolent creatures of lore. Theus claimed that he and other werewolves were warriors of God, venturing into hell 3 times a year to battle the devil and his witches, thereby ensuring a bountiful harvest for their communities. This assertion flipped the script on traditional werewolf mythology, portraying these beings not as feared predators and allies of Satan, but as protectors working for the greater good. The penalties associated with both witchcraft and lycanthropy during this period were, to be frank, draconian. Either of these offenses was sufficient to warrant execution. The judges at his trial accepted that he was, factually, a werewolf, but found that he was not a servant of the devil, and had been actively working against the forces of Satan and his witches. That said, as they say, rules are rules, so the judges sentenced him to flogging and banishment. This was, of course, an extremely minor punishment for an accused witch who admitted to being a werewolf. Some believe that Theus actually did transform into a werewolf and did go to hell to fight witches and the devil. Support for this theory comes from the fact that his quote-unquote defense to witchcraft was that he committed another equally bad capital crime. Proponents of this theory question why anyone under such a legal system would try to defend themselves by admitting to something so outlandish and dangerous if it wasn't true. Further, proponents note that the judges at the trial made a factual finding that Theus was a werewolf, indicating that the evidence must have led them strongly to this conclusion. In response, critics of the theory argue that Theus was accused of being a witch, and there was evidence of him conducting blessings without invoking the name of God. Given this, he likely would have been found guilty of witchcraft and ended, and as such, he had nothing to lose by fabricating a story which didn't exonerate him on the basis that he was not a witch, but rather on the basis that his actions were justified. After being banished, Theus disappears from the historical record. Some point to this as a mysterious disappearance, supporting the fact that perhaps he was a werewolf and returned to his pack. More grounded explanations assert that Thies was only of historical note due to the trial, and there was no reason for any record to exist of him either before the trial or after. Also, Netflix, please make a show about Thies. Thanks. The Red Baron. The Red Baron, Manfred Albrecht Freiherr von Richthofen, remains perhaps the most legendary figure in the history of aerial combat. Born on May 2, 1892, in Breslau, now located in Poland, Richthofen became a pilot in the German Air Force during World War I. He is credited with 80 air combat victories, making him the war's top-scoring ace. His nickname stems from the fact that he painted his plane a bright red, and also from the fact that he was, legitimately, a baron. Richthofen's fame stems from his extraordinary skill as a pilot and tactician, his role in developing aerial combat tactics, and his leadership of the Flying Circus. The Flying Circus was composed of several of Germany's top fighters, who painted their aircraft in bright colors, leading to their circus nickname. The Red Baron's exploits quickly became legendary, contributing to his mythos both during his life and posthumously. The mystery surrounding the Red Baron's death on April 21, 1918, adds a significant layer to his legend. While flying over Vaux-sur-Somme in France, he was shot down and killed. The controversy lies in who fired the fatal shot. Two primary theories exist. One credits the shot to a machine gunner on the ground, while the other attributes it to a fighter pilot. The ground fire theory posits that Australian machine gunner Sergeant Cedric Popkin was responsible for the fatal shot. Richthofen was pursuing a Canadian pilot, Lieutenant Wilfred May, at low altitude, making him vulnerable to ground fire. Popkin, positioned for an ideal shot as the Red Baron flew past, likely had the opportunity and angle to hit the Baron. Forensic analyses and examinations of the bullet trajectory support this theory, suggesting that the bullet came from the ground. The second theory credits Canadian pilot Captain Arthur Roy Brown with shooting the Red Baron down. Brown was engaged in the dogfight, attempting to protect May from the Red Baron. He fired at Richthofen from a challenging position, and it was initially believed that Brown's gunfire brought the Red Baron down, earning Brown official credit for the victory. However, several factors complicate attributing the victory to Brown. The angle of the shot, the distance, and the maneuvers involved make it less likely that Brown's fire was the cause. Furthermore, the nature of the Baron's wounds suggests a bullet that traveled upward through his body, more consistent with ground fire than an aerial attack. No definitive conclusion has been reached, and it's likely that the mystery will never be fully solved. However, at this point, even though Brown is still officially credited with the victory, the vast majority of historians no longer accept this claim. Further, during the war, there was a strong propagandistic incentive to portray the Red Baron as being felled in aerial combat, rather than by a machine gunner on the ground. Bill and Peggy Stevenson. This case was suggested in the comments of a previous video by a subscriber named The Slim Slayer. Thanks for bringing this disturbing case to my attention. Also, quick aside, if your suggestion makes it into a future video, you'll get a shout out as well. So leave suggestions in the comments below. In late May 2011, the quiet town of Florence, Kentucky, was shaken by a gruesome discovery that quickly escalated into one of the state's most perplexing unsolved slayings. Bill and Peggy Stevenson, both in their mid-70s, were found dead in their home over the Memorial Day weekend, launching an investigation that, despite extensive efforts, has yet to yield a conclusive resolution. Bill, a well-regarded truck driver, and Peggy, a devoted church nursery worker, were deeply embedded in their community, particularly within their local church. Their commitment to their faith and community service made the news of their death not only shocking, but profoundly incomprehensible to those who knew them. The Stevensons were last seen alive at a service at the Union Baptist Church, where they were regular attendees and active members. The discovery of their bodies was made by a relative who grew concerned after the couple failed to show up for church on Sunday, which was highly unusual for the devout pair. Upon entering their home, the relative was met with a scene that suggested a violent struggle had taken place. Both Bill and Peggy had been subjected to what can only be categorized as an extremely brutal attack. While the full details of the crime scene have not been released due to the ongoing nature of the investigation. What has been released is that the bodies were quote-unquote posed, and the rooms in the house were quote-unquote staged. Further, investigators have confirmed that a message was left by the perpetrator, though again, due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, no further details were released. The manner of their slaying suggested a level of personal animosity, yet despite exhaustive investigations, no motive has clearly been established, and no suspects have been identified. The investigation into the Stevenson slayings was extensive and thorough, with local police working in conjunction with state and federal agencies. Forensic evidence was collected from the scene, including DNA samples, but this has not led to a breakthrough in the case. Over the years, several theories have emerged, ranging from a random act of violence to a targeted killing, possibly connected to Bill's work or their community activities. However, none of these theories have solidified into a concrete lead. Further, their home showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that they may have known the person who committed this heinous crime. The extinction of the Paraceratherium. Paraceratherium, often cited as the largest land mammal to have ever lived, roamed the Earth during the Oligocene epoch, approximately 34 to 23 million years ago. This prehistoric giant, belonging to the family of hornless rhinoceroses, stood nearly 16 feet tall at the shoulder, with estimates of its length reaching up to 24 feet and weights possibly up to 20 tons. To put it simply, this creature made elephants look small. Its vast range covered parts of what is now Asia, from the Balkans through Central Asia to China. Despite its imposing size and widespread distribution, Paraceratherium, like many prehistoric species, faced extinction. However, despite being one of the most impressive land mammals to ever exist, and despite having no predators, it went extinct for reasons which are still unknown. The leading theories on the extinction of Paraceratherium revolve around climate change, habitat loss, and the resultant changes in food availability. During the Oligocene, the Earth experienced significant climatic shifts. These shifts led to the gradual replacement of the dense, lush forests they thrived in. Such a transformation in the global environment would have posed a severe challenge to the creature, which relied on large quantities of foliage from trees and shrubs to sustain its enormous body size. As forests receded, the animal's primary food source became scarcer, making survival increasingly difficult. Another critical factor contributing to the extinction of Paraceratherium was the changing geography of the Earth during this period. The formation of mountain ranges like the Himalayas, due to the Indian subcontinent's collision with Asia, significantly altered the landscape and climate of the region. These geological changes would have further disrupted the habitats of many species, including Paraceratherium, leading to fragmentation of populations and isolation of groups. Furthermore, competition for resources with other herbivorous mammals might have played a role in Paraceratherium's extinction. As the environment changed, Paraceratherium would have found itself competing with an increasing number of species adapted to the new grassland ecosystems. These species, being possibly more efficient at processing the available vegetation or better adapted to the changing conditions, could have outcompeted Paraceratherium for food, leading to its decline. Anyway, I know lots of people long for the day where hordes of cloned out woolly mammoths are trotting across Siberia again. But for me, I would love to see one of these giants in person. The vegetable lamb of Tartary. The vegetable lamb of Tartary is a cryptid from medieval folklore, described as a plant-animal hybrid that grows sheep as its fruit. Originating from Central Asia, it embodies the blend of botanical and zoological elements in myth, presenting a sheep tethered to the earth by a stem. Early mentions trace back to Jewish texts and travel accounts by European explorers like Sir John Mandeville in the 14th century. They described the creature as a living plant that bore lambs as fruit, which grazed the land around them until the plant's stem broke, allowing the lamb to gain freedom, or it perished once all nearby vegetation was consumed. Theories about the vegetable lamb aim to explain the origins of cotton in medieval Europe, unfamiliar with the plant's actual cultivation. Cotton, resembling wool, fueled speculation about a plant that produced animal fleece. This narrative served as a medieval attempt to understand and categorize the natural world, using the limited information available. This cryptid hasn't been cited in years, suggesting that there is no legitimate belief in the vegetable lamb of Tartary remaining in 2024. Nosferatu was portrayed by an actual vampire. This hypothesis proposes that Max Schreck, famed for his role as Count Orlok in the 1922 film Nosferatu, was an actual vampire, using the role of a vampire to cover for the fact that he was in fact a vampire. This theory, while outlandish, emerges from Schreck's intensely private life, his peculiarly convincing portrayal of a vampire, and the lack of extensive documentation about his personal and professional history prior to Nosferatu. Schreck's portrayal of Count Orlok, considered one of the most iconic performances in film history, would suggest that he would have a significant career after. However, he languished in obscurity. Further, Schreck's name, translating to terror in German, adds an eerie coincidence, fueling speculation about his true nature. Proponents of the theory find that Schreck's performance in Nosferatu is too authentic. Unlike theatrical portrayals common in the silent film era, his Count Orlok exhibits a disturbing realism. His physical transformation for the role, without the sophisticated makeup and special effects available today, raises questions according to this hypothesis. Interestingly, the 2000 film Shadow of the Vampire is based upon this idea, with the 2000 film being a fictionalized version of the making of Nosferatu, where Schreck is definitely an actual vampire. Anyway, the theory lacks credibility and is grounded in speculation and poor research rather than facts. This urban legend portrays Schreck as a complete acting novice at the time of his casting as Nosferatu. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Max Schreck had significant stage acting experience before his iconic role in Nosferatu. Schreck was a dedicated theater actor, honing his craft in various stage productions across Germany for decades. His stage experience provided a solid foundation for his transition into film, where he applied his theatrical skills to deliver the hauntingly memorable performance as Count Orlok. Further, Schreck did have a substantial career after. However, these films are much less widely known than Nosferatu, one of the most well-known movies of all time. Hats off to Max Schreck, though. Not many people can say they delivered a performance so haunting that people unironically question whether the person portraying the role is an undead being or not. If you like what you're seeing, do me a huge favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that sweet notification bell. This helps my channel grow and lets me spend way more time in the kitchen cooking up content for you. Also, the Lazy Chill Zone Discord community is always growing, so hit the link in the description to join up. Also calling all Chads and Chadettes, join up on the Patreon or the YouTube membership. Both links are in the description. The 2008 Lane Bryant shooting. The Lane Bryant shooting was a harrowing event that unfolded on the morning of February 2, 2008, in Tinley Park, a suburb of Chicago. This tragic event resulted in the loss of 5 innocent lives. On February 2, 2008, a man posing as a delivery person entered the Lane Bryant store before store opening hours under the guise of making a delivery. Within moments, the situation rapidly deteriorated as he revealed his true intentions, turning a routine day into a nightmare for the store employees and customers present. The assailant took 6 women hostage, binding them with the materials he found within the store. The ordeal culminated in the execution-style slayings of 5 of the 6 hostages, leaving the nation shocked by the pointlessness and brutality of the crime. In the aftermath of the shooting, law enforcement agencies launched a comprehensive investigation, but no suspect has been named. The surviving victim was thankfully able to give a description sufficient for the police to release a sketch of the slayer. The case is still being actively investigated, with my research showing that 2 new investigators were put on the case in 2008. At this point, I have to suspect there is a very good chance that the killer may be incarcerated on unrelated charges. The disappearance of Roberto Solis. Roberto Solis, once known by the pen name Pancho Aguila, is a notorious criminal who disappeared under mysterious circumstances in October 1993. His criminal tale begins in 1969, when at the age of 24, Solis was convicted of slaying a security guard during a failed robbery. This violent act earned him a lengthy sentence in San Quentin State Prison, where he began to write poetry. His poetry was cited as indication of turning over a new leaf. However, despite his literary pursuits, Solis's criminal instincts were far from reformed. After serving 24 years, Solis was released on parole in 1992. By then, he had transformed himself into a seemingly reformed character, an artist who had supposedly turned away from his violent past. However, this facade quickly crumbled. In 1993, Solis masterminded one of the most audacious heists in Las Vegas history. Along with his accomplice and girlfriend, Heather Tall Chief, Solis stole $3.1 million from an armored car. This theft was not just remarkable for the amount stolen, but for the methodical planning and execution that left no direct traces to Solis or Tall Chief. After the heist, he and Tall Chief fled the United States, leaving behind few clues of their whereabouts. While Tall Chief resurfaced in 2005, surrendering to U.S. authorities and serving a prison sentence, Solis remained a ghost. Tall Chief went on to be paroled in 2010. She has advised authorities that she believes Solis is deceased. However, given that he's a violent criminal with a history of ending people, I suspect she may not be overly forthcoming about his potential whereabouts. The Tsavo Man-Eaters. In the late 19th century, a terrifying series of events unfolded near the Tsavo River in Kenya, casting a long shadow over the region. The Tsavo Man-Eaters, a pair of maneless male lions, embarked on a gruesome spree, claiming the lives of a number of workers engaged in the construction of the Uganda Railway. At the end of the 19th century, the British Empire was endeavoring to bolster its colonial infrastructure through the establishment of a railway that would connect Uganda to the Indian Ocean, thereby facilitating trade and military movement. However, what was meant to be a symbol of technological and imperial progress soon turned into a harrowing struggle for survival for the workers involved. Over several months in 1898, the Tsavo Man-Eaters instilled fear and chaos, halting construction as they preyed upon the railway workers with alarming audacity and intelligence. Several theories have been proposed to explain the lions' unusual behavior. A common assertion points to the scarcity of natural prey due to a concurrent severe drought, pushing these predators to seek alternative food sources. Another theory suggests that an outbreak of rinderpest, a devastating cattle disease, decimated local wildlife populations, further exacerbating the situation. Another theory suggests that the lions had contracted a dental disease which prevented them from hunting their usual prey. Also, perhaps unsurprisingly, more unusual and sensational theories were promoted by less than reputable journalistic outlets at the time. Ultimately, a British Lieutenant Colonel, John Henry Patterson, was tasked with hunting these menaces and eventually ended up slaying them both. Also, if you want to see these troublemakers today, their taxidermied bodies are on display at the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago. The Fatimid Caliph. Hakim, the 6th Fatimid Caliph and 16th Ismaili Imam, vanished without a trace in 1021. Born in 985 in Cairo, he ascended to the throne at the tender age of 11. His reign, lasting over 2 decades, was marked by significant political, social, and religious transformations, yet it is his enigmatic disappearance that has fueled centuries of speculation and debate. Al-Hakim's rule was characterized by its eccentricities and contradictions. He was, to say the least, not a consistent individual. He implemented progressive policies, such as founding the House of Knowledge, a key center for intellectual and cultural exchange. Conversely, his reign saw the imposition of strict and peculiar decrees, including bans on chess and the consumption of certain foods. Al-Hakim's treatment of religious minorities oscillated dramatically. He alternated between periods of tolerance and severe persecution. The night of his disappearance, Al-Hakim went for one of his customary nocturnal rides in the Muqaddam Hills near Cairo and never returned. The search for him yielded only his donkey and blood-stained garments. This abrupt vanishing act gave rise to numerous theories. Some posit that he was ended by his own sister, Sit al-Mulk, who opposed his policies and subsequently assumed power as regent for her nephew. However, detractors point out that there is no evidence whatsoever to implicate her, and the transfer of power was not unusual. Others suggest he fell victim to a conspiracy by the military or by rival political factions within his empire. A more mystical theory embraced by the Druze, a religious group that reveres Al-Hakim, proposes that he disappeared and will return as a messianic figure. Further, some have posited that he had become interested in mysticism and asceticism and wished to escape from the confines of the caliphate. At any rate, it seems unlikely that we will ever have a definitive answer to this mystery. Our Lady of Guadalupe. Our Lady of Guadalupe holds a significant place in religious and cultural history, particularly within the context of Latin American Catholicism. In 1531, a pivotal event occurred on the hill of Tepeyac near Mexico City, marking the birth of a symbol that would unify and inspire millions for centuries to come. A poor indigenous man named Juan Diego experienced a series of apparitions of the Virgin Mary. She requested a church to be built on that site in her honor. When Juan Diego reported this to the local bishop, he was met with skepticism. In need of proof, the Virgin Mary instructed Juan Diego to gather roses from the hilltop, despite it being winter when no roses should bloom. Miraculously, he found Castilian roses, not native to Mexico, and gathered them in his tilma, a type of Aztec cloak. Upon presenting these to the bishop, the image of the Virgin Mary was miraculously imprinted on the fabric of the tilma. The Virgin Mary appearing on an indigenous cloak has been speculated to be the start of an ethnogenesis, the blending of the cultures and values of the native culture with Spanish culture. Further, the fact that it was Castilian roses, a type of Spanish rose, on an indigenous cloak makes the whole event seem very much on the nose. Several theories have been proposed to explain the origin and significance of the image. Some researchers focus on the miraculous nature of the image's survival over centuries without degradation, which contradicts the natural properties of the materials involved. Others delve into the iconography and symbolism embedded in the image, suggesting it was a strategic tool for evangelization, designed to resonate deeply with the indigenous population's beliefs and values. The historical context of the apparition is crucial to understanding its impact. The early 16th century was a period of turmoil and transformation in what is now Mexico. The Spanish conquest had led to the collapse of the Aztec Empire, and the indigenous population faced the destruction of their social, political, and religious structures. The apparition of Our Lady of Guadalupe is seen by many as a beacon of hope and a source of comfort and identity for a people struggling under the weight of harsh colonization. The tilma, with the image of Our Lady of Guadalupe, is currently housed in the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico City, one of the most visited Catholic pilgrimage sites in the world. The image has been subjected to various scientific analyses over the years, with researchers examining its properties to understand its preservation and the technique used in its creation. However, no consensus has been reached as yet. Also, whatever happened to our friend Juan Diego, who saw the Virgin Mary? Well, he went on to become the first saint indigenous to the Americas, again further confirming this event as a syncretization of the New World with the Old World. The 2001 anthrax attacks. In the weeks following September 11th, the United States faced another sinister threat: the anthrax attacks. Letters containing anthrax spores were mailed to news media offices and 2 U.S. senators, leading to 5 deaths and 17 infections. This biological assault created widespread panic and confusion, marking a critical moment in U.S. history and biosecurity policy. The first case was reported on October 4, 2001, when Robert Stevens, a photo editor for the Sun tabloid in Florida, was diagnosed with inhalational anthrax. He eventually succumbed to the anthrax bacteria, becoming the first known victim. Subsequently, letters laced with anthrax were discovered in offices in New York, Florida, and Washington, D.C. The anthrax strains found in the letters were quickly linked to a specific strain, which was used in U.S. biodefense labs. This connection led investigators to focus on domestic sources, particularly scientists or individuals with access to these labs. The investigation, named Amerithrax by the FBI, became one of the largest and most complex in U.S. history. One significant aspect of the anthrax attacks was the heightened sense of vulnerability they exposed. Coming so soon after 9/11, these attacks underscored the potential for non-traditional warfare to inflict harm on civilian populations. The fear and uncertainty generated by the anthrax letters led to a surge in emergency room visits, an increase in the purchase of antibiotics, and a re-evaluation of the nation's preparedness for bioattacks. The Amerithrax investigation initially faced significant challenges, including false leads and a focus on a scientist named Stephen Hatfill, who was later exonerated. It wasn't until 2008 that the FBI identified Dr. Bruce Ivins, a senior biodefense researcher at the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, as the primary suspect. Ivins had access to the strain of anthrax used in the attacks and had been involved in the development of anthrax vaccines. However, before charges could be filed, Ivins ended himself in July 2008. The FBI declared at that point that Ivins had acted alone and that the file was closed. The FBI's conclusion that Ivins acted alone has been met with skepticism and criticism from various quarters. Most notably, individuals within the FBI itself indicated that the lack of any anthrax spores whatsoever in any area associated with him cast a great deal of doubt on the case. Some argue that the evidence against Ivins was circumstantial and that the investigation failed to explore other possible suspects or motives. Further, it's important to remember that just because Ivins ended himself, this does not constitute a confession or an admission of guilt. The extreme stress of impending charges for one of the worst attacks in American history may have led Ivins to break and end himself. Ross MacDonald. The untimely death of Ross MacDonald, an acclaimed Irish filmmaker and photographer, shocked the creative world. Born in Dublin, Ireland in 1979, MacDonald was a prolific and rising figure in his field, known for his exceptional skill in documentary filmmaking and photography. His notable works include co-directing documentaries such as Alien and Colony, as well as his critical role as a cinematographer in the Emmy-winning Showtime documentary series The Trade and the 2021 documentary film The First Wave. On November 5, 2023, MacDonald's life was tragically cut short at the age of 44. He was reported missing in New York City on November 4, 2023, sparking widespread concern and a subsequent search. His body was discovered on a beach in Breezy Point, Queens, on November 17th, and officially identified on November 22nd. The circumstances surrounding MacDonald's death have been shrouded in mystery, with initial reports suggesting no foul play. However, his body was discovered both headless and armless, leading some to question his cause of death. Police are presently working under the theory that he went out for a swim alone, something happened, and the state of his body was caused by rocks and marine life rather than foul play. The identity of Empress. Empress is a notable figure in the online world, recognized for her expertise in cracking DRM, digital rights management, protections on video games. She operates anonymously, with her identity shrouded in secrecy, a common practice in the hacker and cracker communities to avoid legal repercussions and maintain privacy. Empress first gained significant attention for cracking Denuvo, a notoriously tough DRM system that many considered virtually unbreakable. Empress's breakthroughs not only demonstrated her advanced understanding of reverse engineering, but also her commitment to challenging the constraints of DRM technologies. Her work is often released on various online platforms, accompanied by manifestos criticizing the gaming industry's DRM practices, as well as unrelated screeds. Despite her extreme levels of knowledge and skill, the woman behind the Empress identity remains a mystery. However, it is believed she is actually one person, not a pseudonym used by a group. Further, it's believed that she resides or resided in Russia. The Wickenburg Massacre. The Wickenburg Massacre unfolded on November 5, 1871, near Wickenburg, Arizona, then part of the Arizona Territory. This event involved the ambush and slaying of 6 passengers from a stagecoach en route from Wickenburg to Ehrenberg, Arizona. The massacre not only shocked and angered the frontier community, but also remains a subject of controversy and speculation, with various theories about the perpetrators and their motives still debated today. The stagecoach, carrying 7 passengers and a large shipment of gold, was attacked approximately 8 miles northwest of Wickenburg. The assailants, hiding in the brush alongside the road, opened fire on the stagecoach without warning. 6 of the passengers were slain outright or mortally wounded. One passenger, a woman named Molly Shepard, survived despite being shot. She managed to escape and eventually recounted the harrowing ordeal, which helped to shape the initial understanding of the event. The immediate aftermath of the massacre saw a rush to judgment, with local settlers and military authorities quickly blaming Native American groups, specifically the Yavapai. The military launched punitive expeditions against nearby Yavapai bands, exacerbating the already tense relations between Native Americans and settlers. However, the attribution of the massacre to the Yavapai was and remains a matter of contention. Some contemporaneous accounts and later historical analyses suggest that the attackers may have been motivated by the desire to rob the stagecoach of its valuable cargo. This theory is supported by the fact that the attack was meticulously planned and executed, indicating that the assailants had specific knowledge of the stagecoach's route and cargo. Another theory posits that the massacre was the result of internal conflict among settlers, or a dispute between different groups vying for control over the lucrative stagecoach routes and the transport of gold and other valuables. This perspective suggests that the massacre was a calculated act of violence aimed at disrupting the operations of a rival faction or company, with the blame conveniently placed on the Yavapai to divert suspicion. Yet another theory holds that whatever happened, the military simply used the attack as an excuse to conduct punitive raids. The Satanic Panic. The Satanic Panic was a widespread moral panic in the United States during the 1980s and early 1990s, characterized by fears of satanic ritual abuse perpetrated by secretive cults. The hysteria was significantly driven by exaggerated reports in the media, questionable psychological techniques that led to the creation of false memories through hypnosis, and a widespread fear regarding society's moral deterioration. This period also saw the emergence of conservative Christian factions, viewing the evolving cultural landscape and new youth cultures as evidence of a demonic plot. At the heart of this frenzy were claims of mistreatment within childcare establishments, notably illustrated by the notorious McMartin preschool case. Despite an evident lack of solid proof, a prevailing belief held that children were being exposed to appalling ceremonies. This alarm spread rapidly, encompassing music, video games, and films, with specific scrutiny aimed at certain heavy metal groups and fantasy role-playing games, notably Dungeons & Dragons. There is speculation that certain individuals or entities engaging in truly vile deeds exploited the Satanic Panic as a smokescreen, blending genuine instances of misconduct with clear examples of fabricated recollections. King Sebastian of Portugal. In 1578, the young and ambitious King Sebastian of Portugal vanished in the dense fog of the Battle of the Three Kings in Morocco. This event plunged Portugal into a crisis that eventually led to the loss of its independence. Sebastian, driven by dreams of crusader glory, led an ill-fated expedition to North Africa. The crushing defeat and his subsequent disappearance left Portugal reeling. There are several theories about what happened to him. Some suggest he died in battle, his body never identified amid the carnage. Others speculate he was captured and died in captivity, or even that he managed to escape, living the rest of his life in anonymity. A more romantic theory posits that he survived and went into hiding, waiting for the right moment to reclaim his throne, a moment that never came and became increasingly unlikely with each passing year. The immediate consequence of Sebastian's disappearance led to a succession crisis that paved the way for the Spanish king, Philip II, to claim the Portuguese crown in 1580. This personal union, with Portugal very much playing the role of the junior partner, effectively initiated a 60-year period of Spanish rule over Portugal, known as the Iberian Union. This union had far-reaching consequences for Portugal. The once mighty Portuguese maritime empire, pioneers of the Age of Discoveries, began to crumble, and the ambitions of the Portuguese were subsumed to Habsburg Spain. This is one unsolved mystery that, despite not being widely known, had massive consequences for the world, especially given the prominence of the Portuguese overseas empire prior to Sebastian's disappearance. The slaying of Yasuko Watanabe. The slaying of Yasuko Watanabe, a 39-year-old Japanese woman who worked as a senior economic researcher at Tokyo Electric Power Company and led a secret life as a paid companion at night, captured the attention of the nation. On March 9, 1997, Watanabe's life was tragically cut short by an unknown assailant in Harajuku, a neighborhood of Tokyo. Her body was discovered 10 days later in a vacant apartment in a nearby district of Tokyo, in an area where she was known to engage in her nightly activities. Watanabe's slaying shocked Japan and highlighted several societal issues, including the stigma associated with paid companionship work and the challenges within the Japanese criminal justice system. One of the most notable aspects of this case was the wrongful conviction of Govinda Prasad Mainali, a Nepalese migrant who lived in an adjacent building to where Watanabe's body was found. Mainali became the prime suspect and was initially acquitted due to lack of evidence, but was later convicted on appeal by the Tokyo High Court and sentenced to an indefinite prison term. He spent 15 years in prison before DNA evidence emerged, proving his innocence and linking the crime to an unidentified third man. Mainali was released in June 2012, deported to Nepal, and later formally declared innocent in the matter. At present, no person of interest has been named by the police. The ivory-billed woodpecker. The ivory-billed woodpecker is a potentially extinct bird that was once prevalent across the southeastern United States. This species is or was known for its distinctive appearance and large size. Central to the discussion on the ivory-billed woodpecker is its habitat. Historically, these birds thrived in extensive mature forests, particularly those abundant in dead or dying trees. These environments were essential not only for nesting but also for feeding, as the woodpeckers would forage for insects beneath the bark. However, the 20th century brought extensive logging operations that drastically reduced these habitats, leading to a severe decline in the bird's population. By the mid-20th century, the ivory-billed woodpecker was considered extinct, with the last confirmed sighting in the United States reported in 1944. Over the years, there have been numerous reports of sightings across the bird's historic range, particularly in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Florida, with a sighting in 2004 hitting national news. These accounts have sparked a series of searches and debates within the scientific community and among conservationists. The possibility that the ivory-billed woodpecker could still exist prompts a significant question. How could a species deemed extinct remain undetected for so long? One theory posits that the bird's elusive nature and preference for densely forested, swampy areas make it particularly challenging to spot. The ivory-billed woodpecker's behavior, such as its high canopy dwelling and infrequent calls, further complicates detection efforts. Additionally, the similarity in appearance between the ivory-billed woodpecker and the more common woodpeckers often leads to misidentification, casting doubt on unconfirmed sightings. I hypothesize that the likelihood of rediscovering the ivory-billed woodpecker hinges on the integration of technological advancements in current search efforts. The use of high-resolution trail cameras, drones, and audio recording devices could transform the landscape of wildlife research by enabling extensive surveys of potential habitats while minimizing environmental disturbance. This approach not only enhances the efficiency of search operations, but also extends scientists' reach into previously inhospitable territories that the woodpecker prefers. The disappearance of l'oiseau blanc. The disappearance of l'oiseau blanc, or the white bird, remains one of the most intriguing mysteries in the history of aviation. On May 8, 1927, French aviators Charles Nungesser and François Collet embarked on a daring attempt to make the first non-stop transatlantic flight from Paris to New York City. This venture was not just a test of human endurance and aeronautical engineering, but also a race to achieve what was then considered the ultimate feat in aviation. The plane, a Levasseur PL-8 biplane, was specially designed for the long journey, equipped with enough fuel to cover the 3,600-mile distance. Despite their experience and the plane's preparation, the two vanished without a trace. Several theories have been proposed to explain the fate of l'oiseau blanc. The most widely accepted theory suggests that the aircraft encountered severe weather conditions or mechanical failure over the Atlantic Ocean, leading to its crash into the sea. The vastness of the Atlantic and the era's limited search and rescue capabilities made recovery efforts futile, leaving no trace of the aviators or their plane. Another theory posits that l'Oiseau Blanc may have reached Newfoundland, or even Maine, but crashed in a remote area. Supporting this theory are numerous reports from individuals who claim to have heard or seen an aircraft matching the description during the time frame it would have been in the vicinity. However, extensive searches in these regions have failed to yield any significant concrete evidence, and these claims remain unverified. That said, in 1992, a part of a plane which could be from the l'Oiseau Blanc was discovered in Newfoundland. However, there was nothing to suggest it wasn't just from a similar model of plane. A more controversial theory suggests sabotage. The 1920s were a period of intense rivalry in aviation, with significant prestige and financial rewards for record-breaking flights. Some speculate that competing interests could have led to foul play, although no evidence has substantiated these claims. In my view, given the absolute lack of any evidence in the years following this, the theory can be safely dismissed. It could have happened, yes, but there's simply nothing there to support this view. Legio Ninth Hispana, the missing Ninth Spanish Legion. The disappearance of the Ninth Spanish Legion is one of the greatest mysteries of the Roman Empire. Known as Legionem Hispana in Latin, this legion of the Roman Empire was reputed for its military prowess and played a crucial role in Roman conquests across Europe. However, its sudden vanishing from historical records in the early 2nd century AD has sparked a myriad of theories and speculations, making it a captivating subject for exploration. The Ninth Legion likely existed since at least 90 BC. However, the exact origin and formation date remains unknown. The legion distinguished itself in the Roman military campaigns, particularly during Julius Caesar's Gallic Wars. It was later stationed in Britain following the Roman invasion in AD 43, where it was instrumental in suppressing uprisings and expanding Roman territory. The last definitive record of the Ninth's existence dates to the 2nd century AD, after which it mysteriously disappears from the annals of history. Several theories have been proposed to explain the fate of the Ninth Legion, each offering a different perspective based on historical evidence and archaeological findings. One prevalent theory suggests that the Legion was decimated in battle, possibly during an uprising in Britain or in conflicts on the continent, such as the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea, or in a war in Parthia in the 160s. Scholars consider the theory that the Legion was destroyed during an uprising in northern Britain to be most plausible. Others suggest that due to administrative and clerical issues, the name of the Legion was changed at some point, and it simply went under another name. From my research, I strongly prefer the theory that the Ninth Spanish Legion was annihilated. My evidence for this is circumstantial, but draws from the very well-documented precedent which was set at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. For those not aware, this was a battle in 9 AD, wherein 3 Roman legions were completely annihilated by a confederation of Germanic tribesmen, halting the Roman advancement into Germanic territories at the Rhine River. The 17th, 18th, and 19th legions were destroyed, and due to superstition surrounding the destructions of these 3 legions, the names were never assigned to any future legions. Therefore, I would posit that the Ninth Spanish Legion likely met a similar fate, but perhaps due to the remoteness of battle and the lack of survivors, the battle itself is not attested in the historical record. The slaying of Gwen Story. The slaying of Gwen Story, a 19-year-old woman from Cincinnati, Ohio, has haunted Las Vegas since her body was discovered on August 14, 1979. Known as Sahara Sue, before her recent identification in December 2023, Her case has remained a mystery for 44 years. Story was found stabbed multiple times, and despite extensive efforts, including DNA analysis and genetic testing, her killer remains unknown. Before her death, she had left Ohio with 2 male friends, aiming to find her biological father in California. The 2 male friends returned and advised Gwen Story's family that she had been left in Las Vegas. Her family never heard from her again. Police are presently seeking the 2 male friends for questioning in relation to Gwen Story's disappearance. This is a very recent development, and as of February 2024, there is no update as to whether these men have been tracked down or whether their identities are even known at this point. Big Jim Colosimo. In the tumultuous underbelly of Prohibition-era Chicago, the slaying of James Big Jim Colosimo in 1920 marked a pivotal moment in the city's criminal history, laying the foundation for the rise of one of its most notorious gangsters, Al Capone. Colosimo, the head of a sprawling vice empire that included gambling dens, houses of ill repute, and a lavish restaurant where he met his demise, was at the zenith of his power when his life was abruptly ended. Johnny Torrio, Colosimo's underboss, and a formidable crime figure in his own right, is widely believed to have orchestrated Colosimo's slaying. Torrio, who had been instrumental in expanding Colosimo's criminal enterprises, saw an immense opportunity in bootlegging following the enactment of Prohibition. However, Colosimo, content with his existing operations, and perhaps wary of the increased attention such a move might attract, was reluctant to venture into alcohol distribution. According to this theory, this disagreement created a rift between Torrio and Colosimo, with Torrio increasingly convinced that Colosimo's reluctance threatened the future profitability and expansion of their criminal enterprise. The execution of the plot allegedly fell to Frankie Yale, a notorious hitman and Torrio's associate from New York. Following Colosimo's death, Torrio took over the helm of the operation, with Al Capone ascending as his right-hand man. It has been theorized that Capone played a big part in the conspiracy as well. Despite the allegations presented, none of the allegedly involved parties were ever charged in relation to the slaying. The Kraken. The Kraken. A creature as mysterious as the ocean depths from which it purportedly emerges has fascinated humans for ages. Often depicted as a gigantic sea monster capable of sinking ships and devouring sailors, the Kraken's origins are deeply rooted in maritime folklore, particularly in Scandinavian mythology. One prevalent theory posits that the Kraken legend may have been inspired by sightings of giant squids. These elusive creatures, with their massive size and formidable tentacles, closely resemble descriptions of the Kraken. Before the giant squid was scientifically documented, sailors' encounters with such an astonishing creature could easily have been embellished into tales of a monstrous kraken capable of catastrophic destruction. Another theory suggests that the kraken stories could be based on observations of colossal squids, which are even larger than their giant counterparts and possess large, menacing eyes and massive hooks on their tentacles. The colossal squid's even more imposing size and fearsome appearance could contribute to the mythological image of the kraken as an unbeatable monster of the deep. However, in my view, given the range of the colossal squid, primarily around the Southern Ocean, it isn't a good candidate for the kraken. Additionally, some speculate that the kraken tales could have originated from exaggerated accounts of real sea animal behaviors, such as whales or large schools of fish, which could create whirlpools or sudden turbulent waters, misinterpreted by sailors as the work of a monstrous creature. Joyeuse, the legendary sword of Charlemagne. Joyeuse, the legendary sword of Charlemagne, the first Holy Roman Emperor, carries a rich tapestry of history and myth. Celebrated in countless tales and historical accounts, Joyeuse is not just a weapon, but a symbol of power and divine kingship. According to historical records, Charlemagne wielded joyeuse in numerous battles that expanded and solidified his empire, which spanned much of Western Europe. The sword's name, meaning joyful in French, reflects its esteemed place in Carolingian lore and beyond, symbolizing victory and royal authority. The physical description of joyeuse, as it is known today, showcases a sword of exquisite craftsmanship. The current sword, preserved in the Louvre Museum in Paris, features a hilt added in the 10th to 13th centuries with gold and precious stones, suggesting modifications that reflect its continued importance through the ages. However, the authenticity of the joyeuse housed in the Louvre has been the subject of debate among historians and arms enthusiasts. Some argue that the original blade, forged in the 8th century, could not have survived over a millennium without significant alterations or replacements. Theories propose that the current joyeuse may be a composite of various parts assembled over the centuries, with the original components replaced or lost to time. This skepticism is fueled by the common practice in the Middle Ages of refurbishing and updating ceremonial weapons to maintain their symbolic power and aesthetic grandeur. Given the technological and material constraints of the period, as well as the sword's immense value as a regal insignia, it is plausible that joyeuse underwent transformations that leave today's version markedly different from Charlemagne's original blade. Moreover, the lore surrounding joyeuse, filled with miraculous feats and supernatural qualities, adds layers of myth that challenge historical veracity. The blend of fact and fiction surrounding the sword makes it difficult to discern the true history from embellished legend. The first video game. The title of first video game is subject to some debate, largely because it depends on how one defines a video game. However, I would propose that a video game needs a graphical display and some element of skill or input. Birdie the Brain is a notable early contender in the history of video games. Created in 1950 by Dr. Joseph Katz, Birdie the Brain was one of the earliest computer games and featured a tic-tac-toe game against an artificial intelligence. This game was showcased at the Canadian National Exhibition, making it one of the first instances where a computer game was demonstrated to the public. Birdie the Brain was a massive machine, standing over 4 meters tall, and was designed to showcase the capabilities of vacuum tube technology. While perhaps not as widely recognized as some other early games, Birdie the Brain represents a significant step in the evolution of interactive entertainment and the use of computers for gaming, marking an important milestone in the history of video games. OXO, released in 1952, was a tic-tac-toe game developed by Alexander S. Douglas for the EDSAC computer at the University of Cambridge. This game could be played against the computer and is considered by some to be the first graphical computer game. Tennis for Two, 1958. Often considered one of the first video games, Tennis for Two was created by physicist William Higginbottom. It was a simple tennis simulation displayed on an oscilloscope screen designed for visitors at the Brookhaven National Laboratory. Space War, released in 1962 and developed by Steve Russell and others at MIT, was one of the first computer games to gain what was, for the time, considered widespread popularity. Played on a PDP-1 computer, it featured 2 spaceships trying to destroy each other while avoiding a central gravitational well. However, in my view, the first video game is likely lost permanently to time, as it was likely programmed for the sole usage of one computer scientist, perhaps just to test briefly how an entertaining game would work on a computer. Esther Dingley. In November 2020, the disappearance of British hiker Esther Dingley in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain sparked widespread attention and concern. Esther, an experienced hiker, was on a solo trek when she vanished without a trace, leading to extensive searches and media coverage. Her case not only captivated those following her travel blog, but also ignited a flurry of theories regarding her sudden disappearance. Months of uncertainty followed until, in July 2021, a tragic discovery was made. Esther Dingley's remains were found near the location where she last communicated with her partner. Despite the closure of confirming Esther's fate, the discovery raised more questions than it answered, fueling speculation and theories about what truly happened to her on that fateful trek. One prevalent theory suggests that Esther may have had an accidental fall. The Pyrenees are known for their treacherous paths and sudden weather changes, posing significant risks even to experienced hikers like Esther. This theory is supported by the fact that her remains were found in a remote area, which could indicate she veered off the main path and succumbed to a tragic accident. Another theory that emerged in the wake of her disappearance revolves around foul play. While less evidence supports this, the isolated nature of her trek and the delay in finding her remains have led some to speculate about potential encounters with dangerous individuals. Another theory, supported by her partner, is that she may have been accidentally slain by hunters active in the region, who, upon having committed this tragic mistake, covered it up. The mysterious death of Romulus. Romulus, a legendary figure, is generally hailed as the at best quasi-historical founder of Rome. According to Roman mythology, Romulus and his twin brother Remus were the sons of Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin, and the god Mars. Abandoned at birth and left to die, they were miraculously saved by a she-wolf who nursed them back to health. As they grew, so did their strength and ambition, eventually leading them to the site where Rome stands today. The twins wished to establish a city. However, a disagreement over its location led to Romulus slaying Remus, thus becoming Rome's sole founder in 753 BC. Romulus's reign was marked by significant achievements, including the establishment of Roman institutions, laws, and society's social structure. He is credited with creating the Roman Senate, forming the first legions of Rome, and significantly expanding the city's territory through both diplomacy and warfare. Under his leadership, Rome began its journey from a small settlement to a mighty empire. One of the most intriguing aspects of Romulus's story is his mysterious disappearance. Ancient sources provide various accounts of his end, each blending history with myth, leaving his fate open to interpretation. One popular theory suggests that Romulus was taken up by a storm or whirlwind, vanishing without a trace. This account often leads to the suggestion that he was deified, becoming a god. Another theory proposes that Romulus's disappearance was the result of a senatorial conspiracy. Dr. No, the Ohio serial slayer. This suspected serial killer's reign of terror over Ohio between 1981 and 1990 has left a dark shadow that persists to this day. Targeting women working as paid companions at truck stops and parking lots along Interstate 71, Dr. No's moniker emerged from an account of a survivor who noted that he was a regular nicknamed Dr. No. Dr. No is purported to have slain at least 9 women. However, the police suspect that he is responsible for a number of other slayings. In the investigation of the Dr. No slayings, several truckers were considered suspects over the years due to their possible connections to the crimes. Alvin Wilson, a trucker from Lake County, Ohio, was scrutinized in 1991 after evidence such as hair samples and credit card receipts linked him to the slayings, alongside an assault charge from 1990. However, he was never charged. Sean Patrick Goebel, arrested in 1995 for 2 murders, was investigated for additional crimes in multiple states, but was ruled out as a suspect in the Dr. No cases, as he was in the Army at the time, and records proved he was stationed far from Ohio. Finally, Delmas Colvin was arrested in 2005 for the slayings of 7 women working in the same profession as the Dr. No slayer targeted. However, despite admitting to 7 total slayings, he has adamantly denied involvement in these slayings. There is another theory of the case, however, and that theory is that the Dr. No slayings are not the work of a single individual, but rather the work of multiple people targeting women in a high-risk profession in the same geographic region. Our Lady of the Turning Eyes. Our Lady of the Turning Eyes is a mysterious event involving a statue, quote-unquote, coming to life. In the year 1643, amid the chaos of the 30 Years' War, French armies laid siege to Rottweil, a city within what is now Germany, but was then part of the Holy Roman Empire. Historical records from the Dominican order recount how 300 townspeople gathered in devout prayer before a statue of the Madonna and Child within their church. Witnesses on November 10th of that same year reported a miraculous event. The statue's complexion turned pale, its gaze lifted to the heavens before settling back on the city, and there were claims of it speaking. This remarkable event was attested by believers and skeptics alike, with both Catholics and Protestants claiming to have seen the event. 2 weeks later, a further miracle occurred when the statue's face took on a reddish hue. Tears seemed to flow from its eyes, and once more, its eyes moved. Simultaneously, a decisive battle unfolded at Tuttlingen nearby, where a united force of Imperial, Bavarian, and Spanish soldiers overwhelmingly defeated the French, relieving the siege. The miraculous turn of events in Rottweil, coupled with this military triumph, was attributed to the divine intervention of the Virgin Mary. Some have speculated the incident was a collective delusion, a mass hysteria event brought on by the extreme stress associated with the chaos of the 30 Years' War. Others have suggested that it was a legitimate miracle witnessed before hundreds. If you've enjoyed this video, I ask that you do me a huge favor and like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. I'm constantly cooking up new content for you to enjoy. Also, if you want to be a true Chad or Chadette, join the Patreon or Lazy Chill Zone YouTube membership club and check out the Discord. The links are in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazak Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to Part 8 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. On this iceberg, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, urban legends, and more. Now join me for a trip down the rabbit hole. Tara Calico. On the morning of September 20th, 1988, 19-year-old Tara Calico left her home in Valencia County, New Mexico, for her usual bike ride along State Road 47. She never returned, sparking an investigation that has spanned years without conclusive results. Tara's disappearance was marked by the eerie find of a Polaroid photo in Port St. Joe, Florida, in 1989, showing a young woman and boy bound and gagged. This photo propelled the case into the national spotlight, with speculation that the woman in the image was Tara. Despite analysis by various agencies including the FBI, Scotland Yard, and the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the identity of the individuals in the photograph remains a subject of debate. Tara's mother was convinced the girl in the photo was her daughter, citing a leg scar and a book visible in the image as evidence. The boy was initially thought to be Michael Henley, a boy who disappeared in New Mexico. However, he was later found dead, and foul play was ruled out, debunking theories that he was the boy in the photo. This photograph has kept Tara Calico's disappearance from falling off the radar for decades. Theories about Tara's disappearance have varied, from her being hit by a truck and subsequently slain, to a possible kidnapping. In 2008, a sheriff claimed to have information on two teenagers who might have accidentally hit Tara with their truck, leading to her death. This theory, however, lacked sufficient evidence for arrests, given the lack of a body. The two boys indicated that they had accidentally struck her with their truck while they were driving, and rather than helping her, they ended her. In June 2023, the Sheriff's Department advised that they had submitted evidence to the district attorney to review for any potential charges. However, due to the seriousness of the allegations, the identity of the accused is currently sealed. As of February 2024, charges have not yet been laid at this point. Further, advancements in facial recognition software may be able to say with increasing confidence whether the girl in the Polaroid is Tara Calico. Wallace Thrasher. Wallace Thrasher led a life that reads like a script from a Hollywood crime thriller. Born and raised in the New River Valley, Thrasher was no stranger to the adrenaline-pumping life of drug smuggling. His early years included stints in the Navy, modeling, and even enduring a Mexican prison due to drug charges. Thrasher's life took a darker turn with his involvement in smuggling operations that saw him transporting massive quantities of marijuana into the United States, using Virginia's remote mountainous regions as his delivery destination. Thrasher's criminal activities came to the attention of the authorities in October 1984, when a plane registered to him crashed into a mountainside near Fancy Gap, Virginia. This crash revealed over 1,200 pounds of the devil's lettuce, and a body was found inside. However, upon further investigation, this was not Thrasher's body, but a pilot he hired to help as a part of his operations. But just as the investigation into Thrasher heated up, a strange event occurred. Wallace Thrasher allegedly died in a plane crash in Jamaica on November 5th, 1984. Curiously, at the funeral for Wallace Thrasher, guests were officially told that he perished in Puerto Rico, while others were informed privately that he passed away in Central America. His wife produced a death certificate and gave it to the authorities, who were suspicious of the document and quickly found the death certificate was a forgery. Further, the U.S. authorities contacted the Jamaican authorities, who had no record whatsoever of any such crash. Thrasher's wife later agreed to work with the authorities to bring down Thrasher's drug empire. After she agreed to cooperate, she advised the authorities of the story she was told by Thrasher's criminal associates. She was told that Thrasher took a large amount of cash to Belize. While in Belize, he boarded another plane for parts unknown. However, his associates advised that his plane really crashed that time just after takeoff, and that he had perished. In a conversation which I imagine was something like the famous steamed hams scene between Principal Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers, the associate came up with a rather unique story. In an attempt to explain away this obvious lie, he said that she couldn't see the crash site or the debris because the fire was so bad that they just bulldozed the plane into a hole. To confirm that her husband was dead, the associate went to the site after the alleged bulldozing incident. Surprisingly, despite the supposed complete and utter destruction of the plane, the associate found Thrasher's wedding ring at the site, confirming that he must have been on board. There have been no confirmed sightings of Wallace since 1984. The authorities dropped all charges against Wallace in 2015, and the statute of limitations on his crimes has expired, so if he was on the lam, he's been free to return to the United States since then. However, he has never returned despite having a family eagerly awaiting his return, if he is alive. There are a number of different theories as to what happened to Wallace Thrasher. One of the detectives investigating the case believes that he faked his death and assumed a new identity. He cites Thrasher's high intelligence and his previous use of false identities as evidence for this theory. Another theory is that he fled to Belize as his wife was advised. However, upon arrival with a large sum of drug loot, he was slain by his associates who made up a plane crash to cover up their crime. The final theory, supported by Wallace Thrasher's wife and family, is that he did indeed perish in the Belize plane crash. Evidence in favor of this theory is that Wallace Thrasher was a doting father and husband despite his criminal lifestyle. They don't believe he wouldn't have attempted to contact them in the decades following his disappearance. The Dancing Plague of 1518. In July 1518, Strasbourg, then located in the Holy Roman Empire, though now part of modern-day France, became the epicenter of the Dancing Plague of 1518. It began with a woman named Frau Trophea, who stepped out of her house and began to dance fervently in the streets. Her solitary performance rapidly evolved into a mass hysteria, with up to 400 people joining in. This event wasn't just a spontaneous communal dance, but an uncontrollable and often painful ordeal that lasted until September 1518. Individuals caught up in the plague experienced exhaustion and injuries. Further, some are reported to have died from the sheer physical toll of the endless dancing. The cause of this bizarre episode has puzzled historians and scientists for centuries. Initial theories ranged from spiritual and supernatural explanations, such as a curse from Saint Vitus, to medical conditions like ergot poisoning, the poisoning from consuming rye bread infected with a toxic fungus. However, the ergotism theory has been largely dismissed, due to the physical impossibility for those affected by the toxin to dance for extended periods. A more plausible explanation points towards stress-induced mass hysteria or psychogenic movement disorder. The region was suffering from extreme hardship, including famine and diseases, which might have contributed to a collective psychological crisis. This kind of mass psychogenic illness could manifest in bizarre behavior, such as the uncontrollable dancing seen in Strasbourg. Similar incidents had occurred in the same region during the medieval era, indicating a potential susceptibility to such psychological phenomena among the populace. The disappearance of Jason Jolkowski. Jason Jolkowski, a 19-year-old from Omaha, Nebraska, vanished on June 13, 2001, under mysterious circumstances that remain unresolved. Born on June 24, 1981, in Grand Island, Nebraska, Jason was a part-time student in a radio broadcasting program at Iowa Western Community College. He was also employed at a local restaurant and aspired to become a local radio DJ. The day of his disappearance, Jason was called into work early. His car was in the shop, so he arranged to meet a co-worker at Benson High School, his former school, for a ride. A neighbor saw him taking out the trash at around 10:45 a.m., but by 11:30 a.m., when his co-worker called his home, Jason had not arrived at the school as planned. Security footage from the school later confirmed he never made it there. Jason left behind a bank account with $650 untouched and several uncashed paychecks. He had been looking forward to starting a new job the following week, making his sudden disappearance out of character and leading his family to suspect foul play. Despite extensive investigations, no trace of Jason has been found. In the aftermath, his parents founded Project Jason, a nonprofit organization aiding families of missing persons. Out of this tragedy, they successfully campaigned for the creation of Jason's Law in Nebraska, establishing a statewide missing persons database, undoubtedly leading to the saving of many lives. Sadly, Jason himself has still yet to be found. However, the Omaha police continue to actively investigate the case, leading to hope that there will one day be justice for Jason, or at the very least, some closure for his family. The disappearance of Tara Breckenridge. On August 4, 1992, Tara Suzette Breckenridge, a 23-year-old waitress at the men's club in Houston, Texas, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. She was last seen leaving her workplace at around 1 a.m. following a decision by management to send home 2 servers early due to a slow night. Tara volunteered to leave, which was considered out of character for her. A security guard escorted her to her car, marking the last time she was confirmed to have been seen. Her vehicle, a red 1986 Pontiac Fiero, was found abandoned and locked on her route home, with no signs of a struggle but the alternator belt missing. Inside the car, a can of Mace Breckenridge carried for protection was discovered unused. The disappearance of Breckenridge has left many unanswered questions, with her boyfriend at the time, Wayne Hecker, being a person of interest. The relationship between Breckenridge and Hecker was reportedly troubled, with Breckenridge having expressed intentions of leaving him. On the night of her disappearance, Hecker claimed to be at a pool hall. Her vehicle was located only a few minutes from the establishment, and individuals at the pool hall who were interviewed noted that he was absent from 1:45 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. Despite his assertions of innocence and lack of physical evidence linking him to the crime, suspicions have lingered due to the couple's rocky relationship and inconsistencies in Hecker's timeline. There have been no alleged sightings of Tara since she disappeared. One popular theory alleges that the boyfriend may have played a role in her disappearance. However, no evidence whatsoever has been found to link him to the disappearance, and he has never been charged in relation to the disappearance. Another theory suggests that her disappearance was related to her work as a waitress at the Gentlemen's Club. Under this theory, she may have had a stalker amongst the patrons, or one of the patrons may have opportunistically committed a violent act against her. Supporting this theory is the fact that the club had extensive security, and she felt the need to carry mace to protect her from some of the more unsavory patrons. If you're enjoying this video, please do me a huge favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. Have you seen this man in your dreams? The This Man phenomenon began circulating online in 2009 when a website claimed people around the world were dreaming of the same face, despite never having met the man. This mysterious figure, depicted in a sketch, was said to appear in diverse dream scenarios, offering advice, comfort, or simply appearing in various contexts. The website, thisman.org, invited those who had seen the man in their dreams to share their experiences, contributing to the lore surrounding him. Internet users were fascinated by the man's appearance, with some suggesting that he falls into the quote-unquote uncanny valley. Also, quick aside, we're going to be exploring why the uncanny valley exists later in this video. The intrigue and speculation about the nature of this man ranged from psychological explanations to supernatural theories. Some posited he was a manifestation of the collective unconscious, while others thought of him as a spiritual entity, or even a real person capable of dream surfing. However, the backstory of this man reveals a seemingly more grounded reality. Andre Natella, an Italian marketer and sociologist, later admitted to creating the This Man story as a marketing stunt. The website and the character were part of a guerrilla marketing campaign, a fact that was unveiled when internet sleuths connected the website to Natella's unconventional marketing firm. Despite this revelation, the story of This Man had already captivated the imagination of many, with many people purporting having seen this man in their dreams. The Atlanta Ripper. In the early 20th century, Atlanta, Georgia, was terrorized by a series of brutal slayings that bore a chilling resemblance to those committed by Jack the Ripper in London. Between 1911 and 1915, at least 20 African American women were slain with a shocking level of violence. Despite the horrifying nature of these crimes, the Atlanta Ripper, as the perpetrator came to be known, was never caught. The first recognized victim of the Atlanta Ripper was Mary Bell Walker, whose body was discovered in 1911 with a deep cut across her throat. The subsequent slayings followed a similarly gruesome pattern, with many victims having their throats slashed and further desecrations committed. Reports of these killings were sensationalized and highlighted the killer's brutal methods. However, the Atlanta Ripper's crimes and stagings of the scenes were as horrific as reported. Sadly, investigations into these murders were severely hampered by the era's social dynamics and the limited resources allocated to the African American community's safety. Despite several arrests, no one was conclusively proven to be the murderer, and the killings eventually ceased without resolution. Some theorize that the Atlanta Ripper wasn't an actual serial killer, but rather several unconnected or copycat slayings. According to this theory, the lack of police attention to the slaying of these women encouraged others to commit heinous acts against the city's African American population. Given the passage of time and the lack of proper investigation and evidence collection at the time of the slayings, this mystery will likely remain forever unsolved. Elysian Park Treasure. In the heart of modern Los Angeles lies Elysian Park, a site shrouded in tales of buried treasure. During the tumultuous period of the Mexican-American War in 1846, Los Angeles was a sparse settlement, with a population of a few thousand people at most. As the war loomed, wealthy residents, fearing the seizure of their fortunes by advancing U.S. troops, buried their fortunes in what is now Elysian Park. One notable tale involves Francisco Avila, a wealthy cattle rancher and landowner, who is said to have buried an extremely large quantity of coin and jewels within the park's canyons to protect it from American soldiers. Unfortunately, according to the story, Avila died shortly after, and despite knowledge of the treasure's existence, it was never located. Over the years, the legend persisted, with various individuals and treasure hunters attempting to locate Avila's lost wealth. Other less famous rumored caches hidden during the war by families seeking to safeguard their assets were also sought out by fortune seekers. The allure of these treasures has drawn countless individuals to Elysian Park, armed with metal detectors and hopes of discovering lost fortunes. Despite such efforts, and even though curious markings and tunnels have been found, no significant treasures have been unearthed. Present-day laws prohibit digging in the park without a permit, adding a layer of complexity to treasure hunting endeavors. However, the legend persists. I suspect that wealthy Los Angeles residents did indeed hide their fortunes in the face of an advancing army. There's absolutely nothing unusual about this. However, upon further research, the battle referred to by this legend, known as the Siege of Los Angeles, was actually won by the Mexican forces, not the American forces. American forces never held Los Angeles prior to the annexation of California, nearly 2 years after the siege. Further, the death toll of the Siege of Los Angeles was, to put it simply, non-existent. There were no reported civilian or military causalities of any kind whatsoever on either side. My theory is as follows. The wealthy residents of Los Angeles did indeed hide their fortunes in the face of the advancing Americans. However, when the siege broke, the Mexican residents of Los Angeles simply gathered their hidden wealth and returned it to their homes. In the alternative, or in conjunction with the above theory, any individual who discovered caches of treasure is unlikely to publicize the fact. Publicizing the finding of large amounts of treasure has its obvious problems, from taxes to descendants coming out of the woodwork to challenge ownership of the treasure. The identity of Banksy. Banksy, a street artist who has achieved worldwide renown, remains a mystery despite this global fame. His identity is a closely guarded secret, protected by a combination of anonymity, speculation, and the occasional red herring. The intrigue surrounding Banksy not only adds to the allure of his work, but also serves as a protective measure, considering much of his public art is technically illegal. Speculation about Banksy's identity is rampant, with numerous theories circulating. Few facts are known for certain. However, he is confirmed to be a white male likely born in the 1970s. One of the most persistent names linked to Banksy is Robin Gunningham. This theory gained further traction when a DJ referred to Banksy as Rob in a podcast, potentially referencing Robin Gunningham. Other theories have suggested Banksy could be Robert Del Naja, also known as 3D, a member of the band Massive Attack, or even the collective effort of a group of artists. Del Naja, a personal friend of Banksy and a former graffiti artist himself, has been linked to the mystery due to coincidences in the timing and locations of Massive Attack's tours and the appearance of Banksy's art. However, given that Del Naja may be a friend of Banksy, the coincidence could be explained by the two men meeting up where Del Naja was performing. More out there, theories propose that the man behind the popular Art Attack series was Banksy. However, there appears to be no evidence for this claim. Further, some speculate that Banksy isn't one single person, but rather a collective of street artists originating out of Bristol. The evidence seems to strongly point to Robin Gunningham, and scratching the surface of Robin Gunningham's personal history indicates why an admission may never be forthcoming. The themes of Banksy's work stand in stark contrast with Gunningham's upbringing. Gunningham grew up wealthy and attended an elite public school, an upbringing that stands in stark contrast to his anti-capitalist, egalitarian social messaging. Further, Banksy has grown enormously wealthy off his work, which again serves to diminish the credibility of his message in some circles. The disappearance of Sydney West. In the early morning hours of September 30th, 2020, the bustling city of San Francisco became the focal point of a bright young woman's disappearance. Sydney West, a 19-year-old student from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, who had recently embarked on her journey at the University of California, Berkeley, vanished without a trace. Her last known whereabouts were near the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, a site that, on that fog-laden morning, would become the center of a mystery that continues to perplex her family, investigators, and the public at large. Sydney's transition to college life was fraught with challenges. Prior to her disappearance, she had sustained a concussion, which, coupled with the isolation brought on by the 2020 event and the shift to virtual classes, proved difficult. Given these issues, she decided to defer her classes to wait for normalcy to return to her personal life and the world. Despite these hurdles, Sydney chose to remain in California, with plans to restart her college career in the fall of 2021. Conversations with her family on the eve of her disappearance gave no indication of the tragedy that was to unfold. The morning she disappeared, Sydney was dropped off near the Golden Gate Bridge by a ride-sharing service. The dense fog that morning rendered video footage from the area nearly useless, complicating efforts to trace her movements. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no conclusive evidence has emerged regarding her fate. The ride-sharing driver was cleared of any involvement, and Sydney's backpack and laptop were eventually recovered, though her cell phone remains missing. Notably, there has been no activity on her phone, bank account, credit card, or social media profiles since her disappearance. Given the location that she was dropped off, some have hypothesized that she ended herself. However, the private investigator hired by the family has challenged this notion. The private investigator noted the absence of witness reports or 911 calls that would typically accompany such an event on the bridge. Further, the bridge was bustling with activity that morning, yet no one reported seeing Sydney in distress. However, as discussed, even so, given the heavy fog, the activities of Sydney could have been obscured. At present, Sydney West's whereabouts remain entirely unknown. In my research for this, I ended up reading some interviews with Kimberly and Jay West, Sydney's parents. They thankfully have remained extremely involved in the case and are advocating for their daughter at every step. As of February 2024, Sydney's whereabouts remain unknown. There have been many recent cases of people who disappeared for years, only to re-emerge safe and sound. Let's hope Sydney will be one of these cases. Edward Leeds-Calnan's Coral Castle. Coral Castle, located in Homestead, Florida, is one of the most intriguing structures ever built. The man behind this marvel, Edward Leeds-Calnan, was a Latvian immigrant who single-handedly created the castle from over 1,100 tons of limestone. But what makes this feat even more extraordinary is that it was accomplished without the use of modern machinery. However, many accounts of Coral Castle erroneously indicate that Leeds-Calnan used virtually no tools. This is not accurate. Leeds-Calnan, by his own admission, made extensive use of pre-modern machinery. Born in Latvia in 1887, Leeds-Calnan moved to the United States after a break with his fiancée. This heartbreak was the catalyst for what would become Coral Castle. Starting in 1923, Leeds-Calnan worked on this monumental project until his death in 1951. The construction of Coral Castle is shrouded in mystery. Leeds-Calnan, a small man of just over 5 feet tall and weighing barely 100 pounds, worked alone, often at night, to move and carve massive stones. Some of the stones used in the castle weigh several tons, with the largest stone estimated to weigh as much as 30 tons. The methods Leeds-Calnan used to manipulate these stones remain a topic of speculation. He claimed to understand the laws of weight and leverage well, suggesting he applied principles of physics that allowed him to single-handedly move and sculpt these massive stones. Coral Castle's construction has sparked numerous alternative and paranormal explanations. Edward Leeds-Calnan's secretive methods and the seemingly impossible feat of moving massive stones single-handedly has bolstered these beliefs. Some far-out theories suggest that Leeds-Calnan possessed knowledge of ancient or lost technology, possibly related to the construction techniques of Stonehenge or the pyramids. Others speculate about the use of magnetic fields and levitation, inspired by Leeds-Calnan's own writings on magnetic currents. Leeds-Calnan deliberately created an air of mystique surrounding the Coral Castle, which still exists till this day. The Bigfoot Killer. From February to October 1975, a harrowing series of crimes unfolded that would leave an indelible mark on Detroit. The perpetrator, dubbed the Bigfoot Killer, an unidentified assailant, embarked on a brutal campaign of violence, targeting young women engaged in paid companionship. This serial killer, whose moniker was derived from his notably large feet, was responsible for the SA and slaying of 7 victims, their ages ranging from 16 to 22 years. The Bigfoot Killer's modus operandi was chillingly methodical. He preyed upon vulnerable women, luring them with the promise of money in exchange for services. Once they were in his grasp, he would resort to violence, wielding a knife to intimidate and control his victims before committing unspeakable acts, and finally, strangulation. Witnesses and surviving victims described the perpetrator as a muscular, tall African-American man, aged between 30 and 35, with distinctive facial hair and an afro. The investigation into these heinous crimes was fraught with challenges. A key suspect emerged in January 1976 when Carl Mayweather Jr., a 29-year-old Detroit man, was arrested during an attempted crime against a woman. Mayweather had a prior record of assault and seemed to fit the physical description of the Bigfoot killer. Despite these initial suspicions, Mayweather was ultimately cleared of involvement in the Bigfoot killings, as he had solid alibis for virtually all of the slayings. The community's response to the killings was one of outrage and desperation. Activists and residents, frustrated with what they perceived as police negligence, organized rallies demanding action and accountability. Their criticisms centered on the authorities' reluctance to acknowledge the severity of the situation and their failure to protect the community's most vulnerable members. Further, they criticized the extreme lack of resources which were assigned to the case. Padre Pio. Padre Pio, a Capuchin friar, has been a figure of intrigue and reverence due to his reputed spiritual gifts and miracles. Born on May 25, 1887, in Pietrelcina, Italy, Pio spent much of his life in San Giovanni Rotondo, where he became renowned for bearing the stigmata, wounds mirroring those of Christ, among other mystical phenomena. Despite scrutiny and initial skepticism from the Vatican, Padre Pio was canonized as a saint in 2002 by Pope John Paul II, a testament to his lasting impact on devout Catholics. Padre Pio's life was marked by numerous reported miracles and acts of intercession. Among these, his ability to bilocate or appear in two places simultaneously, and his reception of the stigmata in 1918, stand out. In terms of more earthly accomplishments, he founded a research hospital in Vatican City, which is still operational today and is very highly regarded. The supernatural phenomena attracted attention and devotion, as well as controversy and investigation by skeptics within the Church. Church authorities were initially extremely unwilling to accept the extraordinary claims made by Padre Pio. The miracles attributed to Padre Pio are varied, though most of the miracles surround his ability to intercede on behalf of sick and injured individuals. Critics and skeptics have offered various theories to explain Padre Pio's abilities, from fraud and self-infliction of his wounds to psychological phenomena. However, for many believers, these theories fall short of explaining the depth and breadth of Padre Pio's spiritual experiences and the tangible effects of his intercessions. For the faithful, his life and works are seen as a testament to the power of faith and the reality of mystical experiences within the Catholic Church. Regardless of whether Padre Pio could actually intercede and heal the sick, the belief by the faithful that Padre Pio had the power to convince the Creator of the universe to improve your bleak situation undoubtedly led to much more positive outcomes for the sick. Further, while some have questioned his motives, there's no evidence whatsoever that he received any secondary gain from his activities. Given his extreme levels of fame and notoriety in his lifetime, he could have quote-unquote had it all. However, as a member of a monastic order, he voluntarily chose to live a life of asceticism and continued to live a simple lifestyle despite his sheer level of influence. The Pharmacy Maniac. In 2011, Chelyabinsk, Russia, became the backdrop for a chilling series of crimes by an individual dubbed the Pharmacy Maniac. This unidentified assailant targeted 2 pharmacies within the city, leading to the loss of 2 lives under harrowing circumstances. The first incident occurred in May, inside a pharmacy where the perpetrator, masked and armed, demanded money from the people present, resulting in the fatal shooting of a 49-year-old man named Vladimir Shin, who had walked in to purchase medicine. A few months later, in August, a second attack unfolded in a similar fashion, claiming the life of 30-year-old Igor Ustinov. This time, the attacker shot Ustinov upon entering, and after a brief exit to reload his weapon, returned to ensure Ustinov was deceased. The killer's modus operandi involved the use of a sawn-off shotgun and attacks exclusively on classic brand pharmacies. Witnesses described the assailant as extremely unusual in appearance and odd in demeanor. Further, adding to the mystery, he used Russian phrases generally used by American soldiers in Russian films. Despite intensive investigations, which included the distribution of a facial composite and a large financial reward for information leading to his capture, the pharmacy maniac remains at large. The perpetrator's motive remains unknown, though he did engage in robberies. However, the robberies were for nominal sums of money, suggesting that robbery was not the primary motive behind the slayings. The bunyip is a cryptid emerging from Australian Aboriginal folklore. Originating from a word with meanings akin to demon or evil spirit, the bunyip has been a central figure of terror and mystery within the Australian interior's swamps and lagoons, called billabongs by the locals. Descriptions of the bunyip vary widely, with some depicting it as a large amphibious animal with a blend of features from various animals, including a round head and an elongated neck. Others portray it as an alien-type creature. This creature's vocalizations, often described as booming or roaring, have cemented its place in the lore as a harbinger of fear and death. The creature's historical accounts are as varied as its descriptions. Early settler narratives and Aboriginal stories tell of a creature lurking in the murky depths, waiting to prey on the unsuspecting. However, concrete evidence of this cryptid's existence remains elusive, leading to widespread speculation and debate as to what this creature represents. Theories about the origins have evolved over time, with some researchers proposing that the creature might be a distant cultural memory of now extinct animals such as the Diprotodon or the Zygomaturus. The Diprotodon and the Zygomaturus are two gigantic marsupials who are thought to have gone extinct around the time of the arrival of humans in Australia 40,000 years ago. Others propose that they represent a relict population of these creatures, though there's no evidence that they continued on existing. Another popular theory suggests that a seal species that occasionally venture into river systems could be responsible for the sightings. Evidence in favor of this include the loud howling and barking associated with both creatures. The Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil, formerly commonly known as the Leeds Devil, is a cryptid said to inhabit the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. Its origins trace back to the 17th century, when English Quakers settled in southern New Jersey, where the Pine Barrens are located. The story begins with Daniel Leeds, a Quaker ostracized by his community for his interest in astrology and Christian occultism, leading to his depiction as evil and an associate of the devil. This reputation, compounded by his family's crest, featuring a wyvern, a dragon-like creature, set the stage for the legend of the Leeds Devil, or Jersey Devil as it came to be known. By the 18th and 19th centuries, the Leeds Devil had become an entrenched part of southern New Jersey folklore, with the figure of a monstrous creature roaming the Pine Barrens. This narrative was further popularized and embellished with various origin stories over time, including the infamous tale of Mother Leeds. According to legend, Mother Leeds cursed her 13th child to be the devil, who then transformed into a monstrous creature and flew away into the Pine Barrens. This creature, described as having bat-like wings, a horse's head, and a forked tail, became synonymous with the Jersey Devil. The legend persisted and evolved, with sightings and encounters reported through the centuries. The creature was said to terrorize local communities, livestock, and travelers, leading to widespread fear and fascination. The most notable period of public hysteria occurred in 1909, when a series of sightings and strange footprints across New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware captured the public's imagination. Newspapers at the time reported on and embellished these incidents, further cementing the Jersey Devil's status in American folklore. The most famous depiction of the Jersey Devil, on screen right now, dates to a newspaper article during the 1909 Jersey Devil mania. Over the years, various explanations have been proposed to rationalize the sightings, ranging from misidentified animals to mass hysteria. My view is that a significant number of modern-day Jersey Devil sightings can be attributed to quote-unquote owl misidentifications. I've mentioned it before, but people seriously underestimate the size and ferocity of an enraged owl. Imagine for a second you're in the woods in the dead of night and you're assaulted by a huge screeching creature who can fly through dense brush in extreme low-light situations. Then overlay the local legend of the Jersey Devil, and you will see how the legend continues to spread. Socrates. The question of whether Socrates was an actual historical figure or merely a literary device invented by his students, particularly Plato, has intrigued scholars and enthusiasts of ancient philosophy. This touches on the very foundation of Western philosophical thought. Socrates, as we know him, is primarily depicted through the writings of Plato and, to a lesser extent, Xenophon. These accounts present Socrates as a singular figure in Athens, known for his distinctive method of inquiry, now called the Socratic method. This method involved asking probing questions to expose contradictions in one's thoughts, aiming at clarity and ethical living. However, the absence of writings by Socrates himself complicates the matter, relying instead on his students' portrayals. Could Plato have used Socrates as a character through which to explore his own philosophical ideas? Proponents of this theory suggest that Plato crafted a compelling and consistent character to serve as a mouthpiece for his philosophical investigations. On the other hand, defenders of Socrates' historicity point to the broader historical context and external references to his existence. Aristophanes, a contemporary playwright, caricatured Socrates in his comedy The Clouds, depicting him as a sophist and natural philosopher. This portrayal, while unflattering and satirical, nonetheless indicates that Socrates was a well-known figure in Athens, distinct enough to be the subject of public satire. Or, to put it in distinctly modern terms, this evidence for Socrates' historicity can be summed up in the modern phrase, "You haven't made it till you've got haters." Moreover, the philosophical impact of Socrates extends beyond Plato and Xenophon. Aristotle, who studied at Plato's academy, refers to Socrates and critiques some of his ideas, suggesting a recognition of Socrates as a historical figure whose teachings were distinct from those of Plato. This indirect evidence from Aristotle further supports the argument for Socrates' historical existence. Further, as anyone who has studied ancient history deeply knows, the quote-unquote evidence for most historical figures is sparse and pieced together from primary and secondary sources, which have been filtered through millennia of copying. Further, the secondary sources virtually always reference or appear to reference numerous primary sources which are lost to time. In my view, Socrates was almost certainly a real person. He is well attested from multiple ancient sources, and circumstantial evidence supports his historicity. Further, his lack of writings isn't a knock against him, for two reasons. First, no one had ever claimed that Socrates was a prolific writer. Instead, he was a prolific teacher. Given that he was primarily a prolific teacher, it would make sense that we know about him most through the people he influenced most, his students. Second, the vast majority of ancient writings are lost. Having extensive works in an ancient philosopher or writer is the exception rather than the rule. Also, quick aside with respect to the first point, at roughly the same time in human history, on the other side of the Eurasian continent, Another great teacher and philosopher had his speeches and lectures compiled by his students. That individual was Confucius, who also arguably has no writings directly attributed to him, despite the monumental influence of his philosophy. Shinjuku Kabukicho Love Hotel Killings. In 1981, Tokyo's Shinjuku and Kabukicho districts were the scenes of a series of chilling, unsolved slayings that have since become known as the Shinjuku Kabukicho Love Hotel Killings. The cases involved the deaths of 3 women, all strangled in love hotels, a type of short-stay hotel found in Japan that offers privacy for couples. The series of slayings only ceased after a 4th woman survived. The first known victim, referred to as Hostess A, was discovered strangled to death in March 1981. Found in a love hotel, she was initially believed to be a 33-year-old paid companionship provider based on the identification found on her. However, it was later revealed that her ID was fake and that she was actually a 45-year-old woman who was estranged from her family. The second victim, known as Hostess B, met a similar fate in April 1981. She was strangled with her pantyhose. Hostess B was thought to be around 20 years old and possibly Taiwanese, although her identity has never been confirmed. The third victim, Shujo A, a 17-year-old girl, was found in June 1981. Unlike the others, she was discovered alive, but later succumbed to her injuries in the hospital. A common thread in these slayings was the use of pantyhose for strangulation and the presence of stimulants in the victim's systems, suggesting they might have ingested the drugs orally, either by force or on consent. The similarities in the modus operandi led police to believe these crimes were committed by the same individual. The suspect was described as a young, well-dressed man, standing approximately 5'3", seen wearing black-rimmed glasses. Despite multiple witness accounts, for reasons which are unclear to me, a composite sketch of the individual was never created. Notably, no security cameras existed in the love hotels in question, out of concerns for the privacy of the patrons of the hotels. The Umibozu. The Umibozu, a mythical creature from Japanese folklore, has been a source of fascination and fear for centuries. This entity, whose name translates to sea monk, is depicted as a massive humanoid figure emerging from the depths of the ocean. Its appearance is characterized by a featureless, bald head, akin to that of a monk, and a body cloaked in darkness, sometimes described as covered in dark seaweed. Legends tell of its immense size, often towering over ships, with some accounts describing it as larger than the vessels it encounters. Various traditional theories exist on what they are, suggesting that they could be the vengeful spirits of monks thrown into the sea or dragon deities demanding sacrifices. These beings are known to manifest during calm weather, suddenly causing storms to capsize ships or demanding barrels from sailors, which they then use to flood and sink the vessels. A peculiar way to fend off an umibozu involves offering a barrel with the bottom removed, which supposedly prevents it from sinking the ship, since it will neither attack directly, and the barrels tossed back on the ship won't sink it. Historical and literary references to the umibozu date back to the Edo period, with tales of its sightings contributing to the tapestry of Japanese maritime folklore. Recent sightings, such as the one reported in 1971 off the coast of Miyagi Prefecture, continue to fuel the legend of the umibozu. In this instance, a fishing boat encountered a large, mysterious creature with gray-brown wrinkles and large eyes, which quickly disappeared into the sea. In my view, some umibozu sightings may be explained by the phenomenon of rogue waves, which are unusually large and unexpected waves that appear suddenly in the ocean. These massive waves can reach heights of over 100 feet, often coming from directions other than the prevailing wind and wave patterns. This theory explains three elements of the cryptid. First, it explains the sheer size of the creature, dwarfing large vessels. Second, rogue waves are associated with calm waters, rather than tumultuous oceanic patterns. The Umabozu is said to strike when the waters are calm, causing ships to capsize. Finally, it provides one explanation for the habitat of the creature. While the traditional explanation is that the creature lives in the ocean due to its large size, it also suggests why there's never been a sighting of an umabozu in a river estuary or a bay. The 1458 Mystery Eruption. In the mid-15th century, a significant volcanic event, now referred to as the 1458 Mystery Eruption, left a mark on the climate and history of the Earth, despite the volcano which caused it remaining unidentified. Historical accounts from Europe and Asia during the 1450s to 1460s describe unusual weather patterns, such as smog and haze in the skies, sun discoloration, and volcanic ash. These phenomena were accompanied by severe climatic disruptions, including increased precipitation, lower temperatures, famines, and property damage due to flooding and freezing conditions. The mystery eruption's impact was global, affecting crop quality, wine production, and exacerbating the hardships of medieval populations. The sulfur spike from this eruption, recorded in ice cores, suggests a massive aerosol cloud spread across the Earth, altering weather patterns and contributing to the climatic conditions of the time. Ice core analysis has been pivotal in studying past volcanic activity, capturing particles and gases from eruptions and allowing scientists to trace their climatic effects. However, the 1458 eruption's specific source remains elusive, partly due to the challenges in correlating sulfur spikes in ice cores with known volcanic events. Initial hypotheses pointed towards the submerged Kauai caldera in Vanuatu as the source. Still, recent studies, including the analysis of particles from Antarctic ice cores, have cast doubt on this theory. These studies suggest the eruption might have originated from a different, yet to be identified location. The reason for this being that the composition of the ash is rich in minerals not found in abundance in Kauai. Itavia Flight 870. On the evening of June 27, 1980, a DC-9 aircraft, operating a domestic scheduled passenger service, vanished off the radar over the Tyrrhenian Sea near the Italian island of Ustica, plummeting into the dark waters below. All 81 individuals aboard perished in an event that has since been entangled in a web of theories, speculations, and government secrecy. At the heart of the Itavia Flight 870 tragedy lies the immediate cause of the crash, an in-flight explosion. However, the nature and origin of this explosion have been subjects of intense debate and investigation. Initially, mechanical failure was considered a potential cause, with investigators probing the aircraft's maintenance records and operational history for any anomalies. Yet no conclusive evidence of mechanical fault could be definitively linked to the catastrophe. As mechanical explanations faded, attention shifted towards more sinister theories, with a prevailing hypothesis suggesting that the aircraft was caught in a military skirmish and shot down by a missile. The Cold War era, marked by heightened military tensions in the Mediterranean, provided a volatile backdrop to this theory. There were reports of a radar sighting of an aerial engagement involving NATO and Libyan forces near the aircraft's flight path on the night of the crash. Adding credibility to the overall theory, Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi himself was traveling in the same airspace when this horrible tragedy occurred. This led to speculation that Itavia Flight 870 might have been accidentally struck by a missile intended for a military target or caught in the crossfire between military jets. Adding to the swirl of conspiracy theories were allegations that France had attempted to end Gaddafi on the night in question. However, despite various investigations, no evidence has conclusively proven this theory, and the French government has vehemently denied any involvement. In 2023, A former Prime Minister of Italy said, in a non-official capacity, that France shot the plane down accidentally. Another popular theory is that the plane was brought down by a bomb from an extremist group as part of a period of political violence in Italy, known as the Years of Lead. Given the semi-official endorsement of the missile theory, I suspect this may prove to be correct. However, due to the sensitive nature of such an admission, this case will likely remain officially unsolved until long after everyone tangentially involved has passed away. Atlantis. Atlantis, a name that conjures images of an advanced civilization lost to the depths of the ocean, has fascinated historians, philosophers, and the general public for millennia. Its story originates from the works of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who mentioned Atlantis in two of his dialogues. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful and advanced kingdom that existed about 9,000 years before his own time, making its supposed timeline around 12,000 years ago from today. Plato described Atlantis as an island larger than Asia Minor and Libya combined, and located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the term ancient Greeks used to refer to the Strait of Gibraltar. The island was said to be a paradise, rich in natural resources, and its people were advanced in technology and architecture. The Atlanteans were described as having a powerful navy, and their rulers were said to be the descendants of Poseidon. The heart of Atlantis was described as being concentric circles of land and water, with a magnificent palace in the center. The Atlanteans were depicted as virtuous people, living in a utopian society where peace prevailed and laws were just. However, as the Atlanteans grew powerful, they became arrogant. According to Plato, their moral decay led the gods to become angry, and as punishment, their island was submerged forever. The historical and geographical accuracy of Plato's account of Atlantis has been the subject of debate among scholars. Most scholars believe Plato's story was intended as a metaphor for the moral and political decline of his own society, rather than a historical account. Others have taken his descriptions at face value, proposing various locations for Atlantis, with the most common location proposed being around where the Azores are located today. Another theory proposes that the story of Atlantis derives from the Guanche people indigenous to what are now the Canary Islands. In favor of this theory, this was the only island-based civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules that would have been known to the Greeks. In my view, it's abundantly clear that Atlantis was never intended to be a real place, but to be used as a teaching tool. That said, the idea that the Guanche may have been used as inspiration for the idea is fascinating, and adds new interest to what I had considered a stale, unsolved mystery. Man-eating trees. Stemming from tales as early as the 19th century, these plants were described with a horrifying appetite for human flesh. A notable story involves a naturalist in Central America encountering a vine-like plant, dubbed the Devil's Snare, capable of ensnaring and harming animals with its rope-like tissue. This plant was said to possess tiny mouths that would open to consume animal blood, but later investigations revealed these accounts to be obvious fabrications. Another famous example of the man-eating tree supposedly came from Madagascar. According to newspaper reports in the late 19th century, a German explorer ran across the Makoto tribe while traveling through Madagascar. While amongst the Makoto people, the German explorer noted that the tribe would perform sacrifices to the vegetational menace. The story gained further credibility and authority when Chase Osborne, the 27th governor of Michigan, wrote a book about the topic. Osborne's book, sensationalistically titled Madagascar, Land of the Man-Eating Tree, claimed he had spoken with Christian missionaries who were aware of the tree. However, there's one problem with this man-eating tree of Madagascar. The German explorer and the Makoto tribe never existed. The initial newspaper report was a fabrication, and all subsequent accounts were based upon this initial report. That said, belief in carnivorous trees still persists till the present, with some theorizing larger versions of things like the Venus flytrap exist and prey upon larger creatures. Why does the uncanny valley exist? The uncanny valley exists as a psychological defense mechanism rooted in our brain's intricate way of processing human-like entities. When robots or avatars nearly mirror human appearance or behavior, they trigger a primal alarm within us. This alert is not due to their similarity, but because they reside on the eerie threshold of almost human, yet not quite. This phenomenon, first identified by Japanese robotics pioneer Masahiro Mori in 1970, reflects our brain's method of distinguishing between genuine human traits and those artificially emulated. Studies using functional magnetic resonance imaging have pinpointed brain circuits involved in evaluating social cues and determining the eeriness of almost human agents. And as such, the phenomenon has a confirmed physiological basis in the human brain. However, the existence of the uncanny valley effect begs the question, why have humans evolved to be on guard around near-human entities? What beings were we afraid of that made us select for this? One hypothesis is that this is proof of extraterrestrial entities visiting Earth during humanity's earliest years. Another hypothesis is that this evolved due to the existence of other near-human hominids coexisting with humans and perhaps being hostile to humans. My hypothesis, which is less fascinating than the above, is that the uncanny valley may be common to all mammal brains, as a way to assess differences between closely associated species. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. I plan to make this the most extensive Iceberg series ever, but I can only do that if you subscribe. Also, check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. Click the links in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to Part 9 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. In this series, we deep dive unsolved mysteries including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, internet mysteries, and more. The disappearance of Lauren Spearer. In the early hours of June 3, 2011, Indiana University sophomore Lauren Spearer vanished after a night out with friends in Bloomington, Indiana. Lauren Spearer, originally from Scarsdale, New York, was majoring in textile studies at Indiana University. On the night of her disappearance, she was seen leaving a friend's apartment at around 4:30 a.m., attempting to make the short walk back to her own apartment. Surveillance footage captured her movements around the campus that night, but after these recordings, she disappeared without a trace. The investigation into Spearer's disappearance has been extensive and multifaceted. In August 2011, police conducted a 9-day search of the Sycamore Ridge landfill, looking for clues to Spearer's whereabouts. This search, involving the Bloomington Police Department, the Indiana University Police Department, and the FBI, ultimately yielded no significant findings. Over the years, the investigation has received thousands of tips, and in 2016, the FBI and other police agencies followed up on leads regarding Spearer's disappearance in Morgan County, involving a property connected to a person of interest. Despite these efforts, no conclusive evidence has been found to determine Spearer's fate. Several theories have emerged regarding what happened to Spearer that night. Her parents have publicly stated their belief that she may have been drugged and have voiced suspicions about the individuals she was with that evening. Further, and sadly, her parents believed that given the circumstances, their daughter is likely deceased. Another theory suggests that she suffered from an accidental overdose, exacerbated by a heart condition called long QT syndrome. One of the individuals she was with on the night in question indicated that she had taken a cocktail of drugs and alcohol that night. However, if this was an accidental fatal overdose, this begs the question, where are her remains? Another theory suggests she may have been abducted at random by a stranger. However, there is no evidence to support this, other than the lack of evidence confirming other theories. As of today, Lauren Spearer's case remains unsolved, with no suspects named or charges filed. Thankfully, Lauren's family is extremely effective at keeping attention on her case, which leads me to hold out hope that there will one day be closure on this matter. The Mad Trapper of Rat River. Thanks to subscriber and Discord member Y Ultimate for suggesting this one. Remember, if you make a suggestion that makes it on the Iceberg, you'll get a shout out, so leave a comment in the comments below or in the Discord server. The saga of the Mad Trapper of Rat River, a shadowy figure whose true identity remains a mystery, is a riveting chapter in both Canadian and American history. This tale begins in July 1931, when a mysterious American man, later known as Albert Johnson, arrived in the Northwest Territories. He built a small cabin near Rat River and soon clashed with local trappers and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, over trapline interference. The situation escalated on December 31st, 1931, when Johnson, cornered in his cabin, shot an officer who attempted to confront him over the dispute. The RCMP officers retreated with their wounded comrade, but in the meantime, news of what happened got out, and locals formed a 9-man posse to deal with the troublesome trapper. In case you doubted how serious this posse was when it came to ending Johnson, they brought along 20 pounds of dynamite to avoid an extended siege in his cabin. Also, somewhat curiously, this posse would eventually grow into a ragtag band of RCMP officers, local hunters and trappers, and local indigenous trackers. The posse members blew up part of the cabin, but Johnson was undeterred and kept up the firefight from the ruins of the cabin. The posse retreated, seeking to reinforce their numbers, and undoubtedly slightly humiliated that their 9 men were unable to take on Albert Johnson, who seemed to be fighting as a one-man army. However, when the posse returned, there was a problem. Albert Johnson was missing. This act triggered one of the largest manhunts in Canadian history, spanning over 7 weeks across the Arctic's harsh landscape. The chase captivated the nation, as Johnson evaded capture through ingenious survival skills and tactics, including backtracking and hiding his trail. He utilized the environment to his advantage, moving through impenetrable underbrush and severe weather conditions that would deter even the most seasoned hunters. His ability to survive in such extreme conditions, along with his skill in evading a posse that included experienced RCMP officers and indigenous trackers, greatly increased his notoriety. In an unprecedented move, the RCMP enlisted the help of World War I ace aviator Wilfrid May. The RCMP used his aircraft to scout and track Johnson's movements from the air, marking one of the first uses of an airplane in a manhunt. Despite the advantage of aerial surveillance, Johnson continued to elude capture until a fatal confrontation on the frozen Eagle River in February 1932. The posse ambushed Johnson at the river while he wasn't wearing his snowshoes. Outgunned and in open terrain, Johnson engaged in a firefight with the posse while attempting to retreat to cover. Somewhat unsurprisingly, he was mortally wounded in the encounter. In a twist out of a Hollywood film, Johnson shot an RCMP member who was part of the posse, and given the isolated area where this occurred, this would likely have been fatal. But remember the flying ace Wilfrid May? He engaged in a daring landing and was able to get the officer to safety and medical attention, likely saving his life. The encounter ended with Johnson's death, but his identity and motives remained elusive. The examination of his remains and personal effects raised more questions than answers, revealing a man prepared for survival but without any definitive clues to his past. After his death, a significant question arose. Who was this quarrelsome trapper who led the nation on a massive manhunt? Prior to 2017, numerous candidates swirled about, with most of them being American criminals. However, since 2017, DNA analysis has been used to try to establish his identity, or at least rule out candidates. All of his ancestors were from Sweden, suggesting he was almost certainly Swedish American. This also had the effect of ruling out any of the potential candidates for Albert Johnson's identity. I've said it before in relation to other cases, but Netflix, you need to turn the Albert Johnson story into a limited series. This case has all the elements you need for a great 6 or 8 part story, and the best part is that there's a mystery underneath it all, too. Doreen Marfeo. The disappearance of Doreen Marfeo unfolded in Johnston, Rhode Island, on March 29, 1990. At the time of her disappearance, Doreen and her husband, Stephen Marfeo, were experiencing marital difficulties, leading Doreen to resign from her job at the Rhode Island School of Design to focus on their marriage. On the day she was last seen, Stephen claimed to have taken an unusually long 70-minute lunch break to eat at home with Doreen. He later claimed he returned later that afternoon, finding her missing. Despite her apparent departure, Doreen left behind many personal items, including her car, toothbrush, hair curlers, 2 pet cats, and substantial funds in joint bank accounts. Additionally, she suffered from severe allergies, which could cause her throat to swell, a condition that raised further concerns regarding her well-being after her disappearance. Stephen delayed reporting his wife missing for 2 days, a decision that has drawn, to put it mildly, extreme scrutiny. Prior to her disappearance, he had suspected Doreen of infidelity and had even gone as far as hiring private detectives to follow her, although there was no concrete evidence to support his suspicions. The investigation took a more sinister turn when police received 2 typewritten letters in June 1990. One letter outlined a scenario in which Stephen was accused of ending Doreen's life and disposing of her body. The other sought to tarnish Doreen's reputation by alleging affairs with co-workers. These letters, believed to be authored by Stephen and typed on his mother's typewriter, hinted at his involvement, yet he denied the allegations and ceased cooperation with the authorities. The mystery deepened in 1999, 9 years after Doreen's disappearance, when Stephen took the lives of his girlfriend and then himself, leaving behind a note that alluded to his guilt over Doreen's fate. In a somewhat shocking turn of events, despite the overwhelming circumstantial evidence against Stephen, his mother has very publicly defended him and his quote-unquote legacy. Authorities, however, remain convinced that Stephen played a significant role in his wife's disappearance. Unfortunately, Doreen Marfeo, born Doreen Dobson, since under the circumstances I think it may be more respectful to refer to her as such, has never been found, sadly denying closure to her family at present. The Bremen Road Attacker. On August 22, 1988, a brazen daylight attack unfolded on a secluded highway near Putnam, Connecticut, marking a day of terror for a local social worker. The victim, referred to as Carol to protect her identity, was en route to her job at a mental health facility when she encountered a black pickup truck exhibiting erratic behavior. The truck's driver, a male in his mid-30s with brown curly hair, began swerving and altering speeds before abruptly stopping. Emerging with a firearm, he shot Carol in the face at close range, leaving her critically injured and slumped over in her vehicle. Due to her positioning within the vehicle, she remained unseen by passing motorists until a truck passed by. The driver noticed her slumped over from his elevated cab. The attack was not just a moment of violence, but a puzzle that perplexed law enforcement. Initial investigations revealed that the attacker had been menacing other drivers that morning, suggesting a pattern of extreme aggression. However, that said, he had simply been driving aggressively around the other drivers, and there is no indication why he attempted to cruelly take Carol's life. Despite the severity of Carol's injuries, including a severed carotid artery and paralysis of her left vocal cord, she survived, thanks to the timely intervention of the truck driver. Unfortunately, the individual responsible for this attack remains at large today, and given his age, may still pose a threat to society if he is alive. Mysterious Dave Mather. David Allen Mather, known as Mysterious Dave, lived a life that could easily be the plot of a classic Western. Born in Connecticut in 1851, Mather's early years were marked by adventure and tragedy. By the time he was 16, both of his parents had passed away, prompting him and his brother Josiah to venture west in search of adventure and opportunity. Mather's reputation in the Wild West was a blend of lawman and outlaw, a common duality in that era. His journey into notoriety began around 1873, when he became involved in cattle rustling in Sharp County, Arkansas. By 1874, Mather made his first known appearance in Dodge City, Kansas, a place he would frequently return to, each time blurring the lines between his roles as a lawman and an outlaw. Mather's life in Dodge City was tumultuous and marked by significant events that added to his mystique. In June 1883, he was hired as an assistant city marshal in Dodge City, serving under a cloud of controversy until April 1884, when he was replaced by Tom Nixon, sparking a bitter feud between the two. This feud culminated in a violent confrontation in July 1884, resulting in Nixon's death at Mather's hands. Despite the violence, Mather was acquitted of all charges, thanks to testimony of individuals including the town sheriff. Mather's law enforcement career was a series of highs and lows, marked by episodes of violence and accusations. He was involved in another killing in May 1885, this time of a man named David Barnes, leading to his arrest along with his brother Josiah. However, both men were granted bail, and unsurprisingly, these desperados went on the lam. The final chapters of Mather's life are wrapped in mystery. Josiah, his brother, claimed he never saw his brother again after they departed Dodge City, and never heard from him again in any capacity. Adding credence to this story, Josiah, who went on to live until the 1930s, confirmed with his children in private that he had no idea what happened to his brother. After his disappearance from Dodge City, rumors and speculations filled the void left by his absence. The most intriguing rumor theorizes that he went to Canada and enlisted in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Under this theory, he may have served in the organization under an assumed identity until as late as the 1920s. The RCMP has explicitly denied this theory. However, identities were difficult to verify in the late 19th century, and I doubt that they would have turned down an experienced lawman and gunfighter. The truth about Mysterious Dave's final days remains elusive, much like the man himself. The Munsterland Slayings. Between 1971 and 1974, the Munsterland region of West Germany was the setting for a chilling series of unresolved cases involving the disappearance and demise of 4 young women. These individuals, all in their 20s, shared similar physical characteristics and had been hitchhiking prior to their vanishings. They were later discovered strangled, their bodies left in unnaturally posed positions, without signs of any SA or any inference of that nature. Their personal belongings were stolen, with only a single item ever recovered, indicating the calculated nature of the perpetrator's actions. The first case involved Edeltraud van Boxel, found under mysterious circumstances that suggested transportation in a vehicle, evidenced by specific burn marks. Edeltraud was working as a paid companion and was last seen getting into a white Volkswagen Beetle. Barbara Storm's case further perplexed authorities due to her last known activities and the subsequent discovery of her body in a remote area. She was last seen with a man in his 20s who had picked her up while hitchhiking. Marlies Hemmer's disappearance led to the finding of her remains in a secluded location, with personal items missing. Erika Kuntz's case echoed the grim pattern, her demise marked by similar, inexplicable details. Interestingly, all of the slain women had black or dark hair, suggesting they may have been targeted for their appearance. Based on my research in English language sources, and through machine-translated German sources, there appears to be no indication that the police have ever named a suspect. However, the suspected perpetrator was noted to be a white male in his 20s, with dirty blonde to brown hair. Given the age of this individual, and given the horrific nature of these slayings, I doubt that he stopped there unless he was incarcerated on unrelated crimes, or ended by other means. The Monopoly Man, the monocle Mandela effect. The Monopoly Man, often envisioned with a monocle, has sparked widespread discussion due to the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where a large group of people shares a false memory. Despite the common belief, the Monopoly Man, officially known as Uncle Pennybags, has never been officially depicted with a monocle since his debut in 1936. Proponents of this Mandela effect state that two realities merged, one where the Monopoly Man wears the monocle, and another one where the Monopoly Man does not. In my view, this Mandela effect is not fruit of the loom tier, and there is likely a simple explanation for it. Also, programming note, all Mandela effects will be graded against the fruit of the loom cornucopia. In popular culture, there are only a couple of stock characters that are associated with the usage of the monocle. The first, which does not apply to the Monopoly Man, is that of a stern German aristocrat from the ancient aristocracy. This image is generally associated with World War I. The second is the American blue-blooded aristocrat, often depicted wearing a top hat and carrying a cane. While this stock character has long since fell out of fashion, the popular Planters Peanut mascot lives on, donning a monocle, top hat, and cane. The Monopoly Man does factually carry a cane and wear a top hat. The association between these two items allows the human brain to fill in the monocle where none exists. I propose that this is similar to how our brains are not designed to read every letter of every word, but rather, our brains come to be trained to efficiently process text. Let me know what you think of this theory in the comments below. Also, if you have an alternative theory, I would love to hear it. If you're enjoying this video, please do me a huge favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. Also, there's now a merch shop. Get in on it. The Disappearance of Guy Geyer. The Disappearance of Guy Geyer, a 61-year-old man last seen in Chewela, Washington on November 15, 2020, remains unsolved. Geyer was involved in the renovation of a home owned by a family friend at the time of his disappearance. He was last heard from 2 days later, on November 17, 2020, and despite efforts to locate him, he has never been heard from again. Geyer's vehicle was discovered abandoned on a friend's property on November 20th, with the keys still inside and the window rolled down. His friends and family described this situation as highly unusual for him. The house he was renovating was left unlocked, and all his tools were found inside, neatly organized and the environment unusually tidy. These details have led to widespread speculation about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Further, Geyer is married with children and grandchildren, and according to interviews I was able to find with family members, he was a very devoted family man. Theories about what happened to Geyer vary widely, ranging from accidental misadventure to suggestions of foul play. The pristine condition of the worksite and the fact that his tools, which were valuable to him, were left behind, suggest to some that Geyer may not have left of his own volition. Additionally, the abandonment of the vehicle with personal items inside adds to the speculation that foul play may have been involved. Despite these circumstances, no conclusive evidence has emerged to definitively explain Geyer's disappearance. The case remains open and active, but unfortunately, like many missing persons cases, hasn't garnered national attention as yet. Perhaps with more attention called to the case, the mystery surrounding Geyer's disappearance can be resolved. Jack the Ripper. In 1888, London's East End was gripped by a series of brutal incidents that would leave an indelible mark on criminal history. An unidentified individual, infamously known as Jack the Ripper, was responsible for the grim demise of at least 5 women in the Whitechapel district. The Jack the Ripper case would go on to become arguably the most famous serial slaying case in history. These events not only terrorized and shocked the Victorian world to its very core, but completely baffled police. The backdrop of these incidents was a London characterized by stark contrasts of wealth and poverty, with the East End home to many of society's most vulnerable. Amidst overcrowding, squalor, and desperation, many women were forced into paid companionship work as a means of survival. It was within this environment that Jack the Ripper found his victims, all of whom were women working in the paid companionship field. The brutality of the attacks, where victims were not just slain, but desecrated. These acts suggested a perpetrator with a deep-seated animosity towards women, a deranged mindset, an evil sense of opportunism, or more likely than not, a hideous combination of all 3 traits. The police investigation into these crimes was extensive, involving countless interviews, the examination of numerous suspects, and the exploration of various theories regarding the identity of the Ripper. Letters were received by the police, purportedly from the Ripper himself. In these letters, the Ripper taunted the authorities and boasting about the crimes, although the authenticity of these letters remains in question. Despite the efforts of the police and the involvement of prominent figures in the investigation, the true identity of Jack the Ripper was never uncovered. Speculation over the Ripper's identity has been rampant, with over 100 suspects named over the years, ranging from the plausible to the outlandish. These individuals included a Polish migrant, a member of the royal family, and even famous Victorian painter Walter Sickert. However, none of these theories have been conclusively proven, and the mystery of Jack the Ripper's identity persists. There's also a school of thought that doubts the existence of Jack the Ripper altogether, suggesting that a copycat slayer or slayers were involved. In my view, some evidence stands out against this theory. The cases occurred over a short period of time, and given the modus operandi for all of them, and given the newspapers widely printed false stories sensationalizing the case, the real Ripper was out there. The victims, often referred to as the Canonical Five, were Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. Their slayings, characterized by a specific modus operandi, suggested a single perpetrator. Further, the police and the public have tried to connect numerous other slayings to the Ripper, though the Canonical Five, as their name would indicate, are the only 5 that are universally accepted. With respect to the theory that the Ripper didn't exist, I can accept the copycat theory in relation to some of the non-canonical victims. There were likely individuals who tried to use the Ripper MO as cover for their own crimes. After all, the tabloid media did have an incentive to drum up new Ripper slayings to sell papers. Dr. Arvind Sinha. Born on January 7, 1958 in India, Dr. Sinha was a respected physician until the allegations revealed against him in January 1992. According to the evidence of a then 19-year-old woman, Dr. Sinha committed an unspeakable violation against her in 1989. Dr. Sinha was arrested soon thereafter and charged with SA. At the bail hearing, his bail was set at almost $200,000, not adjusted for inflation. The bail was set at such a high amount as the district attorney's office argued that due to his wealth and connections to India, he presented an extreme flight risk. The day following his bail hearing, he posted bail and was never seen again. His disappearance has led to a widespread search, with police believing that he likely fled to India, or in the alternative, had stayed somewhere in the United States. If he stayed in the United States, it is assumed that he had altered his appearance to attempt to practice medicine under an assumed identity. That said, given that he is still wanted after 30 years, I would tend to agree that he likely fled to India. Further, there's always the possibility that given the circumstances, and his life and medical practice collapsing around him, that he chose to consensually end himself under the pressure. Arnoldo Jimenez. Arnoldo Jimenez, born on February 19, 1982, is wanted in connection with the slaying of his wife, Estrella Carrera, the day after their wedding. On May 8, 2019, Jimenez was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list, marking a significant turn in a tragic case that began 7 years prior. The case against Jimenez centers on the events following his wedding in May 2012. Just one day after marrying Estrella Carrera, she was found deceased in the bathtub of her Burbank, Illinois apartment, leading to immediate suspicions regarding Jimenez's involvement. The aftermath of this tragic event set off a manhunt for Jimenez, who has not been seen since. His disappearance has led to widespread speculation about his whereabouts, with some believing he may have fled the country. The FBI believes that due to familial connections, he may be in Mexico. Interestingly, in September 2012 in Texas, his brother was arrested on drug charges, and in the course of searching the brother's house, a gruesome discovery was made. Arnoldo's 2006 Maserati was discovered in his brother's possession. The vehicle was covered in blood, indicating that the offense had taken place inside the vehicle, not the apartment. An active reward of up to $250,000 remains open for information leading to his arrest. Kowloon Walled City. Kowloon Walled City, once a densely populated enclave within the boundaries of Kowloon City, British Hong Kong, was an architectural anomaly and a historical conundrum. Its origins can be traced back to the Song dynasty, originally established as a military outpost. Over centuries, it evolved into a self-contained enclave. Following the Treaty of Nanking in 1842, Hong Kong Island was ceded to Britain, leading the Qing authorities to fortify the outpost as a countermeasure against British influence. Despite being surrounded by British territories, the walled city was left as a Chinese enclave after another treaty in 1898. However, while the walled city was nominally part of the Qing Empire, it was ungoverned by either them or the British. The population surged after World War II, as refugees fleeing the Chinese Civil War found refuge within its walls, turning it into a densely packed urban settlement. By the 1980s, the walled city housed approximately 35,000 people within its 6-acre area, making it one of the most densely populated places on Earth. This growth occurred with minimal oversight from either British or Chinese authorities, leading to a complex maze of buildings up to 14 stories high. This structure was constructed without adherence to any building codes or regulations. The lack of government intervention created a unique environment where the community was largely self-governing. This autonomy, however, also facilitated illegal activities. The walled city became notorious for its unlicensed businesses, including dental and medical practices, and was a hub for much more nefarious activities. Triad groups operated with impunity, engaging in all the illicit trades you can imagine. British and Chinese authorities largely ignored the enclave until the late 20th century, when plans for its demolition were set in motion. The demolition of Kowloon Walled City began in 1993 and concluded in 1994, following a lengthy eviction process that started with the announcement of demolition plans in 1987. In its place, Kowloon Walled City Park was opened in December 1995. In my view, the mystery is how this gigantic structure was able to continually grow and function without central authority and zoning. This was an electrified, self-contained unit with plumbing. This was not a primitive settlement, as you can see on screen. The disappearance of Michael Rosenblum. The disappearance of Michael Rosenblum is a baffling case that began on February 14, 1980, when Rosenblum, after leaving his girlfriend at a gas station, vanished without a trace. His vehicle was found by the Baldwin Borough Police Department shortly after his disappearance. But it took 3 months before his girlfriend and family was notified of its recovery. This delay raised suspicions about the police department's handling of the case. Reports suggest that Rosenblum had been struggling with drug addiction and had erratic behavior leading up to his disappearance, having been released from a rehabilitation facility just a month prior. Investigations into Rosenblum's disappearance were marred by controversies, including allegations against the Baldwin Borough Police Department for their alleged mishandling of the case. Notably, a bone fragment and clothing scraps found in 1988, near the area where Rosenblum's car was discovered, matched his last known attire, though initially, these remains could not conclusively be identified as his. It wasn't until 1992 that a fragment of a human skull found in the same vicinity was confirmed to belong to Rosenblum, providing tragic confirmation of his death. The police are now working under the assumption of possible foul play. However, his case remains unsolved at present. Further, despite the passage of time, police have yet to name any suspects, or even confirm if foul play was involved. Complicating matters further, Rosenblum's family has made significant unproven allegations against the police department and specific police officers. These allegations suggest not only a poor investigation, but an active cover-up. These allegations have never been substantiated. Bradford Bishop. William Bradford Bishop, Jr., a man whose life was seemingly out of a high achiever's handbook, spiraled into one of the most baffling and dark tales of the 20th century. Born on August 1, 1936, in Pasadena, California, Bishop carved a niche for himself as a United States government Foreign Service officer. Fluent in multiple languages, including English, French, Italian, and Serbo-Croatian, Bishop had the world at his fingertips, with a promising career that took him to various corners of the globe. Yet beneath this veneer of success and international diplomacy lay a turbulent and mysterious undertow that would culminate in a chilling and vile sequence of events in March 1976. Bishop's professional life was marked by his extensive experience as an international traveler and his intelligence training, with assignments in Italy, Ethiopia, and Botswana. His familiarity with overseas immigration bureaucracies and the ability to navigate the complexities of international travel would later play a pivotal role in his disappearance. Despite being described as intense and self-absorbed, with a preference for a neat and orderly environment, there was no evident precursor that could hint at the tragedy that would unfold. The turning point came in early March 1976 when Bishop was passed over for a much anticipated promotion. This rejection seemed to unravel something within him, setting off a series of actions that would leave the community and the nation in shock. On March 1st, 1976, Bishop committed an unthinkable act against his own family in Bethesda, Maryland. Using a blunt instrument, he ended the lives of his wife, age 37, his mother, age 68, and his 3 sons, age 5, 10, and 14. He then transported their bodies to Columbia, North Carolina, where, in a further disgusting act, he desecrated their bodies. In the aftermath, Bishop vanished, sparking one of the most extensive and ongoing fugitive manhunts in U.S. history. His station wagon was found abandoned at an isolated campground in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee, containing personal items and traces of his presence. This site is extremely close to the Appalachian Trail, a fact that would also play extreme importance in the investigation. Despite being indicted on first-degree charges, Bishop's whereabouts remained a mystery, fueled by reported sightings across Europe over the years. His motives, deeply buried in his disturbed psyche, have never been fully understood, with no evidence of significant financial troubles, infidelity, or job dissatisfaction that could traditionally trigger such a drastic unraveling. Criminal profilers have suggested that Bradford Bishop's life had, in essence, been a storybook tale up until he was passed over for the promotion. This narcissistic injury, or extreme wound to his ego, is speculated to have broken him. Alternatively, or in conjunction with the previous theory, it's been suggested that the act was done in essence as revenge against those who passed him up for a promotion. After all, what could bear more heavily on the people who passed him up than knowing that innocent little ones perished as a result of a completely routine decision? Returning to his disappearance, Bishop had numerous abilities, which would have given him a competitive advantage in a manhunt. He was an avid outdoorsman and a licensed amateur pilot. Further, he was charismatic, spoke numerous languages, and had the ability to navigate internationally. His disappearance has been a subject of international intrigue, with sightings reported in Sweden, Italy, and Switzerland, among other places. Yet, despite the global reach of law enforcement and the advent of technology that has made the world a smaller place, Bishop remains on the lam, his fate as enigmatic as the true motives behind his actions. Some have suggested that it is possible that he ended himself, perhaps somewhere deep in the Appalachian Mountains. While this may be factually correct, circumstantial evidence strongly suggests against it. This is a man so invested in the idea of himself and who he is, that the catalyst for slaying his entire family may have been a bruised ego. Interestingly, in 2021, a woman came forward to indicate that she had been adopted and that Bradford Bishop was her biological father. Little information is known about the woman. However, the FBI has confirmed her account. Given the heinous nature of these crimes, and given his age, my hope is that he is brought to justice in the last years of his life. The Pokegods. In the late 90s, Pokemon fever took over the world, captivating the hearts and minds of children, many of whom now enjoy the series with their own kids. A series of schoolyard and early internet rumors emerged that would become legendary in their own right. These were the tales of the Pokegods, mythical creatures said to be hidden within the game, far more powerful and elusive than any Pokemon listed in the official Pokedex. The origin of the Pokegods rumor can be traced back to the playgrounds and early internet forums where players exchanged tips and tricks, many of which were backed up with the unerring authority of the quote-unquote Nintendo uncle. Every school in the 90s had at least one student who professed authority on Nintendo-related topics, due to an unseen uncle who quote-unquote worked for Nintendo. But back to Pokegods. Players claimed that certain actions, often elaborate and obscure, could unlock these supreme beings. Names like Pika-Blue and Mew3 circulated, with each supposed Pokegod having its own backstory and set of powers that far exceeded the game's standard limits. What made the Pokegods rumor so compelling was the grain of truth at its core. The rumors of one Pokegod, Mew, turned out to be true. If Mew could be hidden within the game's data, what else was waiting to be discovered? This question fueled the fire of speculation and the hunt for Pokegods. These rumors were not just idle schoolyard chatter. They had a tangible impact on how players engaged with the game. Many wasted countless valuable childhood hours attempting to decode the secrets to unlocking these legendary creatures, following convoluted steps that ranged from performing specific in-game actions to exploiting supposed glitches. But were these hours wasted, or was the sense of adventure its own reward? The mystery of the Pokegods comes from the time in which the rumor spread. In the late 90s, internet access was not common, yet everyone who was there at the time remembers the same Pokegod rumors floating around their schoolyard. It seems that every school had one kid who had a Pika-Blue on his Game Boy at home. And no, you couldn't see it because his parents didn't allow friends to come over, or he wasn't allowed to leave the house with the Game Boy, amongst other excuses. The disappearance of Tiffaine Varone. In July 2018, the disappearance of Tiffaine Varone, a French tourist in Nikko, Japan, captivated public attention. Tiffaine embarked on a meticulously planned 3-week vacation to Japan, a country she had previously visited and held in high regard. Arriving at Narita International Airport on July 27, 2018, she spent her first night in Tokyo before heading to Nikko. Despite being last seen eating breakfast at her hotel on July 29th, her sudden disappearance thereafter sparked a wide-ranging search and international outcry. The initial search efforts involved her family, who were notified of her disappearance by the French embassy and traveled to Japan to assist. They appealed to tourists for information and contacted French President Emmanuel Macron to bolster the search efforts, reflecting the desperate measures taken to locate her. Despite extensive searches by volunteers, police, and mountain rescue experts, no substantial leads were found. The case took a complex turn when Tiffaine's family, rejecting the possibility of an accident, suggested foul play might be involved. They criticized the Japanese police's handling of the case, suggesting a lack of experience in missing person searches. 4 years into her disappearance, Tiffaine's family launched a petition to denounce what they perceived as an investigative stall-out, amassing numerous signatures. Despite their efforts, and a formal investigation opened by French authorities, the case remains unsolved, with both potential criminal and accidental causes considered by the Japanese police. Thankfully, her family continues to be extremely active in her case, with her brother, Damien Varone, being a particularly tireless advocate for her. Damien has traveled to Japan on a number of occasions to pressure the government and police, call for further searches, and distribute multilingual flyers, and keep her case on the radar. My hope is that the ceaseless efforts by the family will bear fruit, and eventually her case will be resolved. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi, also known in English as the grass-cutting sword, is a legendary Japanese sword wrapped in myth and history. This sword, forming a crucial part of Japan's imperial regalia, alongside the mirror Yata no Kagami and the jewel Yasakani no Magatama. These three sacred treasures symbolize the imperial virtues of valor, wisdom, and benevolence, respectively. The sword's origins trace back to ancient mythology, where it was discovered in the tail of an 8-headed serpent, the Yamata no Orochi, by the storm god Susa no O. Susa no O gifted the sword to the sun goddess Amaterasu, who then passed it down to her descendants, thereby establishing the divine right of the Japanese imperial line. Historical records and mythological texts, such as the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, mention the sword, though its existence blends history with legend. The sword's actual appearance is shrouded in mystery, as it is kept hidden from public view. It's said that no one, not even the emperor, is allowed to view it, preserving its sanctity and mystique. During imperial enthronement ceremonies, the sword is presented wrapped in packages, emphasizing its sacredness and the continuity of imperial tradition. The last time the blade was quote-unquote seen was in 2019, when the present emperor, Naruhito, ascended the throne. This legendary weapon mirrors the case of other semi-historical legendary weapons, such as the Spear of Destiny and the Joyeuse, both of which have been discussed in previous entries in this series. The Danielle Steele Mandela Effect. The Danielle Steele Mandela Effect appears to have started circulating around Reddit in 2023 and seems to be picking up steam. Many people recall her last name as Steele, with an extra E at the end, rather than its correct spelling, Steele, without the E. This discrepancy has led to confusion and controversy amongst the members of the Mandela Effect subreddit. Danielle Steele, celebrated for her prolific output of romance novels, has become an emblematic figure in airport literature, making the spelling of her name significant to her identity and brand. The misremembering of her last name could stem from the commonality of Steele as a surname, which might seem more familiar or aesthetically pleasing to some. Additionally, as discussed about the Monopoly Man, there's the brain's tendency to fill in patterns. This cognitive autocomplete could contribute to this growing misrecollection. I theorize that the people who believe in this Mandela effect are not people who are intimately familiar with Danielle Steele's work, and may have just passed by her ubiquitous works in an airport or a bookstore. They expect Steele with an E, which is a much more common name, and thus their brain fills it in for them. Then upon closer examination, they are shocked to find no E on the basis that they've remembered for years that there was an E. The face on Mars. In 1976, a Viking 1 orbiter photograph of Mars's surface sparked widespread interest due to a peculiar feature resembling a human face. This feature, dubbed the face on Mars, fueled speculation and intrigue, suggesting to some the existence of ancient Martian civilizations. The phenomenon highlighted humanity's fascination with finding life beyond Earth. Initial interpretations leaned towards an eroded rock formation, creating the illusion, with scientists maintaining extreme skepticism towards claims of alien architecture. These assertions were based on the understanding that Martian life, if existent, would likely be simplistic rather than capable of monumental constructions. However, despite this, in further expeditions, NASA sought to clarify the nature of the so-called face on Mars. Subsequent missions, notably in 1998 and 2001, employed high-resolution imaging to revisit the face, clarifying its natural origins. These images, capturing the structure under different lighting conditions, debunked theories of artificial construction. Rock erosion and the interplay of light and shadow in the original 1976 low-resolution photograph were the cause of the confusion. The human brain has an inbuilt cognitive function, referred to as pareidolia, wherein we are quite literally programmed to see human faces where they don't exist. While I consider this mystery to be definitively solved, I've chosen to include it in this series, as it still makes its rounds as a legitimate unexplained phenomenon. Just a quick reminder that if you're enjoying this video, I strongly encourage you to subscribe and hit that like button. I have an absolute ton of unsolved mystery and true crime content coming, and I want you to be along for the ride with me. Now back to the video. Jonathan Kern. Emerging in the public eye during the 1990s, Jonathan Kern was implicated in a series of deceitful activities, exploiting relationships for financial gain. This type of fraud, known as the sweetheart swindle, involves intentionally targeted vulnerable individuals seeking love and exploited them financially under the hopes that they would be too ashamed to report the crime to the police. Kern earned a reputation as a master manipulator, adopting the identity of former Formula One race car driver Jonathan Palmer to execute his schemes. His modus operandi involved charming unsuspecting victims with his fabricated persona, only to defraud them of significant sums of money. In the case of at least one woman, she was pushed into bankruptcy by the extent of his fraud. Kern is suspected to have numerous victims over North America and Europe. It is suspected that the majority of them don't come forward out of shame or out of failure to realize that what Kern did is considered a crime. Kern remains at large at present, and if still active, is thought to be operating in Europe. The disappearance of Doggerland. Doggerland, often referred to as the real-life Atlantis, was once a vast landmass connecting Britain to mainland Europe. The story of Doggerland begins at the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 BC, when melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise, gradually transforming the landscape. Initially, Doggerland was a rich hunting and fishing ground for Mesolithic human populations. Archaeological evidence, including stone tools, animal bones, and human artifacts, suggests a well-adapted society reliant on the land's abundant resources. One of the main theories explaining Doggerland's submergence involves a gradual process dominated by rising sea levels due to the melting of ice caps. This relentless advance of water gradually eroded the land, leading to the isolation of Britain from the European mainland by around 6500 BC. However, this was not a uniform process. Research indicates that certain areas may have remained above water longer, serving as temporary spots for displaced communities and wildlife. A more dramatic event contributing to Doggerland's fate was the Storegga Slide, a massive undersea landslide off the coast of Norway, dated to around 6200 BC. This event triggered a colossal tsunami, which, according to some models, could have swept over Doggerland, drastically reshaping its coastlines and perhaps accelerating its inundation. The evidence of this tsunami has been found in sediment layers across the North Sea, adding credence to the theory that such cataclysmic events played a significant role in the area's history. Elisa Lam. The case of Elisa Lam has captivated internet sleuths and true crime enthusiasts around the world. In February 2013, the Canadian student was found deceased in a water tank atop the Cecil Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, a place with a history of violence and tragedy. The bizarre circumstances of her disappearance and the chilling elevator footage released by the LAPD fueled widespread speculation and theories about what happened to her. One prevailing theory revolves around the possibility of foul play. The Cecil Hotel's notorious reputation, combined with Elisa's erratic behavior in the elevator footage, led some to believe she may have been pursued or harmed by someone. Despite extensive investigations, no evidence of murder was found, and no suspects were ever identified, leaving this theory largely based on conjecture. Another theory suggests a tragic accident. Elisa Lam was diagnosed with a mental health condition that could potentially explain her unusual actions captured on video. Proponents of this theory argue that her mental health issues might have led her to climb into the water tank herself, possibly during a psychotic episode or manic state. The tank's difficult access and the fact that her belongings were found nearby lend some credence to this idea, suggesting a moment of profound confusion or distress. Some have ventured into more unconventional explanations, delving into the supernatural or suggesting elaborate conspiracies. The hotel's dark past, combined with the eerie elevator video, inspired theories ranging from paranormal activity to government cover-ups. However, these hypotheses are baseless and sensationalistic. The investigation into Elisa Lam's death concluded with the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office ruling it an accidental drowning, with bipolar disorder as a significant factor. This official explanation, however, has not tempered the public's fascination or skepticism, with many questioning the thoroughness of the police investigation and the coroner's findings. Personally, I think this is an extremely sad case of a bright young woman who was experiencing a mental health break away from the people who cared about her most. As her loved ones weren't around to make sure she got help, she was likely acting under a delusional framework, resulting in her tragic passing. In my view, the way the case has been portrayed is quite insensitive and sensationalistic. The actual facts do not lend any credence to the wild conclusions that have been reached by some individuals hypothesizing on her case. The Sea Monk. In the mid-16th century, Europe was captivated by a mysterious sea creature known as the Sea Monk that stirred the imagination and curiosity of naturalists, royalty, and the general public alike. This creature was reportedly discovered off the coast of Zealand, Denmark, around 1546. It bore a striking resemblance to a monk in its appearance, complete with what seemed to be a head resembling that of a human, and was clad in what could be likened to a monk's habit. The sea monk was documented by several renowned naturalists of the time. These accounts describe the creature as a fish with human-like features, igniting widespread interest and debate among scholars and the curious alike. Despite the vivid descriptions and illustrations that circulated throughout Europe, skepticism regarding the authenticity and accuracy of these representations persisted. Many have suggested that artistic embellishment might have played a role in the creature's fantastical appearance. The true nature of the sea monk has remained a subject of speculation and inquiry over the centuries. Early theories proposed in the 19th century suggested that the sea monk could be a giant squid. More contemporary hypotheses have considered the possibility of the creature being an angel shark, a seal, or even a walrus. Despite these efforts, the sea monk's identity remains elusive, with no consensus reached among scientists and historians. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe, and also hit that notification bell. I plan to make this the most extensive Iceberg series ever, but that can only happen if you subscribe. Also, check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. The links are in the description for this video. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, and new patron Monoxide Wendigo. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to Part 10 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. In this series, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, strange events, internet mysteries, and more. Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood, the acclaimed American actress, tragically drowned on November 29, 1981, under circumstances that have led to decades of speculation and investigation. Born on July 20, 1938, in San Francisco, California, Wood's career in Hollywood began at the tender age of 4, eventually earning her 3 Academy Award nominations before she turned 25. Her life, marked by cinematic success, was intertwined with personal turmoil, including a complex relationship with her husband, Robert Wagner, with whom she married twice. On the night preceding her death, Wood was aboard the Splendor, a yacht, with Wagner, Christopher Walken, and the boat's captain, Dennis Davern. The group had been spending the Thanksgiving weekend near Santa Catalina Island. Virtually everything about Natalie Wood's drowning is unknown, aside from the fact of the drowning itself. Per the initial story from Robert Wagner, Wood and him had not had any argument on the night in question, and nothing was unusual about the night of her disappearance. However, Wagner subsequently admitted in a memoir that there had been an argument before she disappeared. Initially ruled as an accidental drowning, the case was reopened in 2011, with Robert being named a person of interest. This decision came after years of changing testimonies and emerging details that cast doubt on the circumstances surrounding Wood's death. Notably, the captain later admitted to withholding crucial information during the initial investigation and suggested that Robert was responsible for Wood's demise. The night of Wood's death was reportedly fraught with tension and arguments, particularly over a perceived flirtation between Walken and Wood. This tension culminated in a heated argument on the yacht, after which Wood was found missing. In 2012, the death certificate was changed to indicate that her cause of death was drowning and other undetermined factors. However, this does not necessarily mean foul play. Robert was officially named a person of interest by the police in February 2018. However, it is extremely important to stress that person of interest is not the same as a suspect. A person of interest is simply a person potentially connected in some way to a crime or potential crime. Robert has not been named as a suspect at this time. Further, and I feel the need to clarify this as a fan of Christopher Walken, Christopher Walken has fully cooperated with the police investigation throughout. He has never been considered a suspect or a person of interest in relation to any potential crime which was committed. I feel that at this stage we will never have an absolute and definitive answer as to what happened to Natalie Wood. The Lake Bodom Slayings. In the early hours of June 5, 1960, a chilling event unfolded at Lake Bodom, near Espoo, Finland. 4 teenagers, Mila Irmeli Björklund, Anja Maki, Seppo Antero Boisman, and Niels Wilhelm Gustafsson, embarked on a camping trip that ended tragically. The group set up their tent along the tranquil shores of Lake Bodom, expecting a night of camaraderie and outdoor adventure. However, their peaceful retreat turned into a nightmare when, between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., an assailant attacked, resulting in the deaths of Björklund, Maki, and Boisman. They were subjected to a brutal assault involving stabbing and bludgeoning, while Gustafsson, the sole survivor, was found barely alive with serious injuries and fractured facial bones. Early reports suggested a sighting of a mysterious figure, described as a blond man, seen leaving the campsite around the time of the incident. The crime scene discovered by a passerby later that morning revealed an extremely disturbing scene. The victim's tent was collapsed, with evidence of the violence that had occurred spilling out onto the lakeshore. The investigation into the incident was marred by significant oversights from the outset, a fact that would become even more critical decades later. Critical errors, such as the failure to secure the crime scene promptly and the mishandling of potential evidence, hampered the police's efforts to identify the perpetrator. The mysterious nature of the crime, combined with these investigative missteps, led to widespread speculation and numerous theories about the identity of the assailant. Over the years, several suspects have emerged, each with their own compelling, yet ultimately inconclusive connections to the case. Among them were Carl Valdemar Gillstrom, a local kiosk owner known for his animosity towards campers, and Hans Assmann, who exhibited suspicious behavior and was seen with blood-stained clothes shortly after the incident. Also, a few facts I should mention now about Hans. He claimed he was in Germany at the time of the slayings. The Finnish police initially concluded that his alibi was accurate and that he was in Germany and therefore was not a suspect, or even a person of interest. It was later revealed that he attended a hospital in Helsinki with a bloody shirt on June 6th, the day following the slayings. Further, he was a suspect in no less than 5 investigations into slayings, and confessed to at least one on his deathbed. Keep these facts in mind, because something insane is going to happen nearly 45 years after the fact. Despite various leads and extensive investigations, no conclusive evidence was found to definitively link any suspect to the crime. In a twist over 4 decades later, the lone survivor, Gustafsson, was arrested and charged with the slayings, based on allegedly conclusive forensic evidence. Gustafsson had never been named as a suspect, or even a person of interest before this time. The prosecution suggested that a drunken altercation between Gustafsson and his friends led to the tragic events. The forensic evidence against him centered around several key pieces of evidence that, according to the prosecution's theory of the case, implicated him in the tragic events of 1960. According to the prosecution, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence was the discovery of the victim's blood on Gustafsson's shoes. Additionally, the prosecution claimed that these shoes were found hidden away from the crime scene, suggesting a possible attempt to conceal his involvement. Another piece of evidence that the prosecutors claimed worked against Gustafsson was the nature and extent of his injuries compared to those of the deceased. Prosecutors argued that the pattern of Gustafsson's injuries could suggest a scenario in which he engaged in a confrontation with his friends, leading to a deadly escalation. According to their theory of the case, the absence of Gustafsson's blood on the shoes was also seen as significant. In the prosecution's interpretation, this suggested that his injuries occurred after the slayings were committed, possibly in an attempt to fabricate a narrative of being another victim. Despite this evidence, the court ultimately found it insufficient for a conviction. The acquittal was based on several factors. Firstly, the forensic evidence, while suggestive, was not conclusive. It could not irrefutably prove Gustafsson's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution's interpretation of the bloodstains and injury patterns was challenged by the defense, which argued that the evidence could be interpreted in multiple ways. Additionally, the defense highlighted the significant time gap between the incident and Gustafsson's trial. Numerous key witnesses and individuals involved in the investigation had long since passed away. Further, the incompetent nature of the investigation itself was strongly attacked by the defense. The court also considered the lack of a clear motive and the possibility of external involvement. Ultimately, the court decided that the evidence presented did not meet the stringent standards required for a criminal conviction, and he was acquitted. In my view, the trial against Gustafsson over 4 decades after the incident raised significant concerns about the viability of pursuing a conviction. One critical argument against proceeding with the trial was the extensive time lapse between the incident in 1960 and the trial in 2005. Over such a long period, evidence can degrade, witness memories fade, and the integrity of forensic analysis can be compromised. This makes it extremely challenging to establish facts with the required level of certainty for a criminal conviction. Moreover, the initial investigation's mishandling made pursuing this case extremely questionable. The police failed to secure the crime scene, resulting in the loss and contamination of evidence. Additionally, there was no unequivocal evidence against Gustafsson, and the case was speculation glued together with forensic science based on evidence that wasn't handled properly. This combination of factors suggests that the trial against Gustafsson may have been more about seeking closure for a notorious, unsolved case that has dogged the Finnish police, rather than about the likelihood of securing a conviction based on robust, incontrovertible evidence. As a result of the trial, he was awarded 45,000 euros for this ordeal, which was paid to him by Finland. Given the extreme nature of the mental suffering that Gustafsson must have gone through as a result of what I feel comfortable calling a massive miscarriage of justice, with no possibility of conviction, 45,000 euros seems insufficient. Anyway, let me know in the comments below who you think did it. I have a feeling we're all thinking the same thing. The Skid Row Stabber. In the late 1970s, the streets of downtown Los Angeles' Skid Row became the hunting ground for an elusive figure responsible for the brutal end of 11 homeless men. The assailant, dubbed the Skid Row Stabber, preyed on the vulnerable inhabitants of an area already marred by hardship and neglect. The narrative of the Skid Row Stabber is intertwined with the wrongful conviction of Bobby Joe Maxwell, a man initially accused of these heinous acts. Arrested in April 1979, Maxwell's apartment yielded items that prosecutors used to cast him as a Satanist, a narrative that, despite its sensationalism, lacked concrete evidence directly linking him to the crimes. The trial, delayed until 1984, heavily relied on the testimony of Sidney Storch, a jailhouse snitch with a history of falsehoods, who claimed Maxwell confessed to the crimes to obtain souls for Satan. Despite the shaky foundation of Storch's claims, Maxwell was convicted for 2 of the murders and sentenced to life without parole. The case against Maxwell began to unravel years later, revealing a judicial process compromised by unreliable testimonies and lack of direct evidence. The pivotal moment came when an appellate court recognized the flaws in the prosecution's case, particularly the dubious credibility of Storch and the absence of material evidence tying Maxwell to the crimes. This led to Maxwell's convictions being overturned in 2010, a decision underscored by further judicial scrutiny that eventually saw all charges against him dropped in 2018. Unfortunately for Maxwell, he had suffered a heart attack which left him in a coma, and never woke from the coma to see that his name had been cleared. Given Maxwell's exoneration, ultimately, it appears highly unlikely that this case will ever be solved, and no suspects exist at present. Ardenwald axe slayings. In the early hours of June 9, 1911, a tragic event unfolded in Ardenwald, Oregon. The Hill family, consisting of William Hill, his wife Ruth, and Ruth's 2 children from a previous marriage, Philip and Dorothy, were found lifeless in their home. Each had been subjected to a fatal assault with an axe, a detail that not only horrifies, but puzzles to this day. Ardenwald, at the time a peaceful community adjacent to Portland, Oregon, became the center of a mystery that has baffled law enforcement. The Hill family, by all accounts, led a quiet life, making the attack on them all the more perplexing. The investigation into their deaths unveiled more questions than answers, leading to a multitude of theories about who could have committed such a heinous act. One prevailing theory suggests a possible connection to a series of similar incidents occurring across the United States during the early 20th century. Known as the man from the train, this theory posits that a transient individual, traveling by rail, could be responsible for this and other similar acts. This theory is bolstered by the modus operandi observed in the Ardenwald case, notably the use of an axe, which was a common element in several other unsolved cases during that period. However, despite its compelling, or perhaps alluring narrative, conclusive evidence linking these cases remains elusive. Another line of inquiry points to local suspects, individuals known to the community, or having some connection to the Hill family. Yet despite the investigation's focus on several persons of interest, none could be definitively linked to the crime. Further, the lack of forensic technology at the time severely hampered the ability of investigators to gather the kind of evidence needed to secure a conviction or to definitively identify a suspect. Christy Krebs. On August 9, 1993, Fort Bragg, California, was shaken by the mysterious disappearance of 22-year-old Christy Krebs. Employed at Round Table Pizza, Krebs left her workplace that evening, never to reach home or be seen again. In the days following, her red Toyota Tercel was discovered abandoned in a shallow creek in McCarracher State Park. The scene was troubling. Inside the car were her wallet, driver's license, and some of her clothing. But there was no sign of Christy herself. Krebs had been known to face emotional difficulties and was under medical treatment at the time of her disappearance. This wasn't the first time she had an incident involving her car. A similar situation occurred in May 1990, leading to a mental breakdown for which she was hospitalized. Despite this, Krebs had been doing well and balancing 2 jobs while working extensive hours. Theories about what happened to Krebs are varied. Some speculate that she may have become disoriented and wandered off, a theory supported by a previous incident where she was found disoriented after leaving her car. This theory suggests that this incident caused some sort of flashback to that event and triggered a breakdown. Others consider the possibility of foul play, although no concrete evidence has surfaced to support this. 2 days after her disappearance, a woman claimed to have picked up a hitchhiker matching Christie's description in Salt Lake City. Police have described this claim as highly credible. A sighting of a woman matching Krebs's description hitchhiking out of Fort Bragg was noted shortly after her disappearance was reported, but it was never confirmed to be her. The woman called out yelling, "Christy!" and the woman thought to be Christy turned and looked as if responding to her name before retreating into the woods. Another report came from a driver who claimed to have picked up a hitchhiker resembling Krebs in Utah. The details of this hitchhiker's reports match the biography of Christy as well. Despite extensive searches and investigations, Christy Krebs's fate remains unknown. As of at least 2019, Christy Krebs' parents are still actively searching for their daughter and continue to hold out hope that she is still alive. Hey everyone, Jimmy here, the creator behind the Lazy Chill Zone channel. If you're enjoying my content, hit like and subscribe. Also remember to hit that notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. There's also Lazy Chill Zone merch available now. Check out the shop link on the video. The 2016 clown hysteria. In 2016, a peculiar and unsettling wave of hysteria swept across the United States and beyond, capturing the attention and escalating fears of communities worldwide. This phenomenon, known as the 2016 clown scare, was marked by numerous reports of individuals donning creepy clown costumes and engaging in bizarre and intimidating behaviors. Initially, clown sightings broke out in Green Bay, Wisconsin, at the start of August 2016. However, they failed to capture the national attention at the time. The clown scare began to go viral in late August 2016 in Greenville County, South Carolina, where residents reported seeing individuals in clown costumes attempting to lure children. This incident marked the inception of a series of sightings that would rapidly spread across the entire United States. However, the phenomenon was not confined to the United States. Reports soon emerged from Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, highlighting its global reach. The sightings sparked widespread fear and anxiety, leading to significant social and economic repercussions. Professional clowns and related businesses experienced a decline as the public's perception of clowns shifted from harmless, though creepy entertainers to legitimate potential threats. The World Clown Association, yes, it actually exists, and individual clowns voiced their concerns, emphasizing that the actions of a few deranged clowns were damaging the clearly stellar reputation that clowns had enjoyed previously. Educational institutions and retail stores took measures to mitigate fear, with several schools imposing bans on clown costumes and major retailers like Target removing clown masks from their shelves. The scare even influenced corporate decisions, prompting McDonald's to reduce the visibility of its iconic mascot, Ronald McDonald, during the height of the incidents. The 2016 clown scare is a textbook example of a social panic or even a mass psychogenic illness, embodying the characteristics of exaggerated fear and anxiety among a large group of people. Such phenomena are not new, and the topic has been covered extensively in this series at this time. However, other theories have been proposed. Some speculate that the phenomenon was part of a viral marketing campaign for horror movies or entertainment purposes, leveraging the public's fear to gain attention ahead of movie releases or promotions. Under this theory, when the campaign got out of hand, the campaign itself was quietly retired, though the clowns persisted. Another theory suggests that the sightings were a form of social experiment or guerrilla art, aiming to provoke public reaction and spark discourse on societal fears, the influence of social media, and the concept of safety in public spaces. Others propose that the majority of the clowns cited were just harmless, opportunistic pranksters. Proponents of this theory point to the lack of victims of clowns emerging around this time. Omar Alexander Cardenas. Omar Alexander Cardenas is one of the FBI's current 10 most wanted fugitives. Born on March 23, 1995, Cardenas is accused of a grave act that occurred on August 15, 2019, outside the Hair Icon barbershop in the Sylmar neighborhood of Los Angeles, California. The incident resulted in the death of Jabali Dumas, a 46-year-old man. It's reported that Dumas was shot 9 times from approximately 30 feet away, with the fatal shot striking him in the head, leading to his demise after a 4-day battle for survival in the hospital. The alleged act led to Cardenas being charged with his slaying in April of 2020, and subsequently with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution in September of 2021. On July 20th, 2022, he was added to the FBI's top 10 most wanted list, with a reward of $100,000 for information directly leading to his arrest. The complexity of this case is heightened by the belief that Cardenas may have fled to Mexico, where he has familial connections. Alternative theories suggest that he could still be in Southern California. The authorities suspect that he could be supporting himself by working in the construction industry, but this isn't known for certain. The Battle of Los Angeles. In the waning hours of February 24, 1942, just months after the United States entered World War II, an event occurred that came to be known as the Battle of Los Angeles. This event, characterized by a massive anti-aircraft artillery barrage, has since been steeped in mystery, speculation, and a variety of eyewitness accounts. The sequence of events began on the evening of February 24th, when the U.S. Office of Naval Intelligence issued a warning of a potential attack on California. This led to heightened alertness among the military and civilian populations. This state of alert escalated into action in the pre-dawn hours of the next day, when radar detected an unidentified object approximately 120 miles off the Los Angeles coast. Air raid sirens wailed, a total blackout was ordered, and planes were mobilized as the city prepared for a presumed enemy attack. The 37th Coast Artillery Brigade commenced firing into the night sky, unleashing more than 1,400 anti-aircraft shells at the detected object, which reports varied in description from bell-shaped to oblong or round. Despite the extensive barrage, no enemy aircraft were confirmed shot down, and the all-clear was given later that morning. The incident resulted in several civilian casualties, all due to indirect causes such as car accidents and heart attacks induced by the chaos. In the immediate aftermath, conflicting reports and explanations surfaced. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox quickly dismissed the event as a false alarm attributed to war nerves, a sentiment echoed by subsequent military statements suggesting the possibility of psychological warfare by enemy agents. However, skepticism and theories of a cover-up proliferated among the public and the press, fueled by speculative reports of invading airplanes and secret enemy bases. Years after the war, the Japanese government confirmed that it had not dispatched planes over Los Angeles during the conflict, further mystifying the source of the initial radar detection. In 1983, the U.S. Office of Air Force History posited that meteorological balloons were the cause of the incident. These balloons were released to gauge wind conditions and were possibly carrying lights and equipped with reflective surfaces. This explanation, while plausible, has not fully quenched the thirst for answers, leaving room for alternative theories involving government conspiracies and extraterrestrial activity. Importantly, the famous photograph of a craft being spotted by searchlights was actually slightly doctored by a newspaper to portray a much more vivid craft. In my view, there's a rational explanation behind this incident. I believe this represents an instance of mass psychogenic illness, characterized by the collective manifestation of psychological stress in a group without an identifiable physical cause. Amid World War II, heightened anxiety and fear of enemy attack were pervasive among the American public, especially following the recent attack on Pearl Harbor. Americans, especially those living on the West Coast, lived in constant fear that the Japanese would launch another surprise attack. The collective stress and anxiety of the moment was fueled by war nerves. Further, a key piece of evidence is left out of most narratives of this story I've read, which I believe is the key to the mass hysteria response. On February 23, 1942, just a day prior to the Battle of Los Angeles, the United States mainland was attacked by Japanese forces. A Japanese submarine emerged off the coast of Santa Barbara and bombarded a refinery, setting off a panic. Simply put, the populace of Los Angeles were ripe for the spread of a social contagion, and therefore, when an unidentified object was noted, a blackout ensued, terror spread amongst the populace, leading to irrational acts. That said, I'm very open-minded about this unsolved mystery. Let me know your theory about the Battle of Los Angeles in the comments below. Licorice McKechnie. The whereabouts of Licorice McKechnie, a Scottish musician once a part of the folk band, the Incredible String Band, are a complete mystery. Born Christina McKechnie on October 2, 1945, in Edinburgh, Scotland, she emerged onto the folk music scene with her poetic talent and soon found herself intertwined with the musical and cultural revolutions of the 1960s. McKechnie became a key figure in the Incredible String Band, contributing as a singer and songwriter between 1968 and 1972, including a performance at the iconic Woodstock Festival in 1969. While the band was considered innovative, which captivated some of the era's most influential figures, their moment in the limelight at Woodstock did not translate into mainstream success. After leaving the band in 1972 and the eventual dissolution of the Incredible String Band, McKechnie gradually faded from public life. Her post-band life remains largely a mystery, marked by sporadic sightings and life events. She married musician Brian Lambert, with whom she later divorced in the early 1980s. Reports suggest she lived in various locations, including Los Angeles, Arizona, and Sacramento, with the last confirmed contact with her family in 1990. However, the last time she was actually seen by her family in person was 1986. The last confirmed sighting of McKechnie comes from 1987, when she was hitchhiking across Arizona. This detail marks the beginning of her disappearance, leading to years of speculation and investigation by both family members and fans. Theories about McKechnie's disappearance are varied and include foul play, a new identity, or a retreat from public life. Some believe that her propensity for hitchhiking may have led to her having been picked up by an individual with ill intent towards her. However, there is no direct evidence whatsoever for this theory. My hope is that she's still out there, living her best life. Licorice McKechnie was never a major public figure by any means, and only had modest success in the music industry. If she wanted to completely move away from that scene, she could have done so easily. Running counter to this theory is the fact that her family hasn't heard from her from 1990 onwards. However, I do not necessarily think this indicates that she met with foul play, or that she died of other causes circa the 90s. We simply don't have the evidence to suggest what McKechnie's relationship with her family was like. Perhaps the relationship was not good, and she simply chose to stop communicating with them. This, of course, is pure speculation on my part, but given the evidentiary situation in this disappearance, virtually everything about this disappearance is speculative, including whether a quote-unquote disappearance even took place. The disappearance of Ruslan Labazanov. Ruslan Labazanov, a notable figure in Chechnya in the 1990s, disappeared under mysterious circumstances on June 1, 1996. Labazanov was born in 1967 in Kazakhstan to a Chechen family exiled under Stalin. Labazanov's life was a tumultuous journey marked by his transition from a Soviet Red Army physical training instructor to a Chechen mob boss and ultimately a warlord. His early life was notable for his expertise in Eastern martial arts and a violent rise in the criminal underworld. This journey took a significant turn in 1990 when he was convicted of a serious crime and sentenced to death, only to escape prison in 1991 amidst the chaos of a political coup. Labazanov's foray into Chechen politics began in 1992 and led to him holding important positions in Chechnya. However, due to disagreements with the government, Labazanov founded his own paramilitary outfit, becoming a self-styled Chechen Robin Hood. He claimed to be defending the people against what he viewed as the oppressive authorities. His forces, composed mainly of former convicts, engaged in various clashes, highlighting the volatile nature of Chechen politics in that time. Labazanov was able to secure an alliance with Russian federal forces and engaged in a civil war-style campaign against the Chechen government. The circumstances of Labazanov's disappearance remain a mystery. Reports suggest he was slain alongside a bodyguard in Tolstoy Yurt, a victim of either internal betrayal or blood vengeance. Theories about his demise range from being targeted by his own men to being killed in retribution by the relatives of a slain police officer. Despite various speculations, the exact details of his disappearance are unknown, leaving a lingering question mark over his fate. Odor of sanctity. The phenomenon known as the odor of sanctity has intrigued both believers and scholars for centuries. Rooted in Christian tradition, particularly within the Catholic Church, it refers to a sweet fragrance that is said to emanate from the bodies of saints, either during their lives or after their deaths. This scent, often compared to flowers, signifies a person's holiness and divine favor. Historically, the odor of sanctity first gained prominence in the Middle Ages. During this period, many saints were canonized based on the acclamation of the faithful. In the absence of detailed records, personal testimonials about a deceased individual's sanctity often included accounts of miraculous scents at the time of death. These accounts played a crucial role in the local ecclesiastical authorities' decision to canonize a saint, allowing for public veneration and intercession requests. Scientifically, some have speculated that the odor of sanctity could be attributed to natural causes, such as the presence of acetone or acetoacetic acid, which are byproducts of ketosis from fasting. This theory suggests a possible explanation for the sweet smell associated with fasting saints, linking physical deprivation to a perceived sign of spiritual purity. Notable examples throughout history include Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint Thérèse de Lisieux, both of whom were reported to have emitted heavenly scents upon their deaths. These occurrences were seen as tangible signs of their closeness to the divine and served as powerful testimonials to their sanctity. In the modern era, while the handling of saints' bodies and relics has become more regulated, the odor of sanctity remains a fascinating aspect of Catholic hagiography and the study of sainthood. The disappearance of Maya Millett. Maya Millett disappeared on January 7, 2021, in Chula Vista, California, in a case that has captivated and concerned many. Maya, a Filipino-American mother of three and a civilian contract specialist for the U.S. Navy, vanished under mysterious circumstances. Her story unfolded against the backdrop of her allegedly troubled marriage with Larry Millett. The case took a pivotal turn when, despite the absence of Maya's body, prosecutors charged Larry with her disappearance, alleging that his motive was tied to Maya's desire to divorce him. This charge was supported by various testimonies during the preliminary hearings, revealing Larry's controlling behavior and desperate attempts to salvage their marriage. This included alleged attempts at reaching out to Maya's family for help and allegedly engaging with occult figures to mend their relationship. The legal proceedings against Larry have seen significant developments, with a judge deeming him competent to stand trial and facing charges of both his wife's disappearance and firearm possession. Search efforts for Maya continue, as her family and authorities seek closure. At present, the legal process is unfolding as against Larry without absolute confirmation that she is deceased, which I imagine will be a major obstacle at trial. Hitoshi Igarashi. In 1991, the literary world was shaken by the tragic slaying of Hitoshi Igarashi, a Japanese scholar and translator of Salman Rushdie's controversial novel, The Satanic Verses. Born on June 10, 1947, Igarashi was a respected figure in the field of Arabic and Persian literature and history. His career saw him translating notable works and teaching comparative Islamic culture at a respected university in Japan. Igarashi's work on the Satanic Verses placed him at the heart of a global controversy. The novel, published in 1988, was accused of blasphemy against Islam, leading Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran to issue a fatwa in 1989, calling for the slaying of its author and those associated with its publication. This declaration set off a series of violent reactions against individuals linked to the book, culminating in Igarashi's untimely death. In 1990, while Igarashi was giving a talk about his translation of the book, he was assaulted while on stage. On July 11, 1991, Igarashi was found deceased in his office at his university, with wounds inflicted by an assailant who remains unidentified to this day. The motives behind this act have been widely speculated upon, with connections drawn to his translation of Rushdie's work. The widely believed assumption is that this case was related to his translation of the Satanic Verses. However, the evidence for this is solely circumstantial at this time. That said, circumstantial evidence does not mean bad evidence, and circumstantial evidence can be extremely strong depending on the circumstances. However, it is of course entirely possible that someone with a personal grudge against Igarashi used the controversy over his translation of the Satanic Verses as a smokescreen to end him. However, this hypothesis is just pure guesswork, with absolutely no evidence whatsoever to support it. The police have neither named any suspects nor named any persons of interest in the case. Despite the passage of time, the case remains unsolved, and the statute of limitations on the case expired in 2006 without any resolution. As an aside, I note that Japan has now abolished the statute of limitations for capital offenses. However, this does not apply retroactively, and the individual responsible for the slaying is free to come forth today. King Arthur. The legend of King Arthur is one of the most enduring myths in Western society. Also, even if you're familiar with the Arthurian legends, you're going to want to stick around for this part. This legendary British leader, said to have lived in the late 5th and early 6th centuries, is central to the medieval literary tradition known as the Matter of Britain. King Arthur is portrayed in Welsh sources as a leader of the post-Roman Britons in battles against the Anglo-Saxon invaders. However, the first mentions of King Arthur come from sources which were written centuries after he was supposed to have lived. Virtually all modern historians are highly skeptical of Arthur's historical existence due to the lack of contemporary evidence, as well as lack of archaeological evidence. The Arthurian legend, enriched over centuries, was significantly shaped by Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century work, Histories of the Kings of Britain. Geoffrey's work, which presented Arthur as a king who defeated the Saxons and established a vast kingdom, introduced many elements now integral to the Arthurian story, such as Merlin and Excalibur. Following Geoffrey, further additions were made, adding characters like Lancelot and the quest for the Holy Grail, expanding the legend into what became a significant strand of medieval literature. The Arthurian literature varies widely in themes, events, and characters, with no single canonical version existing. The historicity of King Arthur has been long debated, with basic facts such as whether he was a Roman holdout in Britain or a Welsh leader being up for debate. The debate is split between those who view Arthur as a purely mythological figure and others who speculate about his possible historical basis. In terms of Roman contenders for the title of King Arthur, there are two figures which are most prominent. Ambrosius Aurelianus was a Romano-British military leader who fought against the Anglo-Saxon invaders in the late 5th century. Contemporary accounts praise Ambrosius for his victories against the Saxons, describing him as a wise and just leader who rallied the Britons in a time of despair. His successful defense of Britain make him a plausible candidate for the historical basis for King Arthur. Riothamus was a Romano-Briton leader who crossed the English Channel to Gaul with a large force around 470 AD to assist the crumbling Western Roman Empire. He is described by a 6th century Eastern Roman historian as the quote-unquote King of the Britons. His campaign in Gaul, though ultimately unsuccessful, showcases the kind of martial valor and leadership associated with Arthur. Furthermore, his involvement in continental affairs parallels Arthur's legendary empire, which was said to extend beyond Britain. King Owain, sometimes known as Owain the Bear, was Welsh ruler of the Kingdom of Powys in the early 6th century. Some historians speculate that his warrior status and leadership could have been conflated over generations into the legendary figure of Arthur. His reign in a region rich with Arthurian associations, such as the claim that Camelot was located in modern-day Caerleon, adds to his candidacy. My theory on King Arthur is as follows. The King Arthur we know today is a legendary figure, who is likely a composite of real figures who struggled against the Anglo-Saxons in post-Roman Britain. Further, the lack of surviving contemporary sources for some of the candidates for King Arthur should not be used to dismiss the concept of King Arthur. Rather, this could paradoxically be a point in favor of a quote-unquote King Arthur figure. I suspect that the Anglo-Saxons, having conquered a vast and unruly people, would not have wanted written records of an individual who could serve as a rallying point against their rule. The stories we have of King Arthur thus were forced to be passed down via oral tradition, leading to multiple competing tales of King Arthur. Let me know what your thoughts are on King Arthur and the Arthurian legends in the comments below. And just a quick reminder that if you enjoy my content, remember to like and subscribe. Your likes and subscriptions make it possible for me to devote so much of my time to content creation. The Missing Women of Chillicothe, Ohio. This is a suggestion from subscriber Apartment 13 Podcast 74. Thanks for the suggestion. Between spring 2014 and summer 2015, the small town of Chillicothe, Ohio, was thrust into the national spotlight due to a series of alarming disappearances. Their stories share tragic commonalities, lives marred by addiction, some engaged in paid companionship, and all from backgrounds that left them vulnerable and marginalized. These events unfolded against a backdrop of a community grappling with rampant addiction and its associated ills, including paid companionship and human trafficking. The connection between these elements and the disappearances is a thread running through the investigation, with the affected women known to have intersected lives through their struggles and social circles. In the aftermath of these tragedies, the investigation into the disappearances and deaths has been extensive yet fraught with challenges. Law enforcement has faced criticism for its handling of the cases, particularly regarding the apparent lack of resources assigned to the cases. The arrest of Jason McCrary in connection with Timberly Claytor's death marked a significant, albeit limited, breakthrough in the case. McCrary, a convicted illicit offender, was sentenced for Claytor's slaying. This claim, however, did not lead to a broader resolution of cases, which largely remain unsolved. In my view, there's nothing to suggest that these women met their end by the hand of the same individual. These women were vulnerable and living on the outskirts of society. If you've been watching this series up till now, or are a true crime enthusiast, you know that predators prefer to target vulnerable women. If you're new to true crime, this is because the authorities will virtually never dedicate sufficient resources to these cases. That said, it's entirely possible that these cases are linked, and given the poor investigation by the authorities, the evidence simply isn't there. The Cadborosaurus. This is another recommendation by subscriber and Discord member Y Ultimate. Thanks for this one. Cadborosaurus, often referred to affectionately as Caddy, is a creature shrouded in the mysteries of the Pacific Northwest's folklore. This enigmatic sea serpent, named after Cadboro Bay in Victoria, British Columbia, has captivated the imaginations of locals and cryptozoologists alike. Its legend is rooted in hundreds of sightings that describe it as a serpent-like creature with distinct physical characteristics. The earliest known accounts of a similar creature come from indigenous traditions, which describes a creature similar to Caddy migrating up from Vancouver Island to Alaska. Described by witnesses, Caddy appears as a large serpent-like creature with a horse-like head and long neck, supported by a body featuring vertical coils or humps. It is said to have small, elevating front flippers, with the hind part of its body either featuring a pair of hind flippers or a large, fan-like tail region used for propulsion. This unique combination of features distinguishes Cadborosaurus from known marine animals, sparking debates and investigations into its true nature. Throughout the years, hundreds of sightings have been reported, contributing to a rich tapestry of lore surrounding this creature. The scientific community remains skeptical, attributing many supposed sightings to misidentifications of known animals, such as giant oarfish, conger eels, and decomposing sharks. A carcass discovered in 1937, initially thought to be Caddy, was later identified as a fetal whale. Similarly, other finds have been explained away as decomposing basking sharks or other marine creatures, illustrating the challenges of distinguishing myth from reality. In 1968 and 1991, fishermen claimed to have caught live juvenile Cadborosauruses. In an excuse worthy of the steamed ham scene from The Simpsons, both fishermen had a good reason why no one could see the caddies they caught. They were young ones and they released them. Personally, I have to think that a number of the live sightings of caddy are incredibly rare, giant oarfish. Marcus Adams. This is a recommendation from subscriber Bidrick Bidman 4774. Thanks for the suggestion. In October 2018, the small community of Mount Carmel, Illinois, was shaken by a grim discovery in a local farm field. The skeletal remains of 29-year-old Marcus W. Adams were found, marking the beginning of a perplexing case that continues to intrigue and baffle authorities and locals alike. For nearly 2 years, the identity of the remains was a mystery until the Wabash County Coroner's Office finally confirmed they belonged to Adams. Despite thorough examinations by forensic experts, a definitive cause of death could not be established, leaving many questions unanswered. Unfortunately for internet sleuths, information about the case has been tightly guarded, with officials providing few details, underscoring the complexity and sensitivity of the ongoing investigation. However, the Illinois State Police have indicated that a forensic anthropologist has been enlisted to determine the cause of death. As of early 2024, his COD has not yet been publicly announced. The investigation into this matter continues at present, with very few things to be said for certain about the case. The Lost Cement Mine. The Lost Cement Mine remains one of California's enduring legends from the gold rush era. The tale begins in 1857 when two German prospectors, veering off from their wagon train, stumbled upon a remarkable find in the eastern Sierra Nevada near the Owens River. They discovered a red lava ledge, filled with what appeared to be gold cemented together, leading to the mine's name. Despite the incredible potential of this discovery, the specifics surrounding the mine have faded into the mists of history, leaving behind a story of lost wealth and endless speculation. The ore, described as a rusty reddish cement with a high concentration of gold, was unique enough to spur a frenzy among miners and prospectors when news of its existence leaked. The initial discoverer, succumbing to tuberculosis, passed the secret and a map along to a local doctor who, along with other prospectors, embarked on a relentless but fruitless search for the mine. Over the years, numerous adventurers and treasure hunters have sought the lost cement mine, drawn by the allure of untold riches and the mystery of its exact location. Despite these efforts, the mine remains lost, its whereabouts still a topic of speculation. However, there is a popular and well-accepted theory that the mine was actually discovered in 1879 and clandestinely mined in secret over the course of years. As with a number of lost gold mine stories we've covered, this is always a very distinct possibility. The last thing you want to do when discovering a massive trove of gold in the 19th century is spread that information around. Put simply, the prospecting game attracted some fairly rough around the edges individuals who likely wouldn't have been adverse to the idea of silencing their prospecting rivals. Prester John. The legend of Prester John, a mythical Christian king, spans several centuries, capturing the imagination of medieval Europe. This tale intertwines with historical events, such as the defeat of the Seljuk Turks by the Kara Kitai in the Battle of Katwan in 1141. European crusaders are thought to have misinterpreted this battle as a victory by a Christian king over Muslims, thereby inspiring the legend. Despite the Kara Kitai's official Buddhist beliefs, they had numerous Nestorian Christian vassals, possibly contributing to the development that an Eastern Christian force defeated the Seljuks. The legend gained tangible form with the letter of Prester John, first appearing around 1165. This letter, purporting to describe a vast and wondrous kingdom in the East, rich in gold, gems, and exotic animals, ruled by a descendant of the three magi. This letter, although widely considered a fabrication, was taken seriously at the time, inspiring Pope Alexander III to send an envoy in search of this kingdom in 1177, though unsuccessfully. Interest in Prester John reignited with accounts linking him to Genghis Khan's conquests, as European hopes for a powerful Christian ally in the East persisted. By the early 13th century, the Mongols' rapid expansion under Genghis Khan was seen by some in Europe as the fulfillment of Prester John's promise to aid Christianity. However, like with the Karakitai, the Mongols did indeed have Nestorian Christians amongst their horde, which again likely contributed to the myth. Eventually, though, the Mongol forces smashed in the eastern flank of Christendom, putting an end to this wishful thought of Genghis Khan as a Christian king. The search for Prester John led European explorers and missionaries far and wide, from Asia to Africa, especially influencing Portuguese explorations. The persistent belief in Prester John's kingdom motivated these expeditions, although they never found the mythical land. Over time, as geographical knowledge expanded and no evidence of his kingdom was found, the legend of Prester John faded from the realm of possibility. Europeans gradually came to believe that the myth of Prester John was associated with the Christian emperors of Ethiopia. For instance, at the Council of Florence held between 1431 and 1449, Ethiopian representatives eventually attended. According to the records, the Ethiopian diplomats were quite confused when the Europeans insisted they represented Prester John rather than their actual emperor, Zara Yacob. Catherine Camelon. The disappearance of Catherine Camelon, a 26-year-old Filipina model, school teacher, and beauty pageant title holder, has captivated the attention of the Philippines since she was last seen on October 12, 2023, in Batangas. Camelon was known for her active communication with her family, making her sudden silence and absence alarming. On the night of her disappearance, she informed her mother she was at a gas station before going missing. Her vehicle, a gray Nissan Juke, was later involved in a distressing incident where witnesses reported seeing a bloodied and unconscious Camelon being transferred to another vehicle by 3 men. The search for Camelon intensified with the Philippine National Police, the PNP, coordinating across stations and units to gather leads. Eyewitnesses played a crucial role, reporting a violent abduction involving a red Honda CR-V. This vehicle was later found abandoned, yielding crucial forensic evidence, including hair strands and blood samples that matched Camelon's parents' DNA. Police Major Alan De Castro, who had been romantically linked to Camelon, has now been arrested in relation to her disappearance. Despite initial hopes for her safe return, the investigation's findings have led authorities to consider the grim possibility of Camelon's demise. As of February 2024, this case remains unsolved and under active investigation. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Like I said, I plan to make this the most extensive Iceberg series ever, so get on board and subscribe. Check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. Links are in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, and new patron, Jeffer Metcalf. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to part 11 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. In this series, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, strange events, internet mysteries, and more. The disappearance of Antoinette Cayadito. On April 6, 1986, the disappearance of Antoinette Cayadito, a 9-year-old girl from Gallup, New Mexico, sent shockwaves through her community and beyond. Born on December 25, 1976, Antoinette, described by everyone who knew her as a smart, happy child, vanished from her family's home under mysterious circumstances. On the night of April 5, 1986, Penny Cayadito had been out with her friends at a bar, while her three daughters, including Antoinette, were at home with a babysitter. Penny arrived home around midnight and sent the babysitter home. It isn't clear to me from my research whether anyone specifically checked on Antoinette at this point. On the morning of April 6, 1986, Penny noticed that Antoinette was not in her bed. The police were notified immediately. The case of Antoinette's disappearance is marked by delayed police action, conflicting accounts, and a haunting phone call. Initially, police did not search the Cayadito home until 4 days after the child went missing. From my research, it's unclear to me why there was such a delay in searching the Cayadito residence. Suspiciously, Penny mentioned an individual named Emmanuel, who had given Antoinette flowers before her disappearance. However, she only did so after being prompted by a family member during the police investigation. Additionally, a man named Roger reported attempting to check on Penny early in the morning on April 6, 1986. According to his account, he knocked on the door and on a window around 3:30 a.m. Roger and Penny had gotten into an argument at the bar, and apparently he wanted to check on her. There was no answer when Roger knocked, and his account was corroborated by a neighbor. The significance of the Roger incident is unclear. A significant development occurred 1 year later with a distressing phone call from a girl claiming to be Antoinette, abruptly ended by an adult's shout and a scuffle. Penny believed the caller to be her daughter but did not recognize the adult voice. 5 years after the event, Wendy, one of Antoinette's sisters, disclosed witnessing her sister's abduction by two men after responding to a knock at the door, attributing her silence at the time to fear. Penny's account evolved over time, ultimately cryptically admitting to a potential involvement in her daughter's abduction in 1994, suggesting a premeditated plan with Emmanuel. Despite her confession and the FBI's belief in her involvement, Penny was never charged. Her motive for agreeing to this apparent plan is unknown. Further, whether such a plan even existed remains functionally unknown as well. By 1994, Penny was suffering severely from the effects of drug and alcohol addiction, conditions which would claim her life in 1999. Given that she was never charged, despite this apparent confession, it may not be useful to take this confession at face value. Multiple sightings of Antoinette Cayadito were reported after her disappearance, with witnesses in different locations claiming to have seen a girl matching her description. In San Antonio, a witness reported seeing a girl resembling Antoinette with a blonde woman. At a Thriftway gas station in El Paso, Texas, another witness heard a child screams for help from a passing brown truck. Years later, in Carson City, Nevada, a waitress encountered a teenager resembling Antoinette. This teenager appeared to be signaling for help through her actions and left a napkin message pleading for assistance. These reports, however, did not lead to any breaks in the investigation. Both of Antoinette's parents are now deceased, but her sisters still hold out hope that she is alive. The authorities believe that Antoinette is likely deceased. However, the investigation remains active and ongoing almost 40 years later. I've attached an age-progressed image of what Antoinette may look like today. In my view, there's still a faint hope that she's out there. Given that this investigation remains open and active, I strongly encourage anyone with any information or evidence related to this case to reach out to the Gallup Police Department. Carla Atkins and Vicky Stout. Shout out to Remy LeBeau7258 for recommending this case. Remember to leave a comment below if there's a case you think should be featured on this series. On September 17, 1980, in Dover, Tennessee, the lives of two half-sisters, 14-year-old Carla Atkins and 16-year-old Vicky Stout, took a tragic turn. The siblings had embarked on a seemingly ordinary afternoon journey to a local store, but never returned home. Their disappearance sparked a mystery that has lingered for decades, unsolved and haunting. The day started like any other, with Carla and Vicky leaving their residence. Their destination was a nearby store known as the Furnace, where they intended to purchase some items. Witnesses last saw them in conversation with an unidentified man by a blue pickup truck along US 79 West, near their home, sparking theories and questions that remain unanswered. The community was plunged into despair when, on the afternoon of October 5th, 1980, two hikers discovered the girls' bodies in a secluded area of the land between the lakes. The investigation revealed the brutal and tragic manner in which their lives were taken. They were both ended by means of a single shotgun blast to the head. Unfortunately, their bodies were too decomposed at the time of discovery to determine if they were subject to indecent acts. As such, if there was DNA evidence due to such an act, it was destroyed. Despite the clarity of their tragic end, the circumstances leading to their deaths, including the exact time, remain uncertain. The investigation has focused extensively upon the unknown man in the blue pickup truck. Descriptions of this individual and his vehicle were widely circulated, but no definitive connections were made, leaving his role in the events, whether as a suspect or a mere witness, an open question. The man has been described as white, 25 to 30 years old, of average build, sporting a suntan and dark brown hair. The pickup truck was described as light blue or sky blue. Unfortunately, it does not appear that the make and model was ever noted. Given his suntan and his vehicle, I would suggest that he may have been a blue-collar worker. That said, this evidence is circumstantial at best, as lots of people who are not blue-collar workers also own pickup trucks and have suntans, especially given the location. Throughout the years, the case has seen various calls for information, anniversaries marked by vigils, and attempts to keep the memory of Carla and Vicky alive in the hope of finding justice. Family members and the community have faced the agony of unanswered questions, clinging to the hope that new evidence or revelations could emerge, shedding light on this dark chapter of Dover's history. Unfortunately, however, it looks as though there have been no new developments in this case over the course of the last 40-plus years. Disappearance of Suzanne Lyle. Big thank you to patron Jeffer Metcalf for this suggestion. The disappearance of Suzanne Lyle on the evening of March 2nd, 1998, remains a haunting mystery that has intrigued investigators and the public for over 2 decades. Suzanne, a 19-year-old student at the State University of New York at Albany, vanished after getting off a bus at the university campus, following her shift at a nearby mall. Her disappearance triggered a massive investigation, which is still ongoing till this day. Suzanne was last confirmed to have boarded a bus from Crossgates Mall, where she worked, with intentions to return to her dormitory. A bus driver and a friend reported seeing her board and exit the bus, respectively, but she never made it back to her room. The following day, when Suzanne failed to contact her boyfriend or return to her dorm, her parents were alerted, marking the beginning of a perplexing case. Despite initial reluctance from campus police to escalate the matter, Suzanne's continued absence led to the involvement of the New York State Police. Importantly, the campus police were only willing to investigate once it became clear that Suzanne was missing multiple midterm exams. This, of course, wasted valuable investigative time, as the initial hours in investigation are key to the timely resolution of such crimes. The investigation into Suzanne's disappearance revealed several puzzling elements. Her bank card was used after her disappearance to withdraw money from an ATM, a transaction that hinted at someone with knowledge of her PIN. This possibly suggested someone close to her was involved. Despite extensive searches and the examination of hundreds of leads, no substantial evidence was uncovered to explain her disappearance. Investigators considered various theories, including the possibility that Suzanne may have been taken against her will. Speculation also arose about her relationship with her boyfriend, who was scrutinized by police but maintained his innocence. Her boyfriend had a confirmed alibi at the time of the disappearance. Despite this, according to the police, he has since refused to cooperate further with the investigation. However, I note that it's important to consider the context of his supposed refusal to cooperate with police. The boyfriend refused to be subjected to a polygraph test and would only agree to questioning with a lawyer present. In my view, I don't necessarily think that the boyfriend's requests ought to place any suspicion on him, given that he had provided a firm alibi, which was verified by the police. If the police had not confirmed his alibi with certainty, this situation would look much more suspicious. Given the high-profile nature of Suzanne's disappearance, numerous theories have surfaced to explain her disappearance. Investigators looked into Karen Louise Wilson's disappearance, a State University of New York Albany student missing since March 27, 1985, for potential links to Suzanne Lyle's case. Investigators found similarities between the cases, but no concrete evidence of any connection. Also, stay tuned, because Karen Louise Wilson's case will be discussed later in the video. Another theory revolves around the potential that Suzanne had a stalker. A co-worker reported Suzanne felt she was being stalked about a month before her disappearance, but Suzanne seemed unworried by this individual. According to this theory, the stalker is connected to her disappearance. However, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this explanation. In 2018, John Camp, a senior investigator speaking on behalf of the New York State Police, publicly indicated their quote-unquote belief is that she was a victim of homicide. I note that the wording of the statement indicates no concrete evidence whatsoever to indicate a homicide occurred, but rather a professional opinion based on cases such as this. Notably, in this same statement, John Camp enigmatically indicated that there's a possibility that she moved away. On a positive note, Suzanne's parents were not only extremely active in seeking answers in their daughter's case, they also made substantial progress towards improving the safety of individuals in a similar situation as Suzanne, thus likely saving untold lives. Following their daughter's disappearance, they successfully pushed for legislative changes in New York to improve campus safety, resulting in Suzanne's Law. This law mandates detailed plans for investigating crimes on campuses and swift reporting of missing persons cases. As you will recall, the campus police were extremely dismissive of Suzanne's disappearance. However, they didn't stop there. Their advocacy led to a federal change in 2003, which included a provision to increase the age limit for reporting missing persons to the National Crime Information Center to 21. This case is still being actively investigated by the New York State Police. If you have any evidence regarding the disappearance of Suzanne Lyle, please reach out to New York State Police. Hey everyone, Jimmy here, the YouTuber behind the Lazy Chill Zone channel. If you're enjoying my content, please do me a huge favor and hit like and subscribe, and that sweet notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. The links to all three are in the description of this video. The Boroboraton, the possessed sleeping mat. The Boroboraton is a unique and intriguing creature from Japanese folklore, known as a Tsukumogami yokai. This term refers to objects that have acquired a spirit after reaching a significant age, usually 100 years, turning them into living entities with supernatural powers. The Boroboratan, in particular, is a tattered sleeping mat that has come to life, embodying the essence of something once mundane, now endowed with eerie capabilities. Appearing primarily at night, the Boroboratan is not just any old mat. It rises into the air, defying gravity with its ability to levitate. What makes the Boroboratan especially notable is its association with emotions such as extreme loneliness and desolation, suggesting a deeper narrative behind its existence. These feelings are thought to animate the Boroboratan, giving it a longing for human touch and interaction, which, according to legends, can lead to fatal encounters for those who come into contact with it. The Boroboratan does not always intend to engage in a fatal interaction with its victim. Rather, some of them just long for the days when they were cuddled, leading to a sort of quote-unquote hug of death. The origins of the Boroboratan can be traced back to traditional Japanese beliefs regarding objects and their potential to acquire life and spirit. This yokai is an excellent example of Tsukumogami, illustrating the animistic aspect of Japanese religion, where even the most ordinary items can become entities with their own desires and intentions. For reference, if you've watched the previous parts in this series, you'll recall that swords are thought to have good or evil spirits, with the Muramasa being examples of evil blades. Conversely, the Masamune are examples of righteous swords with good spirits. Powers associated with the Boroboratan include not only its unnerving levitation, but also its ability to induce mental sedation. This makes its victims feel an overwhelming sense of comfort and sleepiness, rendering them vulnerable to its embrace. Yokai like the Boroboratan are still widely believed to exist in Japan. I was able to find a poll from 2013 indicating 57.4% of individuals aged 20 to 59 possess some beliefs in supernatural entities such as ghosts or yokai. That said, in terms of specific belief in the Boroboratan, I've had less luck finding sources. In my view, the tale of the Boroboratan can be interpreted, at the very least, as a warning of the consequences of neglecting and disregarding what once provided comfort, rest, and warmth. However, I believe there may be more to this deceptively simple tale. Japanese civilization has been influenced throughout by Confucian thought. As you may or may not be aware, taking care of one's parents as they age is perhaps the strongest duty one has in the Confucian social order. I hypothesize that the Boroboratan thus may serve as an allegory for the importance of caring for one's parents as they age. If the sleeping mat, once a source of comfort and rest, is taken care of and treated properly, it never transforms into a Boroboratan. In this allegory, the Borobораtan's actions, while malevolent, are a call for recognition and acknowledgement of the elderly's needs, desires, and the respect they deserve. That said, sometimes an old sleeping mat is just an old sleeping mat. Let me know what you think of this theory on this fascinating entity in the comments. Pitt's Lake Lost Gold Mine. The legend of Pitt Lake's lost gold mine has captivated the imagination of treasure hunters and adventure seekers for over a century. Nestled in the rugged wilderness of British Columbia, Canada, this gold mine allegedly offers great fortune for the bold. At the heart of the legend is the story of a prospector named Wilbur Armstrong, who, in the early 1900s, embarked on expeditions to find the legendary treasure within 20 miles of the head of Pitt Lake. Accounts from that era tell of another prospector, Walter Jackson, also known as Walter Shotwell in some versions of the story, who purportedly discovered a valley where the bedrock was visibly rich with gold. Before his death, Jackson sent a letter detailing the location of his find, describing a cache of gold buried under a tent-shaped rock, overseen by 3 mountain peaks. This narrative, while fascinating, is clouded by the absence of concrete evidence and the varying names and details that emerge in different retellings. The enigmatic Slumac, a Katsi First Nation man, is another pivotal figure in this saga. Convicted for a slaying in the late 19th century, Slumac is rumored to have discovered a rich gold mine whose location died with him. His story has been embellished over time, transforming him into a character shrouded in mystery and linked to the lost gold through hearsay and speculation rather than hard evidence. In-depth analyses have attempted to separate fact from fiction, exploring the origins and developments of the Pitt Lake gold mine legend. Most historians who have examined the case believe it to be a compilation of different stories of a lost gold mine in the same region. Importantly, geologists have confirmed that the area in question is likely not suitable for the type of gold mine that's associated with this tale. Ultimately, my view on this lost gold mine, unlike the other lost gold mines that we've covered, is that this lost gold mine is almost certainly fictional. There's simply too many differing accounts and no real consistency between the narratives. Further, the expert evidence in the form of the geologist confirms to me that the sort of mine that the legend refers to probably can't exist in the region anyway. My view on this one is largely or almost entirely in line with the mainstream historical consensus. That said, despite my view on the Pitt's Lake Lost gold mine, there are numerous people who are still out searching for it. The lost trading port of Abascoon. The lost trading city of Abascoon was once a bustling medieval port on the Caspian Sea. The exact location of the city is unknown, but it has been speculated to have been on an island near the shore of the Caspian Sea. This city, thriving in an era marked by extensive trade networks that spanned continents, served as a pivotal maritime hub on the Silk Road. Its strategic location facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures, making it a linchpin in the economic and social dynamics of the region. The city is reported to have boasted a strong brick citadel. The wealth of the city was so widely known that Vikings proceeded down the Volga River to raid Abascan multiple times. An initial exploratory raid occurred in the late 9th century AD, with a further raid around 910, followed by a large Viking attack on the city in 913. Later it provided refuge to Muhammad II, the Shah of the Khwarezmian Empire. Muhammad was fleeing advancing Mongol forces, and, as a quick aside, Genghis Khan was, to put it mildly, not a fan of Muhammad II. Importantly, I note that this was the last known instance where the city is confirmed to have existed. A local legend recorded around the 14th century indicates that the city was sunken by changing water levels in the Caspian Sea. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to locate any data to either confirm or deny this assertion. My theory is that Abascoon was razed to the ground by Mongol forces. The following facts are known. Genghis Khan had a personal hatred of Muhammad II. The Mongols were enraged by walled cities. And further, people who provided aid and comfort to enemies of the Mongols were annihilated. Further, the last confirmed mention of the trading city is its decision to provide aid and comfort to Muhammad II. Further yet, Abascoon was known for its citadel, a highly fortified area of the city to protect its wealth from raiders such as the Vikings or steppe nomads. Given that Abascoon provided aid to Muhammad II, along with all the other factors mentioned, I hypothesize that the Mongol force razed the city to the ground and ended all the inhabitants. Further, this explains why there's no evidence of a sunken city in the Caspian Sea. My hypothesis is entirely based on circumstantial evidence, but in my view, the circumstantial evidence is fairly strong in this instance. The disappearance of Sarah McDiarmid. In July 1990, Sarah McDiarmid, a 23-year-old Scottish Australian, vanished without a trace. She was last seen leaving Cananook railway station in Melbourne, Victoria, after a tennis game with friends sparked a prolonged and unresolved investigation. Witnesses saw her heading towards the dimly lit car park, and evidence suggested a violent encounter near her vehicle, marked by blood stains, a dropped lighter, and drag marks. Adding to the mystery, an ear witness claimed to hear a woman yelling, "Give me my keys!" Despite extensive efforts involving over hundreds of police officers and a 21-day search spanning air, sea, and land, no trace of her was found. Initial investigations pointed towards foul play, a conclusion supported by an inquest in 2006, which, however, could not clarify the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Over the years, the reward for information leading to a resolution increased to $1 million, reflecting the case's complexity and the community's desperation for closure. Speculation connected Australian serial killers, including Paul Denner and Bandely Debs, to her case, though Denner explicitly denied involvement. Further, Debs was considered a person of interest based solely on police practices of linking unsolved cases to known serial offenders active in the area. These connections to serial slayers, however, remain speculative without concrete evidence to confirm their involvement. In the aftermath, Sarah's family sought to keep her memory alive and support others in similar situations through initiatives, including launching a website. This website, notalone.com.au, is no longer online, but can still be accessed through the Internet Archive. Hopefully, for the sake of Sarah's family, this case can be resolved, and they can finally have the closure they deserve. Deloy's Ape. The tale of Deloy's ape begins in the early 20th century with Francois Deloy, a Swiss geologist, during his expedition in search of oil in the remote jungles between Venezuela and Colombia. This region, known for its dense forests and challenging terrain, became the backdrop for one of the most compelling and enduring stories in cryptozoology. Deloy's encounter with a peculiar primate, which resulted in a photograph that would stir the scientific community and public imagination for decades, took place around 1920. The creature, reportedly encountered near the Tara River, exhibited unusual characteristics for New World monkeys. Notably, its bipedal stance and the absence of a tail, attributes that defy the common traits of known species in the region. The primate was said to stand approximately 4 feet 5 inches tall, further complicating its classification within the known primates of the region. The story gained significant attention when Georges Montandon, a French anthropologist and a friend of Deloy's, stumbled upon the photograph. Montandon, intrigued by the creature's human-like appearance and the possibility of it being a previously undiscovered species, gave it a scientific name. He proposed it as the only known ape of the Americas, potentially a missing link in human evolution. This claim, however, was met with skepticism and controversy. Skepticism which stemmed from the lack of additional physical evidence and the peculiar circumstances surrounding the photograph's background and presentation. Critics and skeptics have raised questions about the veracity of Deloy's account and the photograph's authenticity. Some suggest the primate could be a misidentified or manipulated specimen of a known species, such as a spider monkey. In favor of this hypothesis, skeptics have noted characteristics like the forward-facing nostrils and the absence of a tail as possible evidence of tampering. This skepticism is compounded by the involvement of Montandon, whose theories on human evolution and science generally have been completely discredited. Montandon's interest in the ape was seen by some as an attempt to support his controversial theories, casting further doubt on the legitimacy of the discovery. Montandon presented his case to the French Academy of Sciences, claiming the ape to be a quote-unquote American chimpanzee. Based on my research, I firmly believe the story of Deloy's ape is a hoax, a conclusion I've reached after scrutinizing the details and context of its discovery. First, the only evidence we have is a single photograph, which in itself is highly suspicious. The creature in the image appears too similar to a known species, the spider monkey, with peculiarities like its posture and lack of a tail seeming artificially manipulated. Further, the involvement of Montandon, a figure with controversial views trying to push a dubious theory of human evolution, adds another layer of doubt. His eagerness to classify the ape as a new species without solid evidence or peer validation underscores the motive behind the hoax. He wanted to use the photograph to support his own theories, which would have brought him significant accolades in the scientific community if true. Anyway, that said, something in the back of my mind finds the photograph of this quote-unquote ape extremely disconcerting. William Unek. William Unek was a figure whose life took a dark turn, culminating in two separate tragic events that shook the communities he targeted. Born around 1929, he was a police constable prior to turning to profound evil. In 1954, in the Belgian Congo, Unek was responsible for the loss of 21 lives in a horrific spree. The details of this event are scant, but it was reported that he used an axe, chopping at his victims indiscriminately. The reasons behind this act remain unclear, with no motive fully ascertained. After this spree, Unek fled, eventually making his way to Tanganyika, modern Tanzania, blending into a new environment under a false identity. 3 years later, in early 1957, Unek initiated another spree in the area of Malampaka, using a stolen police rifle among other weapons. This time, his actions resulted in the deaths of 36 individuals, including men, women, and children. The brutality of these acts was unimaginable, with Unek employing a range of methods to carry out his attacks, including shooting, stabbing, burning, and strangling. Among the victims was reportedly his own wife, whom he killed before setting their home on fire. The aftermath of the second spree led to Tanganyika's largest manhunt at the time, involving local tribesmen, police, and the King's African Rifles. Despite the use of dogs and aircraft in the search, Unek evaded capture for 9 days. He was eventually located due to the bravery of a local resident. Unek showed up at the home of Iyumbu Benikumbu, who distracted Unek with food, drink, and conversation, while his wife was sent to notify the police. Upon their arrival, a confrontation ensued, and Unek was mortally wounded. Ikumbu, recognized for his bravery, received a large financial reward and received the British Empire Medal for meritorious service in light of his actions and the lives he undoubtedly saved. The cause of William Unek's two sprees is entirely unknown, and unfortunately the case is poorly documented. Further, it's unclear how many victims Unek may have had in total, given the 3 years between his two rampages. And yes, before you leave a comment, this is unfortunately the best and only photograph of Unek available. Gloomy Sunday. Gloomy Sunday, also known euphemistically as the Hungarian self-ending song, is a tune with an urban legend attached. Composed in 1933 by the Hungarian pianist and composer Rezo Saris, it's a melody that has become synonymous with sorrow and despair. Despite its haunting beauty, it's most famous for the dark cloud of urban legends that surround it, suggesting that the song is linked to numerous untimely departures from life. The legend holds that Gloomy Sunday was connected to a significant number of unfortunate events in Hungary and beyond. In Vienna, Berlin, New York, and London, tales emerged of individuals who, overwhelmed by the song's melancholic melody and lyrics, chose to cease living. These stories contributed to the song's notoriety, leading to supposed bans by authorities in an attempt to curb its perceived negative influence. The most notable of these was the BBC's decision to prohibit the song's broadcast, deeming it too upsetting for the public during World War II. This restriction technically remained in place until 2002. However, I personally have my doubts as to whether it was followed until that time. The song's composer's life has only enhanced the tragic allure of this song. In 1968, he ceased existing due to his own hand, a final act that seemed to seal the song's legacy as one intertwined with tragedy. While the urban legend tries very hard to associate Gloomy Sunday with Rezo's self-ending, digging into his biography leads to a much sadder conclusion. He and his family were persecuted by the Nazis during World War II for their Jewish heritage. While Rezo was thankfully able to survive forced labor, many of his close family members sadly perished. This suggests a strong alternate candidate for the act he committed, rather than the effects of Gloomy Sunday. Despite the grim lore surrounding it, Gloomy Sunday has been recorded by numerous artists over the years. Perhaps the most haunting rendition of the song, likely familiar to many viewers, is Billie Holiday's extremely melancholic version. All of that said, you're probably expecting me to dismiss this urban legend outright, but I'm not going to. The belief in Gloomy Sunday's negative effects could itself be harmful, a phenomenon known as the nocebo effect, where negative expectations lead to worse outcomes. This song, shrouded in urban legends of despair and misfortune, illustrates how collective belief can amplify a work's perceived impact. When people are convinced that engaging with this song leads to distress, they might experience heightened emotional turmoil merely by association, not the content itself. Further, this is exacerbated by the content itself being deeply melancholic. The Bain family slayings. This case was recommended by subscriber Boogity. On June 20th, 1994, a disturbing event unfolded in Dunedin, New Zealand, that captured the nation's attention and sparked debates around justice and the legal system. Early in the morning, after completing his paper run, 22-year-old David Bain reported the tragic loss of his family. Upon arrival, authorities discovered 5 members of the Bain family had succumbed to gunshot wounds. Parents Robin, 58, and Margaret, 50, and their children Arawa, 19, Lanyet, 18, and Stephen, 14. A cryptic message left on the family's computer hinted at a deeper story, leading to David's arrest 4 days later. This message said, "Sorry, you are the only one who deserved to stay." In what I can only describe as an absolutely ludicrous turn of events, 2 weeks after the slayings, the house where the slayings occurred was burnt down. And why, you ask, was this house burnt down? Well, because other members of the family requested that the house be burnt down. Problematically, the burnt down house contained the bloody footprints of the perpetrator. For reasons that are entirely unclear to me, these were not preserved. The initial investigation and subsequent trial navigated through a complex web of familial dynamics, allegations, and evidence. The prosecution argued that David executed his family members before fabricating a self-ending scene for his father, Robin. In contrast, the defense presented a scenario where Robin was the perpetrator, driven to despair by internal family issues, ultimately leading to the tragic events. The conviction of David Bain in 1995, followed by years of appeals, brought to light the intricate and often fraught relationship between legal interpretations and the quest for truth. The involvement of Joe Karam, a former rugby pro turned advocate, was pivotal in challenging the original convictions and spearheading a campaign for a retrial. Karam's unwavering support and the uncovering of new evidence led to the Privy Council's decision to quash the convictions, citing a, quote, substantial miscarriage of justice. In 2009, a retrial was conducted, introducing new arguments and evidence regarding Robin Bain's potential motives and mental state. The defense suggested Robin was the true culprit, motivated by a desire to conceal his illicit relationship with his daughter Laniette. After months of deliberation, David Bain was acquitted of all charges, a verdict that left the community and the nation divided. Despite his acquittal, the ordeal left David struggling to reintegrate into society, grappling with the stigma of his initial conviction and the years lost behind bars. Presently, this case technically remains unsolved. However, there are no active suspects in the case at present, nor are there any persons of interest. Given the evidence at the retrial, I think we can all draw the same conclusion as to the perpetrator of this heinous act. The death of Bruiser Brody. The tragic event that led to the demise of Frank Donald Goodish, famously known as Bruiser Brody, remains one of professional wrestling's darkest moments. On July 17, 1988, in Bayamon, Puerto Rico, Brody's life came to an untimely end under circumstances that would stir controversy and unanswered questions for decades to come. The conflict that led to Brody's demise began in the locker room of a wrestling event. Brody was asked by fellow wrestler Jose Gonzalez, known in the ring as Invader One, to discuss business in the shower area away from the rest of the locker room. This meeting turned fatal when Gonzalez inflicted severe injuries on Brody. Despite the immediate chaos and the efforts of fellow wrestlers to get medical help, Brody succumbed to his injuries. The police investigation and subsequent trial of Jose Gonzalez were marred by a lack of cooperation from witnesses and logistical mishaps. One of the biggest quote-unquote logistical mishaps was the fact that the killing blade was never recovered. Key witnesses, including wrestlers who were present at the scene, received subpoenas too late, rendering their evidence moot, as the jury had already reached a verdict. Gonzalez was acquitted of all charges, with the defense claiming he acted in self-defense. This outcome left many within the wrestling community and Brody's family seeking justice that seemed forever out of reach. The story of Bruiser Brody's life and the circumstances of his death have been recounted in various wrestling documentaries and articles. Yet despite the passage of time, the complete truth of what happened in the locker room remains elusive. I anticipate that we will never have the truth of what happened in the locker room that fateful day. Jose Gonzalez was acquitted of the slaying and found to have acted in self-defense by a jury. Simply put, he has no incentive to ever say anything further, as whatever he says could be of no benefit to him and could only work against him. Further, Gonzalez continued to wrestle and enjoy a successful career in the Puerto Rican wrestling scene. Astonishingly, Jose Gonzalez only retired from wrestling in 2022 at the age of 74. The Ego Pogo. The Ego Pogo, a mysterious lake cryptid said to inhabit Lake Simcoe in Ontario, Canada, has been a subject of folklore and curiosity for almost 2 centuries. Known by several names, including Kempenfelt Kelly and Beaverton Bessie, this legendary lake monster has captivated imaginations and sparked debates about its existence and origins. The Ego Pogo is often described as a large, serpentine creature with distinctive features that set it apart from other cryptids. It has been likened to a dog-faced animal, with comparisons made to seals in terms of its appearance and behavior. Eyewitness accounts over the years have painted a picture of a creature that is both elusive and intriguing, with sightings suggesting a presence that defies conventional explanation. The first recorded sighting dates back to 1823, with notable instances reported throughout the 20th century, including a 1991 video recording that further fueled speculation and interest. Notably, the image you're looking at on screen now is a still from a now-lost video of the incident. Several theories have been proposed to explain the Igopogo phenomenon. One popular theory suggests that the creature could be a relict population of an unknown species of aquatic animal, possibly related to seals. This theory is supported by the creature's seal-like characteristics described in various sightings. Another theory posits that the Igopogo might be a case of misidentification, with observers mistaking logs, waves, or known animals for a creature. Further, for group sightings, there's always the possibility of mass psychogenic illness type events, wherein multiple people experience what is in essence the same hallucination. Some skeptics completely deny the existence of the possibility of the creature and question whether the alleged sighting in 1823 actually occurred. These skeptics appear to be of the school of thought that would suggest that lake monsters became much more popular after Nessie mania in the 1930s. And just a quick reminder that if you enjoy my content, remember to like and subscribe. Your likes and subscriptions make it possible for me to devote virtually all of my free time to content creation. Seriously, thanks everyone. I couldn't do this without you. Olaf Palm. Here's a suggestion that comes from subscriber Hachi Seiko. Thanks for the suggestion. On the evening of February 28, 1986, an event shocked Sweden and the world. Olaf Palm, the Prime Minister of Sweden, was walking home with his wife Elizabeth from the Grand Cinema in central Stockholm when his life was abruptly ended. The absence of bodyguards, a choice that reflected Palm's desire to live as ordinarily as possible despite his high office, left the couple vulnerable. The immediate aftermath saw a swift but ultimately futile effort to save him, with emergency services arriving on the scene within minutes. Despite these efforts, Palm was pronounced dead shortly after midnight on March 1, 1986. Christer Pettersson, a convicted felon and petty criminal, who had previously slain an individual during a street fight in 1970, was promptly arrested and charged with the slaying. Pettersson, denying involvement, claimed to have appreciated Palm's politics and stated he was not in central Stockholm when the incident occurred. Nevertheless, Elizabeth Palm's identification and acquaintances' claims placed him near the crime scene, resulting in his 1989 life sentence conviction. However, this was overturned months later due to evidentiary insufficiency and doubts about Elizabeth's identification. Following his release, Pettersson received compensation for his wrongful ordeal and attempted to turn the conviction into a career. After his release, he began engaging in media interviews where he flirted with confessions to the crime. These were not taken seriously, often dismissed as attempts to profit from media attention. Another suspect in the matter was Victor Gunnarsson, who was connected to right-wing extremist organizations. Due to claims of involvement and claimed harassment, he moved to the United States, where he was subsequently slain in 1993 in an unrelated incident. According to another theory, the South African government hired professionals to dispense with Olaf over his strong anti-apartheid stance. Another theory, which in my research appears to be considered to be highly controversial in Sweden, involves a man named Stig Engström, better known as the Skandia Man. In 2018, a journalist proposed that Stig Engström, known as the Skandia Man, was the likely assailant in Olaf Palm's case. This was based on Engström's dislike for Palm, matching witness descriptions and Engström's apparent suspicious activities and media behavior post-event. Despite Engström's death in 2000, this theory gained attention and was later acknowledged by the Swedish Prosecution Authority in 2020. They stated that he had long been a suspect, but that he was never charged due to the likely inability to obtain a conviction. Further, I imagine one wrongful conviction in relation to the matter was already humiliating enough for the Swedish authorities. Also, as an aside, these are only a few of the theories related to this slaying. I suspect at this point the evidence has been too muddied for any conclusive resolution to the case to ever be expected. Jerusalem Syndrome. Jerusalem Syndrome is a psychological phenomenon that strikes some individuals when they visit the ancient city of Jerusalem. This condition, unique due to its geographical specificity, manifests through intense religious experiences or delusions, often leading the affected person to believe they are figures from biblical narratives. It's a subject of interest for both psychologists and theologians, as it sits at the crossroads of mental health, religion, and the impact of historically significant locations on human consciousness. The syndrome typically unfolds in a few stages. Initially, the visitor might exhibit an overwhelming desire to detach from their tour group or companions to explore Jerusalem alone. Following this, they may engage in ritualistic acts, such as donning white robes made from hotel bed linens. They've also been known to preach in public spaces and conduct impromptu and unwanted quote-unquote baptisms, amongst other activities. In many cases, these actions are out of character for the individuals experiencing them and can lead to their hospitalization. Interestingly, the syndrome doesn't discriminate by religion. While it's more commonly reported among Christians, cases have been observed across various faiths. Experts theorize that the root causes of Jerusalem syndrome are multifaceted, blending the psychological impact of visiting a city so deeply embedded in human history and religion with pre-existing mental health conditions or susceptibilities. The syndrome can affect those with no history of mental illness, suggesting that the city's intense spiritual significance and the immersive experience of walking in the same spaces as historical religious figures can trigger profound psychological reactions. For some, the overwhelming realization of being in a place they've only read or heard about in religious texts can blur the lines between past and present, myth and reality. However, not all experts agree on a single cause. Some suggest that Jerusalem syndrome is a manifestation of a pre-existing psychiatric condition that is triggered or exacerbated by the visit to Jerusalem. In these cases, the city acts as a catalyst rather than the root cause, bringing underlying issues to the surface. Despite its dramatic presentation, Jerusalem syndrome is generally temporary. Affected individuals typically return to their normal state of mind once they leave Jerusalem, often with little to no memory of their actions while under the influence of the syndrome. This transient nature raises questions about the interplay between place, belief, and mental health, suggesting a profound yet not fully understood impact of sacred spaces on the human psyche. In my view, being in Jerusalem for the faithful has the significant potential to cause a very real psychologically based warp in reality. Walking through the city could in essence make a sufferer of Jerusalem syndrome feel like they are live-action role-playing a scene from the Bible. I note that sufferers from Jerusalem syndrome are universally on trips and almost always have some sort of disruption to their routine and sleep schedules. Disruption to sleep schedules has often been linked to the triggering of mental health issues. The disappearance of Karen Louise Wilson. On March 27, 1985, Karen Louise Wilson, a 22-year-old political science major at the State University of New York at Albany, vanished under mysterious circumstances. Karen was last seen in Colony, New York, after visiting a local shopping mall where she purchased t-shirts in preparation for a spring break trip to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Despite having an appointment at the tanning hut that evening, she did not attend. Authorities believe Karen was headed back to the campus when she was possibly abducted near the entrance to Interstate 90 westbound and the Northway. The area was poorly lit and sparsely trafficked, making it feasible for an abduction to occur unnoticed. A sketch of an unidentified man seen in the vicinity around the time Karen disappeared was released, but he has never been identified or located. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no conclusive evidence has emerged regarding Karen's whereabouts post-disappearance. Speculations that she might have continued her travel plans to Florida were investigated, but ultimately led nowhere. Police are virtually certain she never left New York State. Like Suzanne Lyle's case, no meaningful leads have ever been generated in this case. Again, while it has been speculated that there may be a connection between the two cases, this is pure conjecture. The Krasu. The Krasu is a ghost deeply entrenched in Southeast Asian folklore, particularly in Thailand. This entity is visualized as a woman's head floating independently, with her viscera and internal organs dangling from her neck, creating a haunting nocturnal image. The Krasu preys on animals and, disturbingly, pregnant women and their newborns, consuming raw flesh and blood to satisfy its endless hunger. This spectral figure is said to be active at night. Origins of the Krasu are shrouded in folklore and vary across regions, with stories suggesting it could be a cursed individual who engaged in wrongful deeds in a previous life. Another tale recounts a princess involved in a tragic tale of betrayal and magic gone awry, leading to her transformation into the Krasu as a form of punishment or as a result of a failed spell. The curse is also believed to pass through generations, particularly among women involved in witchcraft or those who consume contaminated food or drink. The Krasu possesses notable powers, including the ability to float and the gruesome use of a long tongue to consume its victim's essence, often leading to the belief that it causes diseases or misfortunes. To protect against the Krasu, communities employ measures such as surrounding homes with thorny branches or burying placentas deep enough to be unreachable. From my research, Krasu sightings appear to be quite common, with the latest article I could find on a sighting indicating a 16-year-old Thai girl spotted a Krasu in January 2024. The disappearance of Paul Edwin Overby. In May 2014, Paul Edwin Overby Jr., an American author, disappeared in Afghanistan. Overby ventured into the perilous terrain of Khost Province, Afghanistan. His mission was ambitious: to conduct research for a book that aimed to shed light on the complexities of the Afghan conflict. On May 17, 2014, Overby was last seen as he prepared to cross into Waziristan, a region within Pakistan's federally administered tribal areas, known for its lawlessness and as a haven for militants. He intended to interview Sirajuddin Haqqani, a key figure in the Haqqani network, to gain insights into the group's perspectives and motivations. This undertaking was fraught with risks, as the area was notorious for its hostility towards foreigners and the presence of insurgent groups. The news of Overby's disappearance remained under wraps until January 2017, when his wife, Jane Larson, publicly disclosed his identity and the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. This delay in making his situation public was aimed at safeguarding potential negotiations for his return. The FBI and other international agencies have since been involved in efforts to locate Overby. While Larson, his wife, believes that the Taliban were involved in his vanishing, the Taliban has explicitly denied a role in Overby's disappearance. In my view, while the Taliban may have been involved, no evidence which has been made public has indicated as such. The region where he disappeared is known for its lawlessness, and he could have been captured by any number of groups or individuals. On May 8, 2018, the FBI offered a $1 million reward for information leading to his rescue, indicating that there may be evidence that he is alive. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Remember, it's your subscriptions that can make this the most extensive Iceberg series ever. Also, check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. Links are in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazak Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, and Jeffer Metcalf. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to Part 12 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. In this series, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, strange events, internet mysteries, and more. The Burger Chef Slayings. This suggestion comes from subscriber Donnie Lusk. Thanks for the suggestion. Also, remember to leave a comment with suggestions on cases. On November 17, 1978, a shocking event unfolded at a Burger Chef restaurant in Speedway, Indiana, that still remains unsolved. 4 young employees disappeared after what seemed to be a robbery at their workplace. The 4 are speculated to have been abducted while they closed the restaurant, likely while they were taking out the day's trash. Their absence sparked concern among their families and eventually led to a dire discovery. All 4 were found deceased in a wooded area, 20 miles from the restaurant, still in their work uniforms. The brutality of the scene was unmistakable, with 2 victims executed by gunfire, 1 stabbed fatally, and the 4th succumbing to asphyxiation caused by blunt force trauma. This tragic outcome signaled a deliberate act of evil rather than a mere robbery gone wrong. The investigation into this case was plagued by missteps from its inception. Authorities initially treated the restaurant scene as a minor robbery, allowing the business to reopen the next day, thereby contaminating potential evidence. The failure to secure the scene, combined with a lack of technological resources available at the time, severely hampered the investigative efforts. A witness initially came forward to state that she had seen 2 white men in their 30s leaving the restaurant area around the time of the crime. However, these men were never identified and never came forward. Over the years, the case saw various suspects and theories, but no definitive leads that led to a resolution. In 1984, inmate Donald Forrester claimed involvement to avoid a prison transfer, offering detailed accounts and offering to lead police to evidence locations. He offered to turn on his accomplices, but in a strange turn of events, the details of what he was planning to do were leaked. He recanted his story, claiming coercion, and no charges were filed. Further, as no corroborating evidence was provided by Forrester, he was never charged in relation to the slayings either. Unfortunately, given the police decision to allow the restaurant to reopen prior to the finding of the missing individuals, as well as the passage of time, likely means this will remain unsolved. Proper evidence wasn't gathered from the scene prior to the reopening of the restaurant. Further, if any physical evidence from the scene was raised at trial, the failure to secure the scene would be an extremely strong point in favor of the defense. It's important to remember that the defense doesn't have to prove a single thing at trial in our common law system. Rather, the onus is entirely on the prosecution to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, the elements of the offense in question. The disappearance of Ambrose Bierce. Ambrose Bierce, born on June 24, 1842, in Meigs County, Ohio, became a titan of American literature with a body of work that encompassed satire, horror, and a reflection on the human condition. His journey from a young participant in the horrors of the Civil War to becoming one of the most celebrated figures in American literature is as fascinating as his mysterious disappearance in 1914, presumed in Mexico. Before delving into his disappearance, it's crucial to understand the man. Bierce's early life was marked by hardship and a penchant for literature, influenced by his family's modest but literary background. His service in the Civil War as a young man profoundly impacted him, providing a wealth of experiences that he later distilled into his writings. His military service was distinguished by bravery and a near constant engagement with death, which shaped his worldview and literary themes. Following the war, Bierce embarked on a career in journalism and literature in San Francisco. He quickly became a prominent figure in the literary scene, known for his sharp wit and satirical prowess. His writings, which included short stories, journalism, and satire, often reflected his cynicism towards human nature and society, earning him the nickname Bitter Bierce. Bierce's literary contributions are significant and still widely read today. I'm sure a large portion of you are familiar with works like An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, and perhaps most famously, The Devil's Dictionary. His storytelling, characterized by its dark humor, irony, and exploration of the supernatural, has led to comparisons with Edgar Allan Poe and has influenced countless writers, both American and international. Further, like Poe, Ambrose Bierce's end is also deeply shrouded in mystery. In 1913, at the age of 71, he embarked for Mexico, intrigued by the then ongoing Mexican Revolution. Despite various theories and sporadic reports, his fate remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of American literature. Some speculate he sought to join the revolution. Others suggest he was seeking a final adventure. Still others believe he met an untimely end at the hands of those who did not appreciate his sharp wit. Further, in one of his final letters, he arguably indicated that he was going there to seek an adventure of the end of his lifetime, to put it in YouTube-friendly terms. Despite extensive searches and investigations, including substantial interventions by the American government, no conclusive evidence has ever been found to determine his ultimate fate. According to Felix Sommerfeld, Pancho Villa's representative in Washington, Bierce was last seen in Chihuahua circa January 1914. However, I would take any evidence from Felix Sommerfeld with a grain of salt, as he was later outed as a German spy. In my view, having reviewed the evidence, there's simply not enough to draw any meaningful conclusions. I don't think we'll ever have a clear idea of what happened to Ambrose Bierce. The Phoenix Freeway Shootings. Between August 27th and September 10th, 2015, the Phoenix area was gripped by a series of incidents that caused widespread terror amongst its residents. Dubbed the Phoenix Freeway Shootings, this sequence of events involved 11 separate incidents, where projectiles damaged vehicles traveling along Interstate 10 and State Route 202. The community was on high alert, as these incidents seemed to target random drivers, heightening the fear of being on the freeways. In the midst of this chaos, law enforcement agencies launched a massive investigation, pooling resources and expertise to apprehend the individual or individuals responsible. The investigation saw its first apparent significant breakthrough on September 11th, when a man and woman were taken into custody. The man was allegedly boasting about his involvement in the shootings to friends. However, they were quickly released and later cleared of any involvement. The complexity of the case was further underscored by instances where road debris was initially mistaken for shooting-related damage, complicating the task of distinguishing between related and unrelated incidents. This suggests that there may have been a mass hysteria element to some of the non-shooting incidents reported. Adding to the investigative challenges, on September 13th, 3 teenagers were arrested for conducting what appeared to be copycat attacks using a slingshot. However, they were determined not to be involved in the shooting incidents. The focal point of the investigation became Leslie Allen Merritt Jr., a 21-year-old landscaper arrested on September 18, 2015, in Glendale, Arizona. Initially, Merritt was charged with multiple felony counts, including aggravated assault and endangerment. Law enforcement officials falsely linked him to the first 4 shootings through ballistic tests on a pistol they claimed he owned, which was found in a pawn shop. In a dramatic turn of events, all charges against Merritt were dropped in April 2016, leading to a comprehensive clearing of his name in August 2020. In a rare turn of events in August 2020, a judge specifically cleared Merritt of all allegations and charges relating to the incident. Merritt's lawyers were able to negotiate a settlement for him for the injustice he suffered. However, the exoneration raised more questions. Who was responsible for the shootings? Unfortunately, due to the botched handling of the case and the laser focus on Merritt, an entirely innocent individual, we will likely never know who the perpetrator or perpetrators were. Mystery Airship Wave of 1896 to 1897. Big shout out to patron Jeffer Metcalf for providing this recommendation. In the late 19th century, the United States was gripped by a phenomenon that would become known as the Mystery Airship Wave of 1896 to 1897. This period marked one of the first major UFO waves in American history, occurring a decade before the Wright brothers' first flight. The sightings began in California in 1896 and quickly spread eastward, generating thousands of reports from citizens across the country. These accounts ranged from simple observations of unexplained lights in the night sky to detailed descriptions of blimp-like vessels carrying human-like occupants. Some witnesses even reported interactions with these beings, who occasionally claimed to be from Mars. The majority of sightings were reported as nighttime encounters with unidentified lights, with more elaborate narratives describing airships comparable to contemporary dirigibles. This widespread nature of the sightings contributed to the mystery and intrigue surrounding the phenomenon. The reports peaked in 2 phases: the initial wave in California in late 1896, and a subsequent wave across the central and eastern U.S. in the spring of 1897. Public reaction to these sightings was mixed, with responses ranging from awe and fascination to skepticism and outright dismissal. Many accounts were later attributed to misidentifications of celestial objects, such as planets and stars, or dismissed as hoaxes and practical jokes. Some believed the airships were secret experiments by inventors or the government, the theory going that these airships were prototypes. Others saw them as evidence of extraterrestrial visitation, which at the time largely consisted of Martian visitors, reflecting the sensibilities of the time. In addition to the fantastical accounts and hoaxes, the airship sightings were a media sensation. Newspapers across the country reported on the phenomenon with varying degrees of credibility. Some papers sensationalized the sightings, while others aimed to debunk them through rational explanations or demonstrations of how easily the public could be fooled. Interestingly, the day before the first sightings in California, a newspaper called the Sacramento Bee published an article. In this article, it was claimed that an inventor from New York was allegedly planning to fly from New York to California. This event may have set in motion the first sightings, with many additional sightings being driven by mass hysteria over airships. Greenland sharks. The Greenland shark is one of the most fascinating and mysterious creatures to inhabit the ocean. This enigmatic creature, with its massive, slow-moving form, is not only one of the largest sharks in existence, but also holds the record for the longest lifespan of any vertebrate known to science. The Greenland shark is a marvel, with a body that can stretch up to 23 feet in length and weigh over 3,000 pounds. Characterized by a thick-set figure, small eyes, and a short, rounded snout, this species exhibits a variety of colors ranging from pale creamy gray to blackish brown. The Greenland shark's appearance is further distinguished by the frequent presence of the parasites which attach to the shark's eyes, leaving their eye sockets as hollowed-out homes. You don't have to go back and play that again. Their eyes are eaten away, and the sockets become comfy places for parasites to raise a family. However, This impairment does not seem to hinder the shark's survival, suggesting a reliance on other senses such as smell and hearing to navigate and hunt in the deep, cold waters it calls home. The diet of the Greenland shark is as varied as its habitat, encompassing everything from fish to seals. However, the mystery of the Greenland shark is its incredibly long lifespan, estimated to be between 250 and 500 years. Scientists have attributed this extraordinary longevity to the shark's slow metabolism and adaptation to the frigid deep-sea environments. These sharks do not reach maturity until around 150 years of age, making their life cycle vastly different from that of other shark species. Put more humorously, in an alternative universe where Greenland sharks watch reality TV, they would be watching 160 and pregnant. Recent scientific breakthroughs have enabled researchers to estimate the age of Greenland sharks more accurately through carbon dating of proteins found in the shark's eyes. One study, using this method, found a Greenland shark that could be as old as 512 years, highlighting the species' potential for extreme longevity. At present, it appears that the true upper age limit of the Greenland shark is unknown. However, it would appear that somewhere in the depths of the North Atlantic, there is a shark that was alive during the conquest of Mexico and the early stages of the Reformation. Further, that same shark's great-great-grandparents may have been swimming the seas while Caesar was conquering Gaul. Also, despite the shark being toxic, you may have heard of the Icelandic delicacy based around this creature, hakarl, or fermented shark flesh. Jimmy here, the YouTuber behind the Lazy Chill Zone channel, asking you for a quick favor. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. There's also Lazy Chill Zone merch available now. Check out the shop link on the video. The skunk ape. The skunk ape, regarded as Florida's version of Bigfoot, is a popular cryptid with a large group of believers. This cryptid, described as a large, hairy, foul-smelling ape-like creature, has captivated the imagination of many, leading to a plethora of sightings, theories, and discussions about its existence. The creature is described as standing 6 to 8 feet tall, weighing around 500 pounds, and is known for its distinctive, pungent odor, akin to a mix between a skunk and roadkill. The first report of what might be a skunk ape was in 1818, when a local newspaper reported an ape active in the region. The first well-documented sighting occurred in 1957, when hunters claimed a large, smelly ape invaded their camp in the Everglades. This encounter set off a chain of sightings that continued to grow over the years. Notable years for skunk ape sightings include 1977, with multiple credible reports. One report in this year included a bus full of tourists witnessing the creature near a bridge. Another was a police officer in Key Largo describing an encounter with a large fur-covered creature emitting a high-pitched wail. The early 2000s saw another spike in reported sightings due to a photograph which raised the profile of the creature substantially. In 2000, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office received a pair of photos, sent anonymously, showing a large, hairy creature resembling an ape. The anonymous sender, who claimed to be an elderly woman, said the creature had been taking apples from her porch near I-75. She managed to snap pictures of it, concerned it might be an orangutan on the loose that could pose a danger to the community. If you're just listening to this video, I encourage you to take a moment to look at the picture on screen right now. This is the skunk ape claimed to have been seen by the anonymous writer. My view is that the anonymous nature of the letter serves to discredit this photograph, which otherwise looks extremely convincing. The alleged elderly woman claimed to be concerned that there was a marauding ape in her backyard, and was so concerned about it that she sent a photograph. However, despite this quote-unquote concern, she didn't tell the police where they could find her, and never followed up to have them investigate. Only a general area was given, which does not accord with someone who is genuinely concerned about a marauding ape. Further, the inclusion in the letter that the writer is elderly may have been intended to disarm skeptics. I'll come back to my analysis of the photograph at the end of this section. Skunk ape skeptics argue that the lack of concrete evidence, such as clear photographic proof or biological specimens, makes the existence of the skunk ape improbable. Skeptical investigators suggest that sightings could be attributed to misidentification of wildlife. The most common explanation is the American black bear, some of which may suffer from mange, making them appear more ape-like. You're probably expecting me to dismiss the skunk ape, but I'm not going to do that. Unlike other cryptids, the skunk ape is sighted with stunning regularity and over a long period of time. While some individuals are undoubtedly claiming skunk ape sightings for a laugh or as a hoax, numerous credible witnesses have also reported them. I think the skunk ape can be explained by a wide variety of factors, some of which include actual great apes. In terms of the ape theory, I would suggest that some of the sightings could be explained by escapees from private zoos and enclosures. However, this is speculative since I wasn't able to locate any stories of actual apes being captured in Florida. This, however, may explain the quite credible-looking ape photograph. I would also suggest that the black bear theory likely accounts for a number of sightings. People are generally unaware of how fast bears can move bipedally. Skunk apes are also said to let out a loud wail, which can also be associated with bears. Another theory I would put forth is a mass hysteria type event, particularly following well-known sightings. During periods when the skunk ape is quote-unquote trending, people are likely much more susceptible to believing the black bear they saw is actually a skunk ape. Anyway, this is one cryptid I really would love your input on. What are your theories on the skunk ape? The disappearance of Ryan Liu. On July 9th, 2023, Ryan Liu disappeared from his home in Richmond, British Columbia, Canada. He was last seen leaving his home in the Dayton Court area around 8 p.m. on the night in question. Despite the efforts of local law enforcement, Ryan's whereabouts remain unknown. Police later found footage of him walking south on Taylor Way at Main Street in West Vancouver around 10 p.m. the same night, believed to be heading towards the area of the Lions Gate Bridge. Theories regarding Ryan's disappearance are numerous, ranging from the possibility of an intentional departure to the more sinister. Unfortunately, details related to Ryan's disappearance are quite limited. However, the Richmond Royal Canadian Mounted Police are still actively investigating the case. If you have any information with respect to his whereabouts or case, please contact the Richmond RCMP department with details. The Kasa Obake. The Kasa Obake is a yokai or monster from Japanese folklore. Originating from the concept of tsukumogami, where household objects gain a spirit after 100 years, the Kasa Obake represents an umbrella that has come to life. The creature is often characterized by a single eye, a single leg, and sometimes depicted with a long, prehensile tongue. The Kasa Obake's roots can be traced back to the Edo period, when it became popularly depicted in art of the era. But more on this in a moment. Its depiction often varies, but the core elements, a playful spirit, a single eye, and the ability to hop around on one leg, remain virtually consistent across interpretations. Powers attributed to the creature include its ability to startle or surprise humans, often in a playful rather than malevolent manner. While it can sometimes use its tongue to lick people, this action is more mischievous than harmful. Interestingly, despite the ubiquitous nature of this yokai in modern Japanese culture, unlike other yokai, there does not appear to have ever been a genuine belief in this particular creature. The leading theory is that they were invented during the Edo period to fill out the world of known yokai. To put it in modern terms, they were fictional content easily adapted into the yokai stories, which had a long-running basis in the popular culture and folklore of the time. At any rate, they've become so popular now that their later and likely intentionally fictional origin has been all but forgotten. The death of Alexei Navalny. Alexei Navalny, a prominent Russian opposition leader, lawyer, and anti-corruption activist, passed away on February 16, 2024. Born on June 4, 1976, Navalny had established himself as perhaps the most vocal critic of President Vladimir Putin and his administration, focusing particularly on corruption within the Russian government. Despite facing numerous arrests and a near-fatal poisoning in 2020, Navalny remained steadfast in his opposition, leading to his final incarceration. In August 2023, Navalny was sentenced to imprisonment until December 2038. In December 2023, Navalny went missing for 3 weeks. He later re-emerged in a penal colony in the Yamalo-Nenets region of northwestern Siberia. The circumstances surrounding Navalny's death are contentious and have led to international outcry and speculation. Official reports from the Russian prison service suggest that Navalny, quote, felt unwell following a walk within the penal colony and lost consciousness almost immediately. Despite resuscitation efforts, he was declared deceased, apparently virtually immediately. The exact causes of his demise are under investigation, with extreme doubt being cast upon the official version by virtually the entire international community. I hope to have an update on this case in a future addition to this series. Also, by way of footnote, this video was recorded a day after Navalny's passing, and as such, the facts will likely evolve from here. Camelot. Camelot, the legendary castle and court associated with King Arthur, is perhaps the most well-known castle in history. However, like with everything from the King Arthur story, also known more academically as the Matter of Britain, it's shrouded in layers of mystery. The concept of Camelot first appears in the works of 12th century French romances, notably in the Lancelot Grail cycle. This depiction of Camelot was influenced by earlier descriptions of Arthur's court, such as those found in Geoffrey of Monmouth's accounts of Caerleon. However, Camelot's detailed and idealized portrayal, complete with its grand castle, magnificent cathedral, and the Round Table, owes much to these French narratives. These stories painted Camelot not just as a physical location, but as a symbol of Arthur's reign, embodying ideals of chivalry, justice, and noble questing, particularly the pursuit of the Holy Grail. Despite its prominence in literature, the exact location of Camelot has remained elusive, with various sites in Britain being linked to Arthurian legends. Caerleon in South Wales, for instance, has historical ties to Roman Britain and has been associated with Arthur's court in early sources. This connection is supported by the Welsh origins of many Arthurian tales. As discussed in a previous entry in this series, these stories, alongside archaeological evidence and ancient poetry, suggest that Arthur, or the people he was based on, might have been a Welsh or Romano-British leader who fought against Anglo-Saxon invaders. Another significant site is Cadbury Castle in Somerset, an Iron Age hill fort that has been proposed as a possible location for Camelot. Archaeological findings indicate that it was a fortified site with evidence of occupation and use that could correspond to the Arthurian period. Local traditions and the fort's strategic significance bolster its candidacy as Arthur's stronghold, or at the very least, as a stronghold of a warlord who fought against the Anglo-Saxons, which is in essence what Arthur was. Tintagel Castle in Cornwall is linked to Arthur's legend as his birthplace, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth. Archaeological excavations have uncovered evidence of Romano-British occupation. Amazingly, an inscription was revealed, which indicated that one of the ancestors of King Arthur, mentioned by Geoffrey of Monmouth, occupied the castle. Archaeological excavations remain active at Tintagel Castle, with the hope of new and significant findings in coming years. As an aside, when I became fascinated with Arthurian legend as a kid, I had always remembered Tintagel being presented with absolute certainty as Camelot. If you're a fan of Mandela effects, I guess you could say I'm from the Tintagel Camelot universe. Sorry, couldn't resist that one. In my view, Camelot, as we imagine in our collective mind, as a late medieval fortress with medieval knights, does not and cannot exist. That said, the Camelot associated with the inspiration for the historical King Arthur, or one of the historical inspirations, may very well be found with certainty someday. Remember to like and subscribe, and also hit that notification bell. Also check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. Click the links in the description of this video. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, and Jeffer Metcalf. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out. Welcome to part 13 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore dark and fascinating mysteries. In this series, we deep dive unsolved mysteries, including true crime, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, strange events, internet mysteries, and more. Also, big shout out to subscriber and Discord community member Hachi Seiko for their amazing work improving the Lazy Chill Zone cat. The disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson. This is a special request from subscriber Lauren Seal Gonzalez, who grew up with her and wants to increase exposure to her case. The disappearance of Kelly Wilson, a 17-year-old from Gilmer, Texas, on January 5, 1992, remains an enigma. On the night she vanished, Wilson was last seen leaving her workplace, Northeast Texas Video, around 8:30 p.m., intending to go to a nearby bank to deposit her paycheck. The following morning, her stepfather discovered her car parked at her workplace, its tires slashed and flat. Wilson's belongings, including her purse, were found inside the car, but the keys were missing. No trace of Kelly has ever been found. However, investigators presume that she is deceased. The investigation into Wilson's disappearance has been fraught with controversy and intrigue, including allegations of cult activities and accusations against local law enforcement. Initially, the case saw the arrest of Michael Beebe in connection with the tire slashing incident, although he was not linked to Wilson's disappearance. The focus also briefly turned to Wilson's boyfriend at the time, Chris Denton, who was considered a prime suspect. However, Denton was never charged in relation to the incident and is now deceased. The case took a significant and bizarre turn in 1994 when Sergeant James Brown and 7 others were indicted by a grand jury. The charges suggested a narrative that intertwined Wilson's disappearance with satanic rituals, but the case was eventually dismissed. According to the Texas Attorney General, the satanic cult theory was completely baseless and a complete distraction from Kelly Wilson's disappearance. I note that this theory emerged during the echoes of the period in the United States, known as the Satanic Panic, which has been previously discussed in this series. Unfortunately, this baseless rabbit hole theory took valuable investigative resources and appears to have torn apart the community of Gilmer, Texas. Further, the sensationalist allegations, which brought media attention to the case, did little to focus on the cause of justice for Kelly. Despite the passage of time, the case remains open and active, though it has gone cold. At present, there are no active suspects or persons of interest in her case. The Gilmer Police Department continues to seek information that could lead to resolving the mystery of what happened to Kelly Wilson. If you have information which could assist the police in this matter, please contact the Gilmer Police Department. The slaying of Holly Palmer. This case was suggested by subscriber Honora Jean. In the quiet town of Granbury, Texas, located just outside the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan region, the unresolved case of Holly Palmer still looms large over the community. Holly Palmer was just 23 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. The slaying occurred on November 27, 1988, at a now demolished Greyhound bus station, marking a day of profound tragedy for the Palmer family and the wider community. Holly was found to have succumbed to blunt force trauma, a grim detail that underscores the brutality of the act. The absence of robbery as a motive suggests a deeply personal dimension to the crime. In 2013, the Granbury police chief indicated that Holly may have known her assailant. This detail has propelled theories suggesting a crime of passion, yet despite decades of investigation and the evolution of forensic technology, the case remains open with no charges laid. Given the active ongoing investigation, the police have remained tight-lipped about the specifics of evidence in the matter. However, there may be a break in the case on the horizon. In my research, I was able to locate an article published on December 18, 2023, on WFAA, a local Dallas news station. In this article, Granbury Police Detective Russell Gizzard advised that as of December 2023, new advanced DNA analysis techniques are being employed in relation to the investigation. Further, the detective advised that the, quote, person of interest is a Granbury resident. Despite the passage of time, the family's resolve for answers and accountability remains undiminished, with her sisters being particularly strong advocates on her behalf. Even though this case is 35 years old, given the active status of the investigation and potential new DNA breakthroughs, I hope to have an update on Holly's case in a future episode. If you have any information that could assist in the investigation of Holly Palmer's slaying, I very strongly encourage you to reach out to the Granbury Police Department. Kanye Quest 3030. Kanye Quest 3030, released in July 2013, is a hip-hop themed science fiction role-playing game that became known for more than just its gameplay. Players embark on a journey with Kanye West after he falls into a portal to the year 3030, a dystopian future ruled by a clone of Lil B the Based God. In this world, Kanye teams up with other rappers to fight for freedom. However, the game's notoriety isn't due to its creative plot or gameplay. In 2015, a player discovered a hidden level by typing "Ascend" into a dialog box, which led to speculation about the game's connection to an alleged real-life cult known as Ascensionism. This secret section presented a narrative that the main game was a facade for a deeper purpose. The game then transitions into a narrative that suggests the main storyline was a cover for this hidden section, involving tasks and QR codes related to the cult. This discovery sparked theories about the game's potential use as a recruitment tool by a cult that believes in reincarnation and sought to expand its membership through the game. Despite these dark undertones, it's speculated that this aspect of the game could be part of an abandoned alternate reality game, or ARG. The creator of Kanye Quest 3030, initially known only as Phoenix, was later revealed to be Clara Hope, an artist from Adelaide. This revelation came from a documentary web series which explored the game's mysteries and its creator's intentions. The series shed light on Hope's motivations and the integration of the Ascensionism subplot, initially intended as a separate project. However, despite this admission, the internet urban legend that this game was a real cult recruitment tool continues to persist, fueled by out-of-date YouTube videos. The Castration Serial Slayer. Between 1980 and 1986, a series of tragic events unfolded across at least 5 U.S. states, including Wyoming, Pennsylvania, Utah, Georgia, and Connecticut. Young men were kidnapped, shot in the back of the head, and then had male parts removed post-mortem. This string of incidents, known as the Castration Serial Slayings, initially appeared to be unrelated due to the vast geographic spread of the crime scenes. However, by 1989, forensic evidence linked 2 of the victims through the use of the same revolver. This suggested a single individual's involvement in at least these 2 cases. The first suspected victim, 27-year-old Willard Edward Judd, was discovered in 1980 near Casper, Wyoming. Following him, Wayne Lee Riefendifer, Marty James Shook, an unidentified individual in Georgia, and Jack Franklin Andrews were found under similarly gruesome circumstances. Despite the brutality of these acts, and some investigative leads including a suspect in San Francisco found with preserved male parts, the case remains unsolved and is considered a cold case. The case of the Castration Serial Slayings is particularly challenging due to the lack of conclusive evidence linking all the crimes conclusively to one perpetrator. Further, aside from the 2 cases mentioned, there is nothing to definitively tie these slayings together. Hey everyone, Jimmy here, the YouTuber behind the Lazy Chill Zone channel, asking you a favor. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you all along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. Stull Cemetery. In the heart of Kansas lies Stull Cemetery, an unassuming burial ground surrounded by the echoes of a chilling legend. Nestled between Topeka and Lawrence, Stull's story intertwines with the supernatural, making it a focal point for those fascinated by the paranormal. This tale begins in the 1970s, when an article sparked widespread intrigue, claiming Stull Cemetery as a gateway to hell. In this article, it was claimed that local lore said that this is a place where the devil himself would appear twice a year, on Halloween and the spring equinox. The origin of Stull's haunting legend is allegedly deeply rooted in its history. The town of Stull, established in the mid-19th century by Pennsylvania Dutch immigrants, was once a bustling community. However, as time passed, it dwindled, leaving behind the eerie Stull Cemetery and the ruins of the evangelical Emmanuel Church, which became central to the legend. The church, which lay in ruins until being demolished in 2002, was rumored to be a site of dark rituals, further fueling tales of the cemetery's sinister aura. Over the decades, Stull Cemetery has been shrouded in a myriad of stories, from mysterious staircases leading to the underworld, to spectral figures and unexplained phenomena. Despite the allure of these tales, extensive gatherings on significant dates such as Halloween and the spring equinox have failed to yield any sighting of the devil or the supposed stairway to hell. Skeptics and local residents often dismiss the stories as fabrications, emphasizing the lack of historical evidence to support the supernatural claims. Many argue that the legend of Stull Cemetery was largely constructed by imagination and popularized by media, rather than being based on factual events or occurrences. You may be expecting an outright dismissal of the claims related to Stull Cemetery, but there is reason to believe in the subjective truth of these claims to those affected. The legend of Stull Cemetery, renowned as a gateway to hell, has the potential to spark mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria, and fuel individual paranormal sightings. This is a phenomenon where the power of suggestion and social influence can lead to the manifestation of physical symptoms or behaviors in individuals or a group. As individuals visit Stull, primed by tales of supernatural occurrences, they might experience heightened anxiety, fear, or even hallucinations. This can cause them to mistake ordinary sights and sounds for paranormal activity. The group setting and shared expectations can amplify these effects, leading to a collective experience of unexplained phenomena. This susceptibility is particularly pronounced during organized visits on significant dates like Halloween. Participants in these visits have collective anticipation and fear that can trigger psychological responses mimicking encounters with the supernatural. The human mind's tendency to validate beliefs through selective perception is extremely strong. As such, visitors may unconsciously interpret natural occurrences as supernatural, further perpetuating the legend and its psychological impact. Also, let's be honest, even the most skeptical people tend to enjoy a good scary paranormal tale. The disappearance of Harold Holt. In December 1967, Australia faced a mystery that remains unsolved to this day: the disappearance of its then Prime Minister, Harold Holt. On a seemingly ordinary summer day, Holt vanished while swimming at Cheviot Beach, near Portsea, Victoria, leading to a whirlwind of speculation, theories, and unanswered questions. This incident not only marked a significant moment in Australian history, but also sparked a range of conspiracy theories. Despite warnings about the dangerous conditions that day, Holt, a reputed strong swimmer, entered the water and was tragically swept away by the undertow. His disappearance prompted one of the largest search operations in Australian history, yet no evidence of his body was ever found. The immediate aftermath of Holt's disappearance saw John McEwen, the leader of the Country Party, being sworn in as Prime Minister, and a memorial service attended by international dignitaries. However, the lack of concrete evidence regarding Holt's fate fueled widespread speculation and numerous conspiracy theories. Some of these ranged from theories about Holt's mental state and personal life, including alleged affairs and political pressures. Other theories promote more far-fetched ideas involving espionage and defection to foreign powers. One of the most enduring theories suggested that Holt was a Chinese spy and had been picked up by a submarine, a claim that has been met with skepticism and dismissal. Other theories posited involvement by the CIA. This theory suggests Holt was preparing to withdraw support for the Vietnam War. Another theory, which I will phrase euphemistically, is that he intended to take one last swim on the day in question. Despite these speculations, a formal inquiry by the Victorian coroner in 2005 concluded that Holt had drowned, a finding that did little to quell the public's fascination with the case. In my view, sometimes an unfortunate drowning is just that. Swimming in the ocean is an inherently dangerous activity and can go wrong extremely quickly. Further, the fact that his body was never recovered is not suspicious in the context, given that he appears to have been swept away in the undertow into the ocean. The original Mandela effect. The Mandela effect, a term first coined in 2009, has intrigued and bewildered people worldwide. It represents a phenomenon where a large group of individuals shares a false memory, believing in an event that never happened or happened differently from reality. Contrary to the true events, many people allegedly vividly recall Nelson Mandela dying in the 1980s while he was imprisoned in South Africa. This collective false memory has puzzled experts and laypersons alike. The belief has sparked debates and theories about how such a significant number of people could remember a major historical event so inaccurately. Nelson Mandela, however, did not pass away in the 1980s but lived until December 5, 2013, when he died at the age of 95. Further, Nelson Mandela served as the first president of post-apartheid South Africa throughout the middle to late 1990s. The origin of the Mandela effect lies in the experiences of Fiona Broom, a paranormal researcher. Broom discovered that she, along with many others, shared this particular false memory. Intrigued by this widespread anomaly, she set up a website to explore and document such instances, naming the phenomenon after the very misconception that sparked her interest. The theory has since developed, overlaid with ideas of the multiverse and multiple competing timelines. Anyway, I'm from the 2013 Mandela Death Universe, so perhaps I just can't relate to this one. The slaying of Jill Lynn Udo. In January 2001, the community of Syracuse, New York, was shaken by the tragic loss of 18-year-old Jill Lynn Udo. Born on March 20th, 1982, Udo was an ambitious young woman studying to become a paramedic while working at a local clothing store. Her life was cut short when she was found deceased in her apartment by her mother, Joanne Browning, a day after she failed to show up for a planned Super Bowl viewing with her family. This day marked the beginning of a long, unresolved investigation into her demise. Jill Lynn's apartment showed no signs of forced entry, and it appeared that nothing was stolen. The details surrounding the case suggest that the incident occurred in the early afternoon, with the assailant using one of Jill Lynn's own kitchen knives. Despite extensive investigations, interviews, and public appeals, no suspects have been publicly identified, leaving the case unsolved to this day. The lack of closure has had a profound impact on Udo's family and the community. Joanne Browning, who passed away in 2007, dedicated her years following the incident to raising awareness and seeking justice for her daughter. The Syracuse Police Department continues to investigate the case, aided by advances in forensic technology and the dedication of cold case units. If you have any information pertaining to this case, please reach out to the Syracuse Police Department. Phantom social workers. In the late 20th century, the UK was gripped by a series of alarming reports involving individuals posing as social workers, a phenomenon that became known as the phantom social worker scare. These imposters, often described as well-dressed and professional, allegedly visited homes to inspect children under the guise of official duty, sparking widespread fear among parents. The incidents led to a significant police investigation known as Operation Childcare, which aimed to uncover the truth behind these reports. Despite over 250 cases being reported, very few were deemed genuine, highlighting the mass hysteria and paranoia that had taken hold. The origins of these stories are rooted in real concerns about child welfare and the role of social workers. Many of the reported encounters involved individuals requesting to see children for inspections or evaluations, leading to suspicions of attempted abductions. However, investigations revealed that most of these incidents were unfounded, with authorities suggesting that a mix of genuine misunderstanding and outright fabrications to blame. The phenomenon was not limited to the UK. Similar reports emerged in the United States. Notably, these phantom social worker sightings peaked around the time of the Satanic Panic, when parents were on extremely high alert and extremely anxious. Given that no evidence of these sorts of activities were ever uncovered by the authorities, it appears that the phantom social worker phenomenon may be a case of mass hysteria. That said, there's always the possibility that bad actors use the phantom social worker mass hysteria to cover their tracks. Under this hypothesis, these bad actors may have used this event as a smokescreen, assuming police would be unlikely to take seriously any accounts of, quote, phantom social workers. The Men in Black. The Men in Black, also known as MIB, have intrigued the public and conspiracy theorists alike, evolving from obscure folklore to mainstream cultural phenomena. Their origins trace back to the early encounters of UFO witnesses who reported visits by mysterious figures dressed in black, aiming to silence their extraterrestrial sightings. The first notable incident occurred in 1947, when Harold Dahl claimed to have been warned by a man in black about discussing his UFO sighting. This event, alongside others like the encounter of ufologist Albert K. Bender in the mid-1950s, cemented the MIB in UFO conspiracy lore. These figures were described as government agents, or sometimes as otherworldly beings themselves, tasked with keeping the knowledge of UFOs and extraterrestrial life from the public eye. Their popular depiction has ranged from sinister government agents and eventually to protagonists in a blockbuster film series starting with Men in Black, released in 1997. Whatever the truth may be, these menacing figures have embedded themselves in UFO folklore. Otto Braun and the Long March. Otto Braun, a German communist known by his Chinese name Li Di, played a pivotal role in one of the most significant events in Chinese history, the Long March. Braun's background, marked by his involvement in German communist counterespionage, paramilitary activities, and his eventual move to Moscow, set the stage for his later work in China. The Long March was a strategic military retreat undertaken by the Red Army of the Chinese Communist Party, also known as the CCP. The purpose of this was to escape the encirclement by the nationalist KMT forces and spanned from October 1934 to October 1935. This retreat saw various Red Army factions navigate through some of China's most challenging terrains, ultimately consolidating in Shanxi province. Braun's role in the Long March and his influence on the CCP's military strategies are subjects of considerable historical debate. However, there is considerable belief that he may have been the individual who initially proposed the Long March itself. Dispatched to China by the Soviets after training in Moscow, Braun was placed in a position of significant authority within the Red Army. However, his tactics and training and his experiences in Germany and the Soviet Union were not suited to the Chinese context. He was subsequently dismissed from major roles on the Long March. While it's never been confirmed that he first proposed the Long March, if he did, he is likely one of the most influential people in world history that virtually no one has heard of. The Bloop. In 1997, a mysterious sound known as the Bloop was detected by the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the NOAA. This sound, characterized by its unusual strength and ultra-low frequency, made waves at the time. Initially, the source of the bloop was a subject of much speculation. It was detected by hydrophones, underwater microphones, placed over 5,000 kilometers apart in the Pacific Ocean, indicating its extraordinary volume and reach. Early theories about its origin ranged from giant marine animals to unknown underwater phenomena. Its profile was distinct from biological noises like whale calls, which typically have a more defined tonal quality, and from human-made sources such as submarines or ships. After years of investigation, NOAA researchers determined that the bloop was most likely caused by an ice quake, a seismic event resulting from fracturing ice. This conclusion was supported by similarities between the bloop's audio signature and those of known ice quakes. The sound was attributed to the cracking and breaking of ice from an Antarctic glacier, a process known as ice calving. This phenomenon involves large chunks of ice detaching from an ice shelf and generating powerful sounds that can travel long distances underwater. While the mystery is largely considered to be solved, some still theorize about the potential for this to have been caused by a gigantic marine animal. From my perspective, I would imagine if this noise was caused by a marine creature, we would be hearing a lot more bloops. Yamashita's treasure. The legend of Yamashita's treasure traces its roots back to World War II. During this time, the Japanese Imperial Army, led by General Tomoyuki Yamashita, allegedly looted vast amounts of gold and valuables from Southeast Asia. The treasure, named after the general, is said to have been hidden in caves, tunnels, and underground complexes in the Philippines to prevent it from falling into the hands of the approaching American forces. Despite numerous treasure hunts and investigations spanning over 7 decades, the existence of such a treasure remains unverified. Further, historians question the feasibility of transporting and hiding such a massive loot deposit under the wartime conditions of the 1940s. They argue that logistical and historical constraints make the story of Yamashita's treasure implausible. The Japanese were losing control of the seas by 1943, making it unlikely for them to transport valuable treasure to the Philippines, a region on the verge of being overtaken by American forces. The most notable legal case related to the treasure involved Rogelio Roxas. Roxas, a Filipino treasure hunter, claimed to have discovered part of the treasure in 1971, including a golden Buddha and gold bars. Roxas subsequently sued former Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos for theft and human rights abuses over seizure of the treasure. The case concluded in Roxas's favor in a Hawaiian court, which found evidence supporting his discovery. Despite this, the court's decision did not definitively prove the existence of Yamashita's treasure as a whole. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Like I said, I plan to make this the most extensive Iceberg series ever, so get on board and subscribe. Remember to leave a comment below if there's a case or topic you would like me to cover. Also, check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. All the links are in the description of this video. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, and Jeffer Metcalf. Also, shout out to new YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to part 14 of the Ultimate Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg. In this series, we deep dive cases including true crime, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, internet mysteries, and more. The slaying of Daisaku Chiba. In January 2007, the quiet streets of Kyoto, Japan, were shaken by a tragic event that took the life of Daisaku Chiba, a 20-year-old university student with a bright future ahead. Chiba, an aspiring manga artist, was attending his first year at Kyoto Seika University. His life was abruptly and senselessly ended one evening as he was bicycling home. The incident occurred around 7:45 p.m. when an unidentified individual, described by witnesses as a man in his 20s or 30s, confronted Chiba. In a shocking and unprovoked attack, Chiba was stabbed over a dozen times, including wounds to his chest and stomach, ultimately leading to his demise at a nearby hospital. Despite his critical condition, Chiba was able to communicate briefly, expressing confusion and dismay, stating he had no idea who his assailant was. Locals, not accustomed to violence, were left in disbelief as news of the violent act spread. His loss was deeply felt by the university community and beyond, prompting his professors and classmates to take a unique approach in seeking justice. In an effort to gather information and possibly lead to the capture of the assailant, the faculty of manga at Kyoto Seika University embarked on an innovative campaign. They created and distributed a manga pamphlet detailing Chiba's life and the circumstances of his untimely passing. This 20-page pamphlet, split between describing the suspect and celebrating Chiba's life, was distributed at key locations, including the main Japan Railway station in Kyoto. The initiative aimed not only to solicit leads that could assist in the investigation, but also to honor Chiba's memory and generate interest in his case. Unfortunately, despite this caring gesture, his slaying still remains unsolved. Importantly, in 2022, the Japanese National Police Agency offered a substantial sum of money for information relating to the arrest of the perpetrator. If you have any information that may be helpful to police, as usual, I strongly encourage you reach out to the relevant authorities. The disappearance of Julie Weflin. This case comes by way of recommendation from subscriber Vaden K. Remember to leave recommendations on any cases or mysteries you want covered in the comments below. On September 16, 1987, Julie Ann Weflin, a 28-year-old employee of the Bonneville Power Administration in Spokane, Washington, vanished under mysterious circumstances. The day she disappeared, Weflin was working alone, tasked with maintaining and inspecting power equipment at a remote substation near Riverside State Park. She logged into the Spring Hill substation in the afternoon, and it's believed she returned to her minivan around 3:45 p.m., intending to head back. However, she never made it. Instead, what was left at the scene painted a grim picture. Her hard hat, toolbox, a water bottle, and sunglasses were found scattered on the ground beside her vehicle. Further, her vehicle had its driver's side door and back hatch open, and her purse still inside, indicating a sudden and forcible departure. The investigation into Julie Weflin's disappearance has been extensive, yet fraught with challenges. The physical evidence at the scene that the investigators have disclosed to the public include drag marks and unfamiliar tire tracks near her vehicle. Investigators have publicly proposed that she may have been overpowered by two people, though the specific reasoning for this assertion is unknown. Investigators have also publicly advised that she was likely slain. However, at present she remains officially classified as missing. As usual during an open investigation, numerous details cannot be disclosed to the public. Despite these clues and a significant reward offered for information leading to the resolution of the case, her fate remains unknown, and no suspects have been formally identified. If you have any information in relation to this case, please contact the Spokane County Sheriff's Office. The Lufthansa Heist. The Lufthansa Heist, executed on December 11, 1978, at John F. Kennedy International Airport, remains one of the most brazen thefts in American history. Unlike most unsolved mysteries in this series, the Lufthansa heist is extremely well documented. Thought to be orchestrated by James Burke, a notable figure associated with the Lucchese crime family, this heist was one of the largest operations in American history. The operation was estimated to have secured $5 million in cash and almost $1 million in jewelry, totaling just shy of $6 million in 1978 currency. Adjusted for inflation, this amount would be equivalent to approximately $30 million today, highlighting the heist's monumental scale. The operation was allegedly meticulously planned over several months, exploiting inside information provided by Louis Werner, a Lufthansa cargo agent and gambler in debt. Werner, allegedly aware of the monthly arrival of large cash sums exchanged in Germany, saw an opportunity for a significant score. He is alleged to have conveyed this possibility to his bookmaker, Martin Krugman, who then allegedly passed the idea to Burke. The intelligence included detailed layouts of the cargo building, employee schedules, and the vault's security mechanisms. On the night of the heist, a stolen Ford Econoline van carrying armed men, disguised with ski masks, arrived at the cargo building. The employees present were quickly overpowered and secured. Utilizing a key and inside knowledge, the robbers accessed the vault without triggering alarms, loading numerous cartons of untraceable currency into the van. The execution was flawless, with the entire operation concluding without immediate detection, as the robbers instructed employees to delay contacting the police, ensuring their escape. The aftermath saw a mix of paranoia and police investigation, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Despite intense efforts by law enforcement, including surveillance and analysis of known associates, the bulk of the stolen assets remained unrecovered. Further, most involved either vanished or met grim fates without ever being formally charged. The only conviction related to the heist was of Louis Werner, the inside man whose information made the robbery possible. Also, if any of this sounds familiar to you, it's likely because you've watched Goodfellas, Martin Scorsese's 1990 masterpiece. Stay tuned because the fate of two of the alleged participants will be discussed further in this episode. The Flatwoods Monster. The Flatwoods Monster has been a source of intrigue and mystery since its first reported sighting in 1952 in West Virginia. On the evening of September 12, 1952, a group of children playing in the small town of Flatwoods claimed to have seen a bright object streak across the sky and crash on a nearby hill. Accompanied by a local adult, Kathleen May, and a National Guardsman, Gene Lemon, they went to investigate. What they reportedly encountered has since become the stuff of legend. A towering figure with a red face, glowing eyes, and a dark, metal-like appearance. This entity, later dubbed the Flatwoods Monster, was said to emit a pungent mist that caused irritation and sickness among the witnesses. Initial investigations by local police and subsequent inquiries found no conclusive evidence of the creature's existence. Despite this, the story gained national attention, with newspapers and radio broadcasts spreading the tale across the country. The Flatwoods Monster's description as a 10-foot-tall entity with a spade-like face and glowing eyes captivated the public's imagination. This initial encounter remains one of the most well-documented and widely discussed sightings in cryptid lore. Further sightings around the same time added to the mystery. Before the encounter in Flatwoods, a woman named Audra Harper and her friends reported seeing a ball of fire and a tall figure in the same area. Following the Flatwoods incident, a couple reported their car malfunctioning and encountering a similar monstrous figure, which vanished after approaching them. These additional accounts contributed to the lore surrounding the Flatwoods Monster, suggesting a series of related phenomena rather than an isolated incident. Skeptical explanations have posited that the sighting was a result of misidentification, possibly of a large barn owl, influenced by the heightened anxieties of Cold War America. The combination of a meteor, the silhouette of an owl, and the witnesses' state of fear might have contributed to the creation of the monster in their minds. In my view, the Flatwoods Monster was a case of mass hysteria overlaid on top of an owl misidentification. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If people knew about the size and capabilities of owls, a large portion of cryptid sightings would be considered definitively solved. Anyway, in my view, the Flatwoods Monster is definitely not a hoax, and the people who saw the creature genuinely believed they had seen a cryptid. The Slaying of Belle Starr. In the late 19th century, the tale of Belle Starr, an American outlaw, captured the nation's imagination. Her infamy peaked when her life was cut short in a violent ambush in 1889, just days before her 41st birthday. Belle Starr's life was marked by her association with notorious figures and her involvement in criminal activities, such as horse theft, for which she was once convicted and served time in Detroit. While Belle Starr was a well-known figure in the United States prior to World War I, her fame has significantly waned over the years. Following the death of her husband, Sam Starr, in a gunfight, Belle continued her life of crime, eventually marrying Jim July Starr, a younger man and a relative of Sam. The circumstances of Belle Starr's demise remain shrouded in mystery. She was fatally ambushed while returning home from a neighbor's house, shot multiple times to ensure her demise. Theories about her attacker vary, with one account suggesting she was killed by Edgar J. Watson, a sharecropper who was later acquitted of the crime. Other suspicions have fallen on her family members and her new husband, all harboring potential motives for her killing. Despite various theories, the case remains unsolved, with no one ever definitively identified as the assailant. Jimmy here, the YouTuber behind the Lazy Chill Zone channel, asking a quick favor. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. My goal is to create the most expansive Iceberg series in YouTube history, and I want you all along for the ride. Also, consider signing up for a YouTube membership, joining the Patreon, and joining the Discord. The slaying of Magdalena Stoffels. In 2010, the tragic loss of a Namibian schoolgirl, Magdalena Stoffels, sent shockwaves through this African nation. On a July morning, the 17-year-old's life was abruptly ended near her school in Windhoek, Namibia, after a brutal assault. Despite immediate investigation efforts, the responsible party remains at large, leaving a community in mourning and a family seeking closure. The events following Stoffel's tragic passing ignited a nationwide debate on gender-based violence, bringing the issue to the forefront. An initial suspect, Junius Philippus, was named and charged with her slaying, with angry citizens calling for the reinstatement of the death penalty due to his alleged acts. However, forensic evidence collected eventually led to all charges being dropped in 2011, with Philippus being officially ruled out as a suspect. I was able to locate an article from a Namibian newspaper called New Era Live from November 2018. It was an extremely difficult read, as it included an interview with Magdalena's mother. Her mother, out of religious conviction, has forgiven her daughter's killer, but has devoted her life to bringing the killer to justice. There still appears to be an active and open investigation into this case. However, unfortunately, I was not able to find where leads with respect to her case may be directed. Alaric's Lost Treasure. The tale of Alaric's Lost Treasure is a legend that sprung out of the Visigothic king, Alaric's audacious sacking of Rome in 410 AD. This event, significant for its psychological impact on the Roman Empire, led to Alaric amassing vast wealth. The plunder has traditionally included 2 tons of gold, 13 tons of silver, alongside luxurious items like Chinese silks, high-end fleeces, and spices. In the aftermath of the sacking, Alaric's intentions to move his army to Sicily and then to Africa were cut short by his untimely death. Alaric's death in the same year shrouded his burial and the treasure's whereabouts in mystery. The intrigue around Alaric's final resting place is steeped in the dramatic narrative of his burial. According to historical accounts, Alaric was laid to rest in a tomb beneath the bed of the Bucento River with his treasure. In a move to keep the site a secret, the river's course was temporarily diverted, the king and his riches interred, and then the waters were returned to their path, erasing any trace. To ensure the location remained a mystery, everyone who dug the grave was slain. Over centuries, the allure of Alaric's treasure has ignited the imaginations and ambitions of many, from 18th century explorers to Nazi leaders during the 20th century. Despite these efforts, Alaric's burial site and his treasure have remained elusive, cementing their status as one of history's great mysteries. The town of Cosenza, near the supposed burial site, has even undertaken official searches, with the hope of uncovering this treasure, aiming to attract tourism and solve the ancient puzzle. While this treasure trove is deeply steeped in legend, in my view, it shouldn't be dismissed. The plausibility of Alaric's treasure being buried with him aligns with the practices of Germanic tribes, including the Visigoths. Germanic chieftains and kings were often buried along with their wealth to honor them in death. Further, this tradition was rooted in the strong belief that this wealth could serve him in the afterlife, and as such, It was not merely a custom, but a religious duty. This practice could be seen half a millennia later, where powerful and dreaded Vikings would include a significant portion of their worldly possessions in their graves. While nothing has ever been officially recovered from this lost treasure trove, like other lost treasures in this series, I don't think this should indicate it doesn't or didn't exist. After all, the fastest way to lose your newfound treasure is to tell everyone you've come into stunning riches suddenly. The Lost Florentine Diamond. The Lost Florentine Diamond is a tale that captures the imagination, blending history with mystery. This gem, originating from India, boasts a light yellow hue with faint green overtones and weighs in at 137 carats. Known by various names including the Tuscan, the Tuscany Diamond, and the Austrian Yellow Diamond, its journey through history is as fascinating as its physical appearance. The diamond story begins with Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, who allegedly wore it into the Battle of Nancy in 1477, where upon his demise, a soldier found and sold it. This marked the beginning of its illustrious journey through the hands of various owners, including Ludovico Sforza, and eventually the Medici family, enriching the treasury of Florence. It was later recut in Florence, Italy, becoming a prized possession of the Medici and subsequently the Habsburg family, included in the Austrian crown jewels. However, the diamond's fate took a turn after World War I. With the fall of the Austrian Empire, it was reportedly taken into exile by Emperor Charles I of Austria. Rumors abound regarding its disappearance, suggesting it was stolen and possibly taken to South America or the United States, where it was recut and sold. Despite various theories, the exact whereabouts of the Florentine diamond remain unknown, leaving its story open to speculation. The slaying of Caesarion. The story of Caesarion, the last pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt, unfolds against a backdrop of political intrigue, power struggles, and the eventual consolidation of power by Rome over Egypt. Born in 47 BC, and officially known as Ptolemy XV, though commonly known as Caesarion, was the son of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. His birth was a culmination of the strategic alliance between his mother, Cleopatra, aiming to solidify her power, and Julius Caesar, representing Rome's interests in Egypt. Despite his royal lineage, Caesarion's life was overshadowed by the tumultuous events that followed his father's assassination in 44 BC. Cleopatra's attempt to align with Rome through Caesar fell apart, and her subsequent liaison with Mark Antony did little to secure a stable future for her son. This alliance, however, led to the expansion of their dominion, but also set the stage for their downfall. In the wake of Mark Antony's defeat by Octavian, later Caesar Augustus, in 31 BC at the Battle of Actium, the political landscape shifted dramatically against Cleopatra and her son. In a desperate bid to save Caesarion, Cleopatra sent him away with plans to escape across the Red Sea. Some traditions hold that he was to be transported as far away as India by sea route. Following Cleopatra's demise, Caesarion returned to Egypt, possibly lured by promises of power from Octavian. This decision proved fatal, with tradition holding that Octavian eliminated this potential rival for control over Rome and Egypt. The motivations behind Caesarion's return to Egypt, and consequently his tragic end, have been subject to speculation. Some sources suggest that he was lured back to Egypt by a promise by Octavian that he could rule as a client king of Rome in Egypt. However, it seems odd that he would have believed this, given that Octavian had either slain his mother or forced her to end herself. At any rate, he ought to have known his elimination cleared Octavian's path to undisputed power, marking the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and the beginning of a new era under Roman rule. Perhaps one of his trusted advisors was compromised by Octavian and convinced him to come back. Another theory states that Octavian wished to end a potential rival for a claim to Julius Caesar's legacy, given that he was Julius Caesar's adoptive son. The exact circumstances of the demise of Caesarion remain unknown, and it is not entirely confirmed that he was slain on Octavian's orders. Saki Sanabashi. Saki Sanabashi, also known by Go for a Punch, is an enigmatic piece of alleged lost media that has captivated the curiosity of internet users worldwide. Originating from a 2015 post on 4chan's paranormal board, an anonymous user shared their encounter with a disturbing anime. This anime purportedly depicted a group of girls trapped in a bathroom without any escape, leading to their dire ends. The author of the post stated the girls engaged in melancholic discussions prior to their endings. The post sparked widespread intrigue, prompting a fervent online search for the anime, despite its existence being unconfirmed and possibly fictional. In 2019, a Reddit user cleverly named Saki Sanabashi OP stated that they were behind the hoax, and they had posted it as a joke. Given the anonymous nature of 4chan, no proof was provided by this Reddit poster, and likely no proof could be provided. Despite this so-called confession, the search for this alleged piece of lost media continues till this day, though with much less intensity. I feel like this falls squarely within the realm of an urban legend rather than lost media. In my view, this stems from the initial source for the tale of Saki Sanabashi. The X board on 4chan is a hub for paranormal and supernatural discussions, known for its unfiltered and often speculative content. It's not a board for discussing anime, though my research indicates that numerous such boards exist for this purpose on the website. Its nature, fostering anonymity and a lack of accountability, means that information shared can range from intriguing theories to outright fabrications, without consequence. Further, it appears that the board's culture encourages the sharing of personal experiences, conspiracy theories, and unverified stories without the expectation of evidence or factual accuracy. The slayings of Robert McMahon and Joe Manry. The slayings of Robert McMahon and Joe Manry, allegedly in connection to the Lufthansa heist, remain, quote, unsolved till this day. The slayings underline the brutal aftermath and the lengths to which the alleged perpetrators went to silence those who could expose them. McMahon, serving as an Air France night shift supervisor at Kennedy Airport, had an intimate knowledge of the airport's operations. This allegedly made him invaluable to the planning and execution of the heist. Despite not directly participating in the theft, his alleged association and potential knowledge of the individuals involved marked him for elimination. Joe Manry was also allegedly a crucial figure in the planning of the Lufthansa heist. He allegedly leveraged his position as a night shift Air France cargo supervisor at JFK Airport to provide insider information. McMahon, along with Joe Manry, were found dead 5 months after the heist, in a parked car, each with a gunshot wound to the back of the head. This methodical execution style suggests a deliberate effort to eliminate potential risks of exposure or betrayal. Further, it suggests that there was no passion involved in these crimes. These slayings were the work of a professional. Interestingly, both McMahon and Manry had been offered entrance in the Witness Protection Program in exchange for giving evidence against their alleged co-conspirators. Unfortunately, I have a sneaking suspicion that their slayings will remain unsolved. The Nandi Bear. The Nandi Bear, a creature steeped in East African folklore, particularly within the narratives of the Nandi people of Western Kenya, fascinates both locals and cryptozoologists alike. Known by various names in local languages, the Nandi bear is described as a formidable carnivore with a strong physical build. It's described as having high front shoulders towering over 4 feet, a sloping back, and the capacity to stand on its hind legs. Historical accounts and sightings have painted a vivid picture of this cryptid, suggesting a creature with dark, thick fur, resembling the European brown bear. However, despite the name, its behaviors and physical attributes are much more akin to a powerful tree-climbing hyena. This cryptid's diet, according to legend, included the brains of its prey, further contributing to its terrifying reputation. The sightings of the Nandi bear span back to at least the 19th century, with notable encounters documented in the early 20th century. Despite these numerous accounts, the Nandi bear has eluded capture and definitive identification, leading to a variety of theories regarding its existence. Some speculate it to be a surviving example of an extinct creature, while more common scientific explanations are of the view that it is simply a hyena misidentification. The most recent documented sighting occurred in 1998, when a couple encountered a large, shaggy animal that resembled a hyena but was significantly larger. Mass hysteria offers a plausible explanation for sightings of entities like the Nandi bear. This psychological phenomenon can occur when fear, rumors, or belief in an entity or presence spreads among a group, leading to widespread social contagion. In such cases, individuals may report seeing or experiencing phenomena that have no external basis in reality. The power of suggestion, fueled by folklore and reinforced by community endorsement, can cause people to genuinely perceive threats or entities that are not there. This perhaps explains why the Nandi bear was consistently seen in the late 19th century and early 20th century, at the height of its popularity. Further, it offers a sensible explanation as to why Nandi bear sightings have functionally run dry today. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Also, check out the Patreon, my YouTube membership, and the Discord. Links are in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, and Jeffer Metcalf. Also, shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out.